Capitulo 190, True Several Thousand Hands Again. Relying on the powerful recovery ability from Hashirama's cells, Madara quickly recovered. After carefully sensing his body and confirming that there were no major issues, Madara sighed in relief. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. That was too dangerous. His Susanoo and wooden golem absorbed most of the damage. Then, by temporarily activating Susanoo and the Rinnegan's Preta path for defense, he managed to minimize the damage. Even so, without Hashirama's cells, he would have been finished. If this had happened before the transplantation of Hashirama cells, he might have died on the spot. What kind of ninjutsu was that? Madara asked in a deep voice. He had never seen such an overwhelming move before. The last thing he remembered was seeing a glowing white fist. Then, his vision was engulfed by dazzling light. His mighty Susanoo was obliterated instantly, leaving him no time to react. Such terrifying power. Not even Hashirama's true, several thousand hands could destroy his Susanoo so effortlessly. Yuta calmly explained, "Technically, it's not ninjutsu. What I just used is a taijutsu technique called 80 Gods Vacuum Fist. If Black Zetsu were present, he might have recognized this move. But he was far away now, and likely unable to observe the battle. Taijutsu, impossible." Madara snapped, his face filled with disbelief. That was a technique that could obliterate the fusion of his perfect Susanoo and wooden golem. How could that be mere taijutsu? Was this a joke? If it was really a taijutsu move, didn't that mean he just got destroyed by hand-to-hand combat? Ridiculous. Impossible. Absolutely not. Yuta continued, "It's simple. The move condenses chakra into fists and unleashes them. It's similar in principle to Susanoo, as both require immense yin chakra. However, the 80 Gods Vacuum Fists achieves a far greater level of chakra materialization than perfect Susanoo. The perfect Susanoo could be performed with eternal Mangekyo-level power. But to use 80 Gods Vacuum Fists, a Byakugan user needs to reach at least the 6 Paths level. The difference between the two was enormous. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's ninjutsu or taijutsu." Madara floated into the air, using his Rinnegan's repulsive force, and landed atop the nearby Jido statue. "Yuta, I'll admit, your power has exceeded my expectations." When he was first revived, Black Zetsu had told him that Yuta's main strength was only the perfect Susanoo and wood golem. That was impressive, but nothing he couldn't handle. But now, Yuta had awakened the Rinnegan. And even worse, his Rinnegan's power surpassed his own. "After Hashirama, you're the first opponent I've taken seriously," Madara said. His excitement growed as his Rinnegan's power surged. Roar! The Jido statue's lower half was previously buried. It dug its hands into the ground, tearing itself free. It let out an earth-shaking roar as it stood tall. Buzz! 7 of the Jido statue's 9 eyes snapped open, glowing blood red as they radiated terrifying chakra. The dark blue Susanoo wrapped around the revived Jido statue like armor. A thick chakra conduit extended from the statue's head to Madara's body, supplying him with a constant flow of energy. With the combined chakra of the 7 sealed-tailed beasts and the durability of the Jido statue, this was his strongest Susanoo yet. Even if Yuta shattered the armor, the Jido statue's energy would regenerate it. And unlike the fragile wood golem, the Jido statue was the physical shell of the 10 tails. It couldn't be easily broken. No matter how violent the battle is, the Jido statue will remain unscathed. Madara muttered, "If only I had all 9-tailed beasts." He could feel that 7-tailed beasts weren't enough. Even after combining, their chakra barely equaled Kurama's. Still, with the Jido statue amplifying their power, it was much stronger than when he had controlled Kurama alone. Back when he fought Hashirama at the Valley of the End, he relied on the eternal Mangekyo to suppress Kurama. Now, with the Jido statue fully under his Rinnegan's command, the power difference was massive. "Come on, Yuta, show me your full strength." Madara roared, controlling the Jido statue as he prepared for battle. Yuta said with a smirk, "It seems the Jido statue's power has given you some confidence." In that case, I'll use a move you're familiar with. His voice turned serious as he drew upon the senjutsu chakra stored within him, along with the natural energy from hundreds of miles around. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Boom! A colossal Buddha statue erupted from the ground. It towered over the battlefield at a whopping 1,000 meters tall, with countless hands spread wide. Atop the Buddha's head stood a wood golem, which now seemed small in comparison. It wasn't that the wood golem was tiny. It's just that the true several thousand hands was just too massive. Even the Jito statue looked minuscule in front of it. Get ready, my true several thousand hands is stronger than the first Hokkage's, Yuta declared, standing atop the Buddha's head. From this height he overlooked the world, every mountain, every enemy beneath his feet. Madara was speechless. He wanted to curse out loud. He didn't need Yuta to explain. He could feel that this Buddha's chakra dwarfed the one Hashirama used at the Valley of the End. Damn it! Madara gritted his teeth in frustration and said, "This is just wood release enhanced by Senjutsu chakra. I'm not the same as before." With that, Madara controlled the Jito statue, preparing for battle. There is no way he is losing to true several thousand hands again. Capitulo 191, Jito statue's loss. For some reason, Madara suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed that he had said something similar during the battle at the Valley of the End. Back then, he had even caught the Nine Tails for the purpose of strengthening his Susanoo. He was full of confidence at that time, but Hashirama actually used true several thousand hands. He was stunned. In addition to destroying his powerful Susanoo, Hashirama was able to find time to seal Nine Tails and then come back to continue fighting him. It was an insult to him. Just now, had said that he was no longer the same person as before. Could the same thing happen now as well? Impossible. Madara shook his head and fixed his eyes. He has awakened the Rinnegan, and the Jito statue has sealed 7-tailed beasts. The plan that has been in progress for decades is about to succeed. Now, just an unexpected variable like Yuta has appeared. Don't panic, it's not a big problem. Come on. Madara roared, and based on the chakra of the Jito statue, he created a large number of Yasaka Magatamas and threw them. Bang! The Titanic statue began to move forward, making a loud noise. The arms around the Titanic statue leaned forward, and with terrifying might, they punched down at the Jito statue. Booms, 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 boom. Continuous explosions resounded through the sky. The central area of the battle was submerged by the explosion of the collision between the true several thousand hands and the massive Yasaka Magatamas. The area within a radius of dozens of miles was swallowed up by the explosion. Any life in the face of this level of battle had no chance of escaping. It's so scary. Is Lord Madara okay? Black and white Setsu lurked underground, desperately running away. Even though they had retreated hundreds of miles, they didn't dare to stop at this moment. Who knew that the battle between Madara and Yuta would become even larger? The scope of the fight between these two guys was getting larger and larger. There was no place that could be said to be absolutely safe. I now believe in those myths and legends a little bit. On the other side, Nagato and Konan were also desperately running away. Nagato now felt very fortunate that he had realized the danger just now and had been retreating. Otherwise, their situation wouldn't be that great. After all, the place where they were before had been completely destroyed. This level of battle was almost comparable to the world-destroying battles in myths and legends. In the legends, Sage of Six Paths defeated the legendary monster 10 Tails, and that battle had almost broken the entire world apart. Nagato used to think that this was just an exaggeration. How could there be such a strong person? Now, it seemed that it was entirely possible. The battle between Yuta and Madara had affected such a wide range. The movement of this battle might have been felt by the whole world at this moment. I hope they can restrain themselves a little. If this continues, the entire land of rain will be destroyed, Konan said with some worry while running away. There are also some people in the Akatsuki who have the title of being able to destroy a country alone. For example, Sasori claims that he can destroy a country by himself. However, this destroying a country means only destroying all the armed forces of a country. The battle between Yuta and Madara has the potential to completely wipe out a country from the face of the earth, leaving no trace. In the face of such power, even if all the ninjas in the world were added together, they would not be able to do anything. The fighting seems to have become quieter. Nagato looked back and said. Although he was far away, the 1,000-meter-tall statue could be seen even from here. Opposite the Titanic statue was the Jito statue wrapped in dark blue Susanoo, which was much smaller in size. Such a terrifying power. Could the Jito statue have been broken? Nagato vaguely saw that the Jito statue looked a bit miserable. It seems that Yuta has the upper hand, right? Impossible. Madara roared angrily. The Yasaka Magatama, made by the Jito statue's chakra, was quickly drowned by the endless arms. The Titanic wooden statue quickly hit the powerful Jito statue. His Susanoo armor was blown up on the spot. Even if the Jito statue continuously provided chakra to restore the broken Susanoo armor, the recovery speed could not keep up with the speed of destruction. If it weren't for the Jito statue, he would have died by now. Even the Jito statue was struggling to hold on at this moment. The legendary Ten Tails body was beaten so badly in front of this Titanic statue that it had become crooked. This Jito statue is fake, right? Isn't Ten Tails a monster with the power to destroy the world in the legend? How could the body of Ten Tails be beaten like this? This kid, his level of senjutsu is definitely higher than Hashirama's. At this moment, Madara realized what Yuta had just said. The power of this true several thousand hands is far stronger than the one Hashirama had used in the Valley of the End. With his current strength, it would be impossible for the powerful Jito statue to be beaten so unilaterally if he was facing Hashirama in the Valley of the End. There should be no difference between Hashirama and Yuta in this wood release technique. So the difference should be in the level of senjutsu. The senjutsu mastered by Yuta is obviously much stronger. Is the power of sage art so strong? Madara's heart moved slightly. Although he recognized the power of sage arts before, he didn't take it too seriously. He regarded the power of the Rinnegan as the most important. Now it seemed that the upper limit of the power of sage arts is also very high. If there is a chance in the future, it may be necessary to understand it. Of course, the most important thing now is the battle in front of him. He can't hold on any longer. The Titanic statue leaned forward slightly and stretched out its two arms towards the Jito statue. Madara was worried and looked at the Jito statue that was about to be beaten to the point where he could not recognize its original shape. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly jumped away from the top of the Jito statue. Damn it! Why is this scene so familiar? It seemed to be the same back then. His nine-tails Susanoo was forcibly blown up by Hashirama, and then Hashirama used the true several thousand hands to catch nine tails in his hand like a little chicken. The size of the Jito statue is much larger than nine tails, and even the Titanic statue can't easily catch it in its hand like nine tails. However, the gap between the two is still huge, like the gap between an adult and a child. The Jito statue was beaten to the ground and collapsed. Without Madara as the controller, Yuta used the Titanic statue to restrain it. He used the power of Rinnegan to easily bring the Jito statue under his control. After doing all this, the Titanic wooden statue turned its head slightly and looked down at the tiny Madara below, who was as small as an ant. Madara. Capitulo 192, Truth-Seeking Ball. The Titanic statue's arm rushed toward Madara. With the size of true several thousand hands, this arm was like a mountain falling down. A huge shadow shrouded Madara's head. Madara's face became stern, and the Rinnegan in his eyes suddenly blossomed. Limbo Hengoku. A shadow that ordinary people could not see or sense with their naked eyes hit the huge arm falling from the sky. Boom! The shadow collided with the Buddha's arm, and an invisible shock wave erupted. The terrifying arm that was falling down briefly stopped. Taking advantage of the short time when the two were in a stalemate, Madara immediately seized the opportunity and quickly retreated. Just as he retreated, the stalemate between the shadow and the arm in the air was broken. It turned out that his shadow couldn't hold on anymore. The arm was delayed for a short time, and then it crushed down the shadow below. Boom! The earth shook violently. The Titanic statue that was thousands of meters tall punched the ground, and the terrifying vibration spread far and wide. The power is indeed stronger than Hashirama's true several thousand hands. Madara flew in the air, narrowing his eyes and analyzing. Limbo Hengoku is his Rinnegan's pupil technique, and he knows the power of this move very well. Even if it was a tailed beast, it couldn't possibly withstand any punches and kicks from his shadow. If it had encountered Hashirama's true several thousand hands, the shadow would definitely not be so powerless. It's simply unreasonable. A descendant of the Uchiha clans, Wood Release, has even more power than Hashirama's. Well, forget it. As long as the caster can be eliminated, it should be fine. Madara continued to make another 3 shadows. The 3 invisible shadows went toward Yuta together. The 3 shadows were completely invisible. Ordinary people would be unable to detect their chakra, and their actions would not cause any fluctuations. But with his Rinnegan, Yuta could easily see the traces of 3 shadows. It's just a few shadows. This boring pupil technique might easily to crush other people, but it doesn't work on me. Limbo Hengoku can be called a magical skill for bullying weak people. The newly resurrected Madara with only 1 Rinnegan had used a shadow to easily kill 8-tailed beasts, Eternal Mamjikayo Sasuke, and Naruto in Kurama Chakra mode. However, when Naruto and Sasuke obtained the power of 6 paths, this pupil technique was of little use. Sasuke could clearly see the shadows through the Rinnegan, and Naruto could sense them through 6-path Sage mode. Naruto even used a few shadow clones to hold back Madara's shadows. In terms of usefulness in battle, Madara's Limbo Hengoku is far behind Sasuke's Amenochikara. In that case, I will make you fully understand the gap between us. Yuta clasped his hands together, and a huge amount of chakra was quickly drawn out from his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by the large amount of chakra consumption, 1 black ball after another emerged behind Yuta. Truth-seeking ball. Yuta, who has become a true 6 paths level powerhouse, is comparable to Kaguya's 2 sons when they fought Kaguya. A true 6 paths level powerhouse can make truth-seeking balls on their own. Becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, or gathering all the tailed beast's chakra and mastering 6 paths Senjutsu, can also allow one to have truth-seeking balls. But those truth-seeking ball are automatically made at the moment they reach that level, and it is a one-time consumable. After it is used up, it will no longer be possible to make truth-seeking balls on your own. After Yuta reached the true 6 paths level, he can make as many truth-seeking balls as he wants at any time. Swish! Yuta turned 2 truth-seeking balls into black sticks. He held them in his hand and thrust them forward, piercing through the 2 shadows. The shadows, which were nailed by the truth-seeking ball black sticks, were completely unable to move. Madara exclaimed, "What happened? What is that black stick? Yin-yang release? No, it's not just yin-yang release." Madara's expression changed drastically. His Rinnegan stared at the black stick in Yuta's hand, observing it carefully. On the surface, it looked very similar to the black receiver that could transmit and restrict chakra. But Madara could observe through his Rinnegan that the 2 black sticks in Yuta's hand, as well as the black sphere behind him, were on a level far higher than the black receiver. He even felt an instinctive threat from the black sphere. That black sphere was very dangerous, and the current situation of his shadow was clear proof of that. The 2 shadows pierced by the strange black rods were now completely beyond his control, and could no longer move. This thing is called Truth-Seeking Ball. It is formed by the fusion of 7 chakra nature transformations of yin, yang, fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Yuta transformed another truth-seeking ball into a black stick. He slashed forward and stopped the last shadow. Madara can create 4 shadows in total. 1 was knocked down by the titanic wooden statue before, and the other 2 were immobilized and unable to move. What a strong force! Madara's expression became more and more solemn. He could sense that the fourth shadow was hit by the black stick and could only barely resist. The black stick looked ordinary, but it was so powerful. Bang! The shadow was unable to support itself and was knocked away. Go! Yuta threw the stick made of a truth-seeking ball in his hand like a spear, and then nailed the fourth shadow to the ground. Madara's face became extremely ugly. His trump card, Limbo Hengoku, was defeated so easily soon after it was used. He was crushed without any resistance. According to Yuta, this is the gap in their realm. It's really uncomfortable. Although he didn't want to admit it, Madara knew that he had run out of tricks at the moment. Susanoo would release Jido's statue. All of them were used, and they were easily defeated. His Rinnegan's pupil technique was also a miserable failure. As for other conventional pupil techniques of Rinnegan, there was no need to try them now. Yuta also has the Rinnegan, and his pupil power is even higher than his. If he uses ordinary pupil techniques of Rinnegan to compete again, he will only bring shame upon himself. He has no other choice at this moment. If he wants to turn the tables, he can only capture 8 tails and 9 tails, seal them in Jido's statue, and then become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. When he becomes the second sage of 6 paths, he will fight Yuta again. Thinking of this, Madara used Shinra Tensei and fled quickly without any hesitation. Capitulo 193, Madara's defeat. Running away. Yuta looked surprised and didn't react for a moment. Madara actually chose to run away without hesitation. This was beyond his understanding of Madara's character. Was this still the Madara who had faced Death Gate Guy head-on? It was not impossible for Madara to dodge Guy's attack at that time. As long as he seized an opportunity, he could swap his main body with a shadow. At that time, Guy would just hit a shadow with all his strength. However, Madara wanted to challenge and experience the power of the 8 inner gates, so he chose to take that attack head-on. Yuta chuckled softly and said, "Tusk, going with the flow when it's favorable and retreating strategically when it's not." After thinking about it carefully, this wasn't completely incomprehensible. When the one-eyed 6 paths Madara was beaten by 6 paths Naruto and Sasuke, he didn't think about fighting them to the death. Instead, he immediately dug out Kakashi's Mangekyo and entered the Kamui dimension to retrieve the other Rinnegan from Obaido. Moreover, when faced with the temptation of the God Tree, Madara didn't hesitate. He absorbed it to enhance his strength. When at a disadvantage, Madara would always find a way to improve his power and then fight back. Want to completely revive the 10 tails and then fight me? Unfortunately, you can't run away. Yuta suddenly used Shinra Tensei's repulsive force to chase after Madara at a speed far exceeding Madara. At the same time, he activated the Susanoo, which bent its bow and drew an arrow in the air. With the help of the repulsive force of the Rinnegan, the arrow shot out with a sonic boom. Madara didn't look back. Sensing the approaching crisis behind him, he activated the perfect Susanoo without hesitation. The golden arrow struck the dark blue perfect Susanoo, creating a terrifying crack, but it failed to penetrate it. Madara quickly mobilized his chakra and pupil power to repair the crack. He couldn't help but sigh. If not for the Hashirama cells he had transplanted, he would have run out of chakra by now. Rinnegan's techniques drained his chakra continuously, and now this was the 3rd time he had activated the perfect Susanoo. Without Hashirama's cells, how could he possibly sustain this? Behind him, Yuta reached out and gently touched his eye, calling out to Madara. "Since you've used your Rinnegan technique, I should show you mine." Time stop the world. Buzz. Everything in the world froze at that moment. The entire world seemed to be paused. What happened? Why can't I move? Madara still maintained a clear consciousness in the frozen world. No, time has stopped. He quickly realized that it wasn't just his body that had frozen. Everything around him was frozen. Was this Yuta's Rinnegan technique? What a joke. Stopping time. How could such a broken ability exist? This was even more absurd than Obaido's Kamui. Kamui made Obaido untouchable, but this. If time itself stopped, there was no way to resist. Yuta said, It seems you can still maintain your consciousness while time is frozen. During the brief time stop, Yuta caught up from behind. He was holding a black stick formed from a truth-seeking ball in his hand. Go! Yuta infused the Rinnegan's repulsive force into the black stick, launching it toward the crystal on the head of the perfect Susanoo, piercing through and aiming for Madara inside. Damn it! Madara's heart pounded as he analyzed the situation. His body was completely paralyzed. What could he do? Wait, the Rinnegan. His previous shadow. Recalling the shadow that had been knocked down by the titanic arm earlier, Madara instantly swapped positions with it. The shadow appeared inside the perfect Susanoo, getting impaled by the stuck-made of truth-seeking ball. Swapping with a shadow, Yuta's eyes narrowed. His pupil technique, the world, was a Rinnegan ability, just like Limbo Hengoku. The two techniques were roughly equal in power. In this case, it made sense that Madara could use the Rinnegan's ability to evade during the time stop. However, that meant all four of his shadows were now useless. Yuta quickly turned back to where the shadow had stood. Since Madara had swapped positions, his real body had taken the place of the shadow. But with time still frozen, Madara could only watch helplessly as Yuta returned. He was unable to act. His four shadows were already immobilized and beyond his control. Even if he wanted to swap again, he couldn't. Besides, swapping again would mean putting his real body right in the path of the truth-seeking ball. That was basically delivering himself to his own defeat. Time resumed its flow after 9 seconds. In those 9 seconds, Yuta had completely dismantled Madara's final defense. As soon as time restarted, Madara tried to escape again, but it was too late. Yuta said, "You have no way to escape." Yuta fired several more sticks made of truth-seeking ball, pinning Madara in place. Swish! One black stick pierced Madara's heart, while the others nailed his limbs to the ground. Snap! Madara fell helplessly to the ground. His entire chakra was sealed. He couldn't even rely on the regenerative powers of Hashirama's cells. How could this happen? Madara's voice trembled with disbelief. He had spent decades awakening the Rinnegan, manipulating Nagato and Abido. He was finally resurrected at his peak, reunited with his Rinnegan, and only needed to capture 8 tails and 9 tails to complete the plan. And yet here he was defeated. By a young Uchiha descendant at that. And he couldn't even escape. Capitulo 194, exposing the truth to Madara. How is the battle going? White Zetsu carefully poked his head out from underground. From his position, he could no longer see any movement. There was no complete body Susanoo flying in the sky, and no terrifying vibrations were heard from the ground. He couldn't even tell if the battle was still going on, or where Yuta and Madara were fighting. Using the mayfly technique to travel underground, he had already escaped hundreds of miles and still didn't dare to reveal himself. It shouldn't have ended so quickly, Black Zetsu said, sounding puzzled. He had secretly observed the battle between Madara and Hashirama in the Valley of the End. Although their maximum power didn't last long, the overall fight had stretched on for quite some time. If Madara is still fighting, which side has the upper hand now? White Zetsu asked curiously. He had been running away ever since the battle had begun, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Black Zetsu pondered for a moment, but couldn't reach a conclusion. He said, they both have the Rinnegan, so their basic abilities are the same. It might come down to whose pupil techniques are superior. Also, since both have Susanoo and Wood Release, those abilities should cancel each other out. He continued, but maybe Madara can gain a slight advantage by using the Jito statue. As he spoke, however, Black Zetsu grew less certain. Yuta had defied all expectations. He was just an ordinary descendant of Indra, yet he could wield complete body Susanoo and master Wood Release at a young age. Now, he even possessed the Rinnegan. If Yuta had more hidden powers, Black Zetsu wouldn't be surprised. So Madara's situation is still unclear. White Zetsu asked, should we go check it out, maybe we can help. Black Zetsu thought for a moment before replying. It had been the same during the battle at the Valley of the End. When Madara and Hashirama fought at full power, Black Zetsu didn't dare approach. But once their chakra was depleted, he could safely observe the outcome. If their chakra reserves are running low, we might be able to assist, Black Zetsu decided. Agreeing, the two sank back into the ground. White Zetsu used the mayfly technique to rush toward the battlefield. Madara asked, I don't understand, why are you this strong? Madara no longer viewed Yuta as just another Uchiha Jr. After all, considering someone who completely overpowered him as a mere junior was just self-deception. Yuta explained, there's a difference in our realms. You've only grasped part of the Six Paths power through the Rinnegan, but I've fully stepped into the Six Paths level. Yuta pointed to his hair and said, when someone enters the Six Paths level, their body undergoes a profound transformation. One clear sign is that their hair turns white. By that standard, only a handful of people had truly reached the Six Paths level. Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths, his brother, and two others, Six Paths Abido and Six Paths Madara. However, the latter two had only accessed the Six Paths power through the 10 Tails. They had never fully mastered it. One example of the gap between them and the others was their use of the truth-seeking balls. For the Sage of Six Paths, truth-seeking balls were merely a tool. But for Abido and Madara, the balls appeared automatically when they became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. They couldn't generate them through their own will. Even Naruto, Sasuke, and Tonri hadn't fully crossed into the Six Paths realm. Sasuke, despite his 6 Tamo Rinnegan and superior power, remained fundamentally human. Tonri could create truth-seeking balls, but only through his special Tenseigen. In comparison, Naruto in his Six Paths Sage mode was closer to the real thing. His chakra altered his appearance. His hair stood up like horns, resembling the Otsutsuki clan. Of course, strength and realm weren't the same thing. While Abido reached the Six Paths level in theory, his power fell far short of the true Six Paths. Madara murmured, the Six Paths level. Is that the legendary Sage of Six Paths realm? If I become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, I can reach that level too. Suddenly, his voice faltered. If absorbing the 10 Tails was required to reach the Six Paths level, how did Yuta achieve it? Yuta corrected Madara, you're mistaken. The Sage of Six Paths didn't reach the Six Paths level after absorbing the 10 Tails. He had already reached that realm beforehand. A true Six Paths level powerhouse doesn't need the 10 Tails to stand against Kaguya. How do you know all this? Madara asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. Are these ancient legends even true? Yuta shook his head slightly and said, your greatest weakness is your ignorance. You know nothing about Kaguya or the truth behind infinite Tsukuyomi. You barely understand the Sage of Six Paths. That's why Black Zetsu fooled you so easily. Madara's face darkened. Yuta calmly asked, tell me, do you really understand how infinite Tsukuyomi works? Madara unsurely said, isn't it meant to trap the world in an eternal dream? By using the God Tree's roots, it absorbs natural energy to sustain life inside the dream. That's correct, but there's one more thing, Yuta said, his eyes narrowing. When infinite Tsukuyomi is cast, the user can also absorb everyone's chakra. Madara frowned. Why did that matter? He had no interest in gathering all that chakra. Yuta explained, once the chakra reaches a critical amount, it triggers Kaguya's resurrection. She will use the caster's body as a vessel. Madara froze. Yuta continued, to be honest, Black Zetsu didn't lie about what was written on the stone tablet under the Naka shrine. He simply omitted some crucial details. Madara's mind spun with confusion. Wait, what do you mean by Black Zetsu? His voice trembled. Isn't that tablet a record left by the Sage of Six Paths? What does it have to do with Black Zetsu? Capitulo 195, Capturing Black Zetsu. Wait, stop for a moment. What is the relationship between the content engraved on the stone tablet and Black Zetsu? Madara interrupted. Yuta slowly explained, the content at the front of the stone tablet under Naka Shrine is left by the Sage of Six Paths, up to the Rinnegan. And after the content about the Rinnegan, specifically regarding infinite Tsukuyomi and bringing ultimate peace to the world, that was added by Black Zetsu. Madara exclaimed, impossible. Madara's face darkened and he said, Black Zetsu was created by me using yin-yang release. Besides, does Black Zetsu even have the ability to engrave something on that stone tablet? Ordinary Sharingan users can't interpret the content on the stone tablet at all. Only those with Mangekyo Sharingan or Eternal Mangekyo can gradually decipher more of it as their pupil power increases. The person who left the information on the stone tablet must have been incredibly powerful, at least at the Eternal Mangekyo level. Does Black Zetsu have that kind of strength? Are you kidding me? Tusk. Yuta chuckled and said, "That's the pathetic part about you. Black Zetsu pretended to be your creation, and you didn't even notice. No wonder you were so easily fooled by him." Madara's face grew even more grim. At the same time, confusion clouded his mind. If Black Zetsu wasn't his creation? Madara asked, "If Black Zetsu wasn't created by me, then where did he come from?" Madara frowned and asked, "And what did you mean by Kaguya just now? Are you talking about the legendary mother of chakra, Kaguya?" After planning the Infinite Tsukuyomi project, Madara had thoroughly researched the myths and legends of the world. For instance, the origins of the stone tablet beneath Naka Shrine. Since it was a relic of the Sage of Six Paths, understanding his history was crucial. The stories of the Sage of Six Paths were well known. Defeating the monstrous Ten Tails, creating the Uchiha clan's forbidden Izanagi, and more. Both the Senju and Uchiha clans trace their bloodlines to the Sage of Six Paths. There were also the Six Paths ninja tools, further proof of his existence. While researching, Madara came across ancient legends of a mother of chakra. The records were vague, but they described a woman named Kaguya who had once brought peace to the world. Yuta explained, the mother of chakra, Otsutsuki Kaguya, had 2 children. One was Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths and ancestor of the Senju and Uchiha clans. The other was Otsutsuki Hamura, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. Of course, Black Zetsu calls Kaguya his mother, but in reality, he's just one of her creations. Compared to the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, calling Black Zetsu Kaguya's child was a bit of a stretch. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call him an Otsutsuki placenta. Madara felt his brain grinding to a halt. What the hell is this? Some kind of twisted family drama. The legendary mother of chakra was the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. And if that was true, wouldn't that make Black Zetsu the Sage's brother? In fact, not only is Black Zetsu not your creation, but White Zetsu isn't either. Yuta continued, as if Madara hadn't already been hit hard enough. You think you created White Zetsu by combining the first Hokage cells with the Jido statue. You're completely wrong. If you activate Infinite Tsukuyomi, even if Kaguya doesn't take over your body, over time, the humans trapped in the dream will eventually transform into mindless weapons like White Zetsu. The White Zetsu you thought you created were actually humans from thousands of years ago that were mutated by the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara's face fell as a wave of turmoil surged through him. He slowly asked, "So, if I complete the Infinite Tsukuyomi, Kaguya will most likely be resurrected through my body. And if she isn't, humanity will eventually go extinct." Exactly. Yuta nodded and said, "And honestly, if everyone is trapped in an eternal dream, it's not much different from being dead anyway. If no one can ever wake up, wouldn't it be the same as killing them all? At least they wouldn't feel any pain. But in my opinion, it's far more likely that Kaguya would use your body to break free from her seal." Yuta's eyes narrowed as he summoned a truth-seeking ball, the glowing orb hovering in his palm. Black Zetsu is Kaguya's creation. He survived for thousands of years, so he's special. It's likely that a fragment of Kaguya's power remains inside him. If you cast Infinite Tsukuyomi, no matter how much you try to resist, Black Zetsu will backstab you. Then, combined with Kaguya's resurrection, you won't be able to stop her. That was exactly what had happened in the original events. When Madara had been pushed to the brink by Six Paths Naruto and Sasuke, the God Tree had called out to him. Kaguya's voice drew him in. The moment Madara absorbed the God Tree and opened the third eye on his forehead, it was already too late. The Rinasharingen on his forehead wasn't his. It belonged to Kaguya. And once Kaguya had enough chakra, she fully emerged, using Madara's body as a vessel. Black Zetsu dare. Madara trembled with rage. Yuta said, "Heh, he's coming now, why don't you ask him yourself?" Yuta smirked and transformed the truth-seeking ball into a black rod, which shot forward at blinding speed. Boom! The black rod pierced the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. Black Zetsu, who had been sneaking underground, was impaled and pinned to the spot. What is this? I can't move. White Zetsu screamed in panic. This is the truth-seeking ball. Black Zetsu's voice quivered with shock. Wasn't this a power once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths and his brother? The black rod lifted off the ground, dragging the immobilized Black Zetsu toward Yuta. Capitulo 196, Yuta the Cheater. Madara's expression instantly became extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu saw Madara, who was also pinned by the truth-seeking ball, and his heart sank. Even Madara was defeated. But it's normal. Yuta has actually mastered the truth-seeking ball. Perhaps his strength is comparable to the two rebellious sons who had fought against his mother. Compared with Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura, Madara's strength was still far behind. It's normal for him to be defeated by Yuta, but now the problem has become really big. He has been caught, and Madara has also been caught. Now, it seems that only Abaido can carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara said, "Black Zetsu, tell me the truth." He shouted angrily, "You were not created by me, but by Kaguya, right?" The content behind the stone tablet under the Naka shrine was added by you bastard, right? The so-called Eye of the Moon plan to achieve ultimate peace is actually just to let Kaguya break free from the seal. A series of roaring questions confused Black Zetsu. What's going on? How did Madara know this? Lord Madara, did you make a mistake? Of course, I was created by you. Black Zetsu stuttered and defended. No, Madara must be fooled back. If Madara also completely gives up on the Eye of the Moon plan, then there will be no hope. Now, the only hope is to rely on Abaido to rescue Madara and him. Then, the Eye of the Moon plan will have the possibility of continuing. At this moment, no matter how Madara knew this, he had to continue to deceive him. Madara, did Yuta tell you something? Black Zetsu glanced at Yuta and said, "How can we believe the enemy's words? I was created by you using yin-yang release, and I represent your will. I don't know what Yuta said to you, but please stay calm. Distinguish carefully and don't be fooled by him." Yuta laughed softly and said, "It's really interesting. Do I really need to fool you two prisoners?" Madara. Black Zetsu. Damn, that makes sense. Although what Yuta said was very heartbreaking, it was indeed the truth. Both of them have been nailed with the truth-seeking ball and can't escape. Even their lives are in Yuta's hands. What's the value of deceiving them? After seeing Black Zetsu become silent and stop talking, Madara became clear about the truth in his heart. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan. It turned out to be just a joke that Black Zetsu used to secretly guide him. When Konoha was just established, I thought Hashirama was on the wrong path and wanted to explore a new path. Later, after the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama wanted to kill me. So, I finally made up my mind and transplanted Hashirama's cells, wanting to awaken the Rinnegan and carry out the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Madara said, with a self-deprecating look on his face. He used to think that everything was under his control. He transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, hoping that Nagato would become a tool to revive himself. He plotted and directed Nohara Rin's death, making Abaido turn evil and carry out the Eye of the Moon plan after his death. In order to prevent Abaido from getting out of his control, he set a control seal on Abaido's heart when he rescued Abaido from the battlefield of Kanabi Bridge and treated him. And he created Black Zetsu as Abaido's supervisor. The result? Now he found out that all this was fake. It was all arranged by Black Zetsu, this bastard. He used to think that Abaido and Nagato were puppets whose whole lives had been planned by him and had no freedom. He even laughed at Abaido and Nagato, the two idiots controlled by him. Now, he found out that Black Zetsu probably thought the same about him. When he was laughing at Abaido and Nagato, Black Zetsu was probably laughing at him in his heart, right? When he thought of this, the fire in Madara's heart could not be stopped. Black Zetsu, let me ask you, when did you start guiding me? Madara asked with murderous intent. Black Zetsu said nothing. There was nothing to say now. Yuta recalled and said, at least, during the Battle of the Valley of the End. Black Zetsu was watching the battle between you and the first Hokage back then. However, he may have started to guide you even earlier. Perhaps, after confirming that you were the reincarnation of Indra of the previous generation. Black Zetsu exclaimed in surprise, you even know this. What's wrong with Yuta? Who told him these things? Madara asked, Indra's reincarnation, what does that mean? Madara noticed something was wrong. He roughly knew the name Indra. According to the clan documents of the Uchiha clan, Indra was the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. However, this kind of thing had happened so long ago that no one could tell whether it was true or not. Yuta slowly explained, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, also known as the Sage of Six Paths, had two sons. His eldest son Indra and second son Asura are the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clan, respectively. Because the Sage of Six Paths chose his second son Asura as the successor of Ninshu, Indra was not convinced. So, the two continued to fight, even until their death. The chakras of these two people continued to circulate among the Uchiha and Senju clansmen, and each generation fought endlessly. Madara's eyes lit up, and he quickly thought of something. He asked, is Hashirama the reincarnation of Asura's chakra? That's right. Yuta nodded and said, theoretically, only the reincarnation of Indra or Asura can awaken the Rinnegan, because only the quality of their yin and yang chakras can meet the requirements. Black Zetsu asked, then how did you awaken the Rinnegan? His biggest failure was misjudging Yuta. Yuta had actually quietly awakened the Rinnegan and had mastered the truth-seeking ball. If he had known earlier, he would have guided Yuta for the Eye of the Moon plan instead. No comment. Yuta had no intention of explaining this at all. He can't say that he had cheated, right? Capitulo 197, Eradicating Black Zetsu. I understand, you must be the reincarnation of the chakra of that rebellious son, Hagoromo. Black Zetsu pondered for a moment and suddenly said, only this could explain Yuta's bizarre situation. For an ordinary Uchiha ninja, being able to awaken the Mangekyou is already very difficult. But Yuta, at a young age, had eternal Mangekyou-level pupil power, and had mastered would release comparable to Senju Hashirama. Now, he has even awakened the Rinnegan, and mastered the truth-seeking ball. If Yuta is the reincarnation of the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, then everything can be explained clearly. The process of Yuta becoming stronger is actually the gradual recovery of the power of the Sage of Six Paths. From only the spiritual power of Indra at the beginning to the physical power of Asura later, and then the Rinnegan and the truth-seeking ball. As for knowing so many ancient secrets, that can also be explained. Isn't it just the memory of the Sage of Six Paths? Yuta's expression froze. Is Black Zetsu stupid? He is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. What a magical train of thought. You are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, Madara said half-doubtfully. It's no wonder he was so suspicious. Yuta's strength was a little beyond common sense. When he was the same age as Yuta, he hadn't even awakened the Mangekyou yet. In front of Yuta, he might be killed instantly. Yuta rolled his eyes and said, boring guess, why don't you say I'm the reincarnation of Kaguya? Black Zetsu argued, my mother was just sealed, not killed, so she can't be reincarnated. Yuta said, okay, I don't want to listen to your crazy ideas anymore. Yuta reached out, grabbed the black rod, and lifted Black Zetsu. As for the white Zetsu, it had already been decomposed by the truth-seeking ball. Although it was the original white Zetsu, it was not very advanced in terms of chakra level and could not resist the power of the truth-seeking ball at all. Madara's body was not decomposed by the truth-seeking ball because he controlled some of the power of the Six Paths. And Black Zetsu, being the creation of Kaguya and linked to her bloodline, would not be destroyed by the truth-seeking ball. In the original story, after Naruto sealed Kaguya, He chose to send the black Zetsu pinned by the truth-seeking ball to Chibaku Tensei. It shows that even Naruto, in Six Paths Sage mode and possessing the power of the truth-seeking ball, could not kill black Zetsu. Damn it! Without the original white Zetsu as support, black Zetsu, like a pool of black liquid, hung on the truth-seeking ball black rod. He tried to break free, but he couldn't exert any strength at all. The truth-seeking ball black rod pierced into him, completely imprisoned him. Even Madara, who was pinned by the truth-seeking ball black rods, was helpless, let alone black Zetsu. You can't kill me at all. Even Hagoromo and Hamura couldn't do anything to me, black Zetsu shouted stubbornly. Even if he couldn't escape now, black Zetsu was confident that Yuta couldn't wipe him out. He was Kaguya's creation and had survived for thousands of years. Oh, really? Yuta's mouth curled up slightly with a hint of pleasure. I'll show you an interesting move. In the palm of Yuta's other hand, a small section of a gray bone spur stretched out. All-killing ash bones. The panic in black Zetsu's voice could not be concealed at all. As Kaguya's creation, he had inherited her memories. He knew about this terrifying move that only Kaguya had mastered. The all-killing ash bones decomposition ability was even greater than that of the truth-seeking ball. Even a strong person who had mastered the power of the Six Paths would be decomposed when struck by this move. The only ones who could withstand it were Hagoromo and Hamura. If there was any technique that could erase him completely, this was it. What is that move? Madara's expression changed drastically. He felt a fatal threat from that small gray bone spur. A threat even greater than the truth-seeking ball. One that could truly kill him completely. How strong is the truth-seeking ball? Yuta had pierced several truth-seeking ball black rods into Madara's body, completely immobilizing him and cutting off his ability to use chakra. If this all-killing ash bones surpassed even that. Tisk, how unpleasant. Madara grew more and more frustrated the more he thought about it. Looking back now, Yuta's strength had long surpassed his by a wide margin. The two were not even on the same level anymore. In their previous confrontations, he had been at a disadvantage or outright crushed. When Yuta used his time-stopping pupil technique, Madara had no choice but to abandon the Jido statue and retreat. Later, Yuta used the truth-seeking ball to trap him again. And this all-killing ash bones. Yuta hadn't even needed to use it during their battle. If Yuta had gone all out from the beginning, Madara might have been blown apart on the spot. Are you really my mother's reincarnation? Black Zetsu suddenly recalled Yuta's earlier sarcastic remark. However, the gender is wrong. Yuta's face darkened, and the gray bone spur in his hand suddenly approached Black Zetsu. F. Black Zetsu roared unwillingly, but could only watch as the gray bone spur pierced into him. From the outside, there was no visible change. But Black Zetsu could feel the chakra within him completely stagnating and beginning to disappear. The power Kaguya had left in his body when she had created him was being annihilated by this technique. Cracked. Black Zetsu's liquid-like form began to crack and gradually turned gray. The annihilating power of the all-killing ash bones was completely irreversible and unstoppable. Damn it, I won't accept this. Black Zetsu screamed, Mother is immortal. Even without me, sooner or later, she will break free from the seal. The world belongs to Mother. You can't even imagine how powerful she is. Cracked. Black Zetsu's body shattered completely into tiny fragments. The backup plan Kaguya had created to release herself. The conspirator who had manipulated the world for thousands of years. Black Zetsu was completely wiped out. Capitulo 198, New Prisoner in Konoha. I can't sense Black Zetsu's chakra at all. Madara used his Rinnegan to carefully observe the fragments left after Black Zetsu was wiped out. Black Zetsu was a chakra creation made using yin-yang release, but now he has been completely wiped out. That move was simply terrifying. Madara asked, what move did you just use, all-killing ash bones? Yuta answered, well, to some extent, it is Kirigakure's Kaguya clan's bloodline limit. The dead bone pulse of the Kaguya clan can be regarded as a degraded product of the all-killing ash bones. The all-killing ash bones effect is erasure. Even a ninja who has mastered the power of the 6 paths will be killed after being touched by it. Yuta glanced at the black stick inserted into Madara and said, "The truth-seeking ball can only seal and restrict you who has mastered the power of the 6 paths, but the all-killing ash bones can erase you." Madara, there's no need to use him as an example. The power of the 6 paths. Does it refer to his Rinnegan? Truth-seeking ball, the power of the 6 paths, 6 paths level, all-killing ash bones, etc. These are all things he doesn't understand at all. The gap between him and Yuta is so big. It seems that his loss was not unfair. If he knew these things from the beginning, he would have collected the 9-tailed beasts as quickly as possible, resurrected 10 tails, and become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Only then, maybe he could fight Yuta. You obviously have so much power. Why didn't you use your full strength at the beginning? Although this question made him uncomfortable, Madara still asked it. Now thinking back, he felt like he was being toyed with in the previous battle. Yuta raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this and smiled happily. He said, "Let me answer according to your personality. Which adult would care about a child?" Instantly, Madara's face turned as black as the bottom of an old pot. Damn it. This really sounds like his style of speaking. If the opponent he had met after his resurrection was a junior with average strength, he might be the one to say this. However, the current situation is that he has been beaten to the ground. Now these words sounded particularly harsh to him. Yuta shook his head and said, "The fact is, I told you at the beginning that there is a gap in our strength. But you weren't strong enough and couldn't see it, just like you didn't see that Black Zetsu was not created by you." He could easily see that Madara had only mastered some 6 paths power through Rinnegan. But Madara couldn't see the depth of his power at all. In the distance, 2 figures watched for a moment and rushed over quickly. It was Nagato and Konan. After the large-scale battle ended, the 2 of them had chosen to come back to check the results of the battle. They must not let Madara's plan succeed. The result? After arriving, they found that they were worried for nothing. In the middle of a messy battlefield, Yuta was standing and Madara was laying down. The outcome of the battle was obvious. Nagato laughed and said, "You were acting very impressive in front of me before, weren't you? Why are you so weak now?" Madara was lying on the ground and couldn't move. Is this really the Madara who was so unstoppable before? Madara looked very ugly. He suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "How did you recover and have eyes again?" Wasn't Nagato controlled by Black Zetsu and forced to use Rin Tensei before? Even if Nagato was a member of the Uzumaki clan and didn't die immediately, he should have been seriously injured. And after his Rinnegan was taken, what happened to Nagato's eyes now? Yuta casually said, "It's the yin-yang release application of 6-path senjutsu. It's just some boring tricks." Madara, you call this a small trick? He healed the nearly dead Nagato and created a new eye. This kind of ability is far beyond his reach. "Just tell me how you plan to deal with me. Give me a quick death," Madara said coldly. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan was a complete joke, and everything he had worked for had become meaningless. After decades of planning, he had finally succeeded in resurrecting and had easily captured the 7-tailed beasts. Then nothing. Now he has been sealed by Yuta with the rods made of truth-seeking ball, and no one will come to save him. Even if someone comes to save him, then what? It's impossible to carry out the infinite Tsukuyomi plan again, right? He has nothing to pursue in this era, and Hashirama is not here. He doesn't belong to this era at all. It's okay to kill you. I can revive you without much effort when I need you, or I can summon you as a fighter through Edo Tensei. If I don't kill you, it will be a bit troublesome. After all, with your strength, it's hard to find someone to watch over you, and if no one can contain you, it's easy for you to cause trouble." Yuta touched his chin and frowned. Madara raised his eyebrows. Was Yuta even talking about a human? He is Madara. What kind of treatment was this? Forget it, I'll lock you up first. Anyway, you can't break free from the seal of the truth-seeking ball. Yuta shook his head, stretched out his hand, and used the Flying Thunder God technique on Madara. This is Tabarama's flying thunder god technique. You should be familiar with it. Even if you escape, I will find you in time. Madara couldn't help but curl his lips. Tabarama's low-level ninjutsu was now being used on him. The matter here is resolved. The previous battle was a bit loud. You two should pay attention to stabilizing the land of rain. Yuta gave a few instructions to Nagato and Konan, and then left with Madara. Konan said with a sigh of relief, "It seems that Yuta is reliable. Even someone like Madara was defeated by him." "Yeah." Nagato nodded seriously and said, "He went to Ryucha Cave through Orochimaru before. Maybe he has mastered some new abilities. In any case, the strongest person in the world is Yuta instead of Madara. This should be a good thing for the entire world." Konoha prison. Yuta instructed the guards, "Prepare a good cell for our senior Madara. Be careful not to touch the black stick on Madara. If you touch it, you will die. Ordinary people will be wiped out in body and soul when they touch the truth-seeking ball." Surrounded by a large number of Uchiha ninjas, Madara felt hopeless. Yuta, this bastard. Can't he just give him a quick death? It's better to die. Story completed on Capítulo 199. Kakashi realizes the truth. After handing off Madara, Yuta went to Kakashi. "Obito is still alive." Kakashi felt like he was hearing a fairy tale. Yuta suddenly told him a lot of things, such as Obito didn't die in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, and it was Obito who had released 9 tails during the 9 Tails Rebellion. It was simply incomprehensible. How could that be possible? Not to mention how Obito survived. Even if Obito really didn't die, how could he be the mastermind behind the 9 Tails Rebellion? With Obito's personality, how could he kill Minato and Kushina? Yuta said, "Your Sharingan is not an ordinary 3-Tamo Sharingan, but a Mangekyo." Yuta pointed at Kakashi and injected a little bit of chakra into Kakashi's body. Of course, for him, it was a little bit. From Kakashi's point of view, his chakra level instantly increased by more than 10 times. The chakra injected into his body instantly began to flow towards the Sharingan in his left eye. 3 black tomos began to rotate, spinning faster and faster, turning into the shape of a 3-edged shuriken. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi could sense the obvious changes without having to look in the mirror to check the pattern of his Sharingan. The improvement of his pupil power was too obvious. "Is my Sharingan Mangekyo?" Kakashi muttered to himself. Yuta explained, "Well, it's because of this that your chakra situation is so bad. If it was just an ordinary 3-Tamo Sharingan, with your talent, you wouldn't have such a little amount of chakra." In fact, Kakashi has been burdened with a Mangekyo Sharingan that cannot be closed. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan was not activated due to insufficient chakra, it was still Mangekyo. Even the 3-Tamo has a higher pupil power than an ordinary 3-Tamo Sharingan. The consumption of chakra is also greater if it cannot be closed. I remember that it was on the battlefield of Kirigakure when Rin died in the battle, and I later found that my Sharingan had upgraded. Kakashi covered his sore left eye in pain and recalled. At that time, Rin was implanted with 3 tails. Her body was controlled, and she voluntarily crashed into his Chidori. After that, he felt a strong emotional stimulation, and it seemed that something had changed. But he became unconscious at the time and knew nothing. Later, he woke up and was awakened by Konoha's reinforcements. He was surrounded by Kirigakure Anbu's body, and Rin's body was missing. He didn't know what had happened at all. He had survived in a daze. Moreover, he found that his Sharingan had been upgraded from 2-Tamo to 3-Tamo. Yuta said, "Obito was there at the time and saw Rin die. Under the intense emotional stimulation, his Sharingan evolved from 2-Tamo to Mangekyo. As for your eye, it resonated with Obito's eye, and they evolved together." Obito awakened the Mangekyo in anger and pain when he saw Rin's death. But Kakashi's emotional fluctuations about Rin's death should not be that big, right? On the one hand, Kakashi should have just regarded Rin as a teammate unlike Obito, who felt that the world had been destroyed when Rin died. And although it may not be nice to say this, Kakashi had a lot of experience in this regard. When he was a child, he woke up in the morning and found that his father had committed suicide. When he was on a mission, he also saw Obito's death. Rin's death should not have been such a big shock to Kakashi, and it would not have made Kakashi jump from 2 Tamo to 3 Tamo. It can only be said that he resonated with Obito's Sharingan. Obito is still alive? No, I don't believe it. Kakashi flatly denied it. If Obito is really still alive, then the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rebellion. Impossible. Kushina valued Obito the most. How could Obito do such a thing? Yuta said, there is no point in deceiving yourself. You can go in and see for yourself. Use your pupil technique. Yuta stretched out his hand and left a flying thunder god mark on Kakashi. If Obito wants to be a turtle, even he can't do anything. After the battle with Madara, Black Zetsu came to him, so he was caught. If Black Zetsu had chosen to escape, he might have needed to search the entire world to find Black Zetsu. But this method is completely useless for Obito, who can hide in the Kamui dimension and never come out. It is better to catch him through Kakashi. Kakashi stroked his left eye gently and became a little hesitant. He already knew the pupil technique of his left eye. Kamui. It can attack remotely and distort the objects in sight and the space they are in. Moreover, Kamui can also be used on oneself to let oneself enter a specific space. Should he try it? Obito, are you trapped in that space? Seeing Kakashi's hesitation, Yuta urged impatiently, aren't you Minato's disciple? He and Kushina died in the Nine Tails rebellion. Shouldn't you find out the mastermind behind it? Now there are clues about the most suspected target, but you are unwilling to face it. Hearing this, Kakashi gritted his teeth and suddenly made up his mind. It may not be Obito. Perhaps someone got Obito's Sharingan and turned it into Mangekyo in some unknown way. But the truth of Minato's death still needs to be found out. Kamui. The Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye suddenly bloomed, and a space distortion force quickly wrapped around his body. He felt a strange feeling of dizziness, just like when Minato had used the flying thunder god technique. It was the dizziness that was unique to space-time ninjutsu. Swish! Kakashi's figure disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, his vision changed, and he saw a strange world in front of him. Kakashi understood that he had entered the Kamui dimension. In front of him, a person sat alone on the ground, with an ice coffin in front of him. The person wore a mask, with only his right eye exposed. This, Kakashi muttered in his heart. Capitulo 200, cornered Obito. As if he had heard the movement behind him, Obito, who was sitting in front of the ice coffin, turned around and looked. Obito didn't seem surprised to see Kakashi. Are you Obito? Kakashi carefully observed the person opposite him, trying to distinguish him. From the height, he couldn't tell anything. At the time of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, he and Obito were only 12 years old. And now, the masked man opposite had the height and body of an adult. Who do you think I am, Kakashi? Obito sneered. He no longer hid his appearance and reached out to take off the mask on his face. Obito's was finally exposed to others again after countless years. Half of his face was covered with scars from being hit by a boulder. This was left in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Confirmed. It's Obito. Kakashi no longer had any hope in his heart at this moment. Swish! Beside Kakashi, Yuta's figure suddenly appeared. With the flying thunder god mark left on Kakashi, Yuta successfully traveled to the Kamui dimension. Oh, you've taken off your mask and recognized each other. Yuta looked at Obito and said with a chuckle. Obito narrowed his eyes, pondered for a while in his mind, and soon understood. He sneered at Kakashi. I thought you had awakened the pupil technique and could enter the Kamui dimension by yourself, Kakashi. Now, it seems that you relied on Yuta's help to get in. What a useless waste. Kakashi became a little embarrassed. Then he shook his head and threw away these thoughts. He questioned, Obito, on the night of the Nine Tails rebellion, it was you who attacked Kushina-sama and released Nine Tails. After Sarutobi Hiruzen died, he also learned the detailed information of the Nine Tails rebellion that year. the news released by the village was that Ninetales was accidentally unsealed. But he found out that, on the night when Kushina gave birth, a mysterious person had attacked and killed all the Anbu guarding Kushina. The specific content behind it was only speculative. After all the witnesses that night were dead. But it can be guessed that the mysterious person kidnapped Kushina, released Ninetales, and then delayed Minato so that he could not immediately go to suppress Ninetales at the beginning. Did Obito do all this? So what? Obito's expression did not change at all. It was as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Why did you do that? Have Minato-sense and Kushina-sama done anything to let you down? Kakashi roared and vented. Obito said, they have never done anything to let me down. On the contrary, they are both very good to me. Obito's face was calm, and he continued, I went to capture Ninetales because I was angry that Minato-sense always came a step late. He failed to save Rin, and the Eye of the Moon plan requires Ninetales. Eye of the Moon planned. Kakashi was a little surprised. What is this? Yuta explained, Obito wants to create a world where everyone dreams together, in which everyone's wishes will be fulfilled. There will be no war, and Nohara Rin will be resurrected. Maybe she will like him as Obito wishes. Obito frowned and wanted to curse. You bastard, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that Rin will only like him in the dream world? Kakashi said, the dream world. You attacked the Minato-sensei and his wife and released Ninetales in the village just for this. Kakashi couldn't understand it at all. Minato-sensei always came a step late. Wasn't it because Konoha was at war everywhere during the Third Great Ninja War, and there was a shortage of high-end combat power? That's why Minato, who had the Flying Thunder God technique, could only go everywhere. Moreover, there are always casualties in war. Half of their companions of the same period died on the battlefield. Although Minato was often late, he saved them more often than not. If their mentor Jonin was not Minato, the three of them might have died on the battlefield earlier. And for the creation of a dream world, Obito captured Ninetales, indirectly killing Minato and Kushina. He released Ninetales in the center of Konoha village, killing so many people. All this added up. Was this really Obito, who used to be keen to help others? Yuta said, well, Obito is really lacking love. So, when he saw Nohara Rin being stabbed to death by you, he went crazy all of a sudden. Although what he did later was outrageous, it is not surprising. After all, an Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyo is mentally abnormal and can do anything. After awakening the Mangekyo, the Uchiha clansmen often become more extreme in some aspects. For example, Uchiha Shisui, who could not change the Uchiha or the village. He was unwilling to attack either side, so he was willing to commit suicide. Uchiha Itachi, who hated war because of his childhood experience, became even more extreme after awakening the Mangekyo. He was unwilling to let the Uchiha launch a coup, even if it meant exterminating his entire clan. Uchiha Sasuke, after being told the truth about the extermination of his clan by Obito, angrily awakened TGE Mangekyo, and then became even more suicidal than before. He was tricked by Obito to catch Killer Bee, and was beaten angrily. He even dared to enter the 5 cage talks to kill Danzo, and was beaten again. After awakening the Mangekyo, the originally slightly extreme characteristics may become completely extreme, even to the point that normal people cannot understand them at all. Kakashi scratched his head. Why are you saying this? Did you forget that you are also an Uchiha? Obito on the opposite side frowned and said coldly, I didn't go to extremes. I am very clear about my choice. If I want to revive Rin, I just need to master the power of Rinnegan. But this world is hopeless. I don't want Rin to return to this hopeless world. What a pity. I wanted to create a new world, but now Madara has been defeated. I am alone and there is no hope at all. When Yuta and Madara fought before, he hid in the Kamui dimension and observed the fight between the two from close range. The fight between Yuta and Madara was too intense, and the strength of these two people was much higher than his. In front of these two people, he didn't even dare to leave the Kamui dimension. That's why, after seeing that the battle was basically decided, he, who was watching the battle from a close distance, left. Capítulo 201, Meeting Minato and Kushina. This is why Obito didn't resist at all. After seeing the battle between Yuta and Madara, he clearly realized that his strength was not enough. If he didn't have the Kamui, he would be instantly killed by Madara. And Madara, who could kill him instantly, was crushed by Yuta from beginning to end. Now that Yuta has entered the Kamui dimension, he has no room for resistance. The Eye of the Moon plan has completely failed. I have another question. Obito gloomily stared at Yuta and asked, "During the night of the genocide, you already knew about my pupil technique. How did you know it? Did you already know my identity at that time?" He had thought about this question for a long time. After all, Kamui was his biggest trump card, and it involved the secret of his identity. Only Madara and Black-White Zetsu knew about his Kamui. How did Yuta know it? Madara was dead at that time, and Zetsu had no reason to betray him. Kakashi had not been able to activate his left eye Mangekyou at that time, and had not been able to master the pupil technique. If Kakashi had mastered the pupil technique, he would sense the movement in the Kamui dimension when Kakashi would have tried to explore the pupil technique. How did Yuta know it? Well, just think of it as me mastering an ability similar to prophecy, and being able to see some future scenes. Yuta pondered for a moment and reluctantly explained, "And, let me correct you. I didn't know your identity on the night of the genocide. I knew it from the time you had first contacted me. That is, when I was in the Kirigakure battlefield and had killed Reiga." Obito. What the hell? Yuta knew who he was when he had first contacted him. Obito said, "Impossible. At that time, you should have been only 10 years old at that time. You already had some kind of prophetic ability at that time." Obito didn't believe it at all. Not to mention whether there is any prophetic ability, even if there is, it should be impossible to awaken it so early. Yuta said, "Hee, not only did I know your identity at that time, but I also knew that you had controlled the fourth Mizukage at that time." Yuta's face was full of teasing smiles. He said, "You specifically jumped out to tell me that it was Danzo's people who had leaked my information. But Reiga's attack must have been approved by the fourth Mizukage, which means that you knew about this beforehand. It's really funny." Obito knew that Reiga was going to assassinate him, and he had even agreed to that decision. In the end, he jumped out and acted like he was helping him. Obito probably wanted to test his strength through Reiga at that time, and then see if he was worth recruiting. Obito stopped talking. Yuta even knew about the fourth Mizukage. Now, Obito believed Yuta's statement a little. Perhaps he had already known about his identity at that time. Damn it. It's so embarrassing to think about it. He acted like a mysterious boss and went to provide information to a young junior, but the other party knew his details clearly. Obito said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore." Obito forced himself not to think about it anymore. Now the Eye of the Moon plan can no longer be carried out. What? Are you going to kill me? Do it if you want. Obito had no intention of struggling. He couldn't fight or run away, and he didn't have any more thoughts. It would be better to die directly. What, Kakashi, are you going to give Obito a last chance? Yuta teased Kakashi. Kakashi's expression was very complicated. If it were anyone else in Konoha, they would have chosen to kill Obito without hesitation at this moment. The Nine Tails rebellion was too painful for Konoha. Nine Tails had appeared in the center of Konoha and had wreaked havoc. Countless people had died that night. Ordinary villagers and ninjas had suffered a lot of casualties. If the ninjas from an enemy village had released Nine Tails, it might have been better. After all, it is normal for an enemy to sabotage them. But if Obito's identity is exposed, Konoha villagers will be even more angry. The fourth Hokage's disciple, a hero who had died in battle, a person whose name was engraved on the memorial tablet, brought such great pain to Konoha. Yuta said, "Since you can't do it, let's see the other two." Yuta waved his hand, and the space changed. Kakashi, Obito and him arrived at Naruto's house together. Naruto looked at the few people who had suddenly appeared and was stunned. Kakashi said, "Is this Flying Thunder God technique? can it be used like this? Kakashi was shocked. Without touching him and Abido, Yuta could transfer them both together. Minato seemed to have occasionally demonstrated this level of flying thunder god technique. Yuta said Minato should be able to do this too. Yuta walked in front of Naruto. Without asking for Naruto's opinion, he stretched out his hand. He pointed at Naruto's forehead and entered Naruto's spiritual world. Ninetales' huge body was sealed inside. R. Ninetales saw someone coming in and wanted to intimidate them out of habit, but then he faltered. Who is this guy? Why does he feel so scary? In his opinion, this guy is even scarier than Madara back then. No, it should be said that he is scarier than Hashirama and Madara combined. In Ninetales' memory, the only one who can compare with this person in front of him is perhaps the sage of 6 paths who had created the 9-tailed beasts. You too don't want to come out to see me. Yuta walked to the front of the cell, ignoring the frightened Ninetales, and spoke to the void around him. He knew very well that Minato and Kushina had sealed their chakra in Naruto before they had died. They wanted to see their child and help Naruto use the power of Ninetales in the future. In the spiritual world, the space in front suddenly rippled like water waves. 2 figures composed of chakra appeared out of thin air. Minato, Kushina. Capitulo 202, Kushina's anger. I wonder what you need from us, sir. Minato spoke first. We are only barely existing with a little bit of chakra right now. It's best to return back to the seal as soon as possible. If possible, he and Kushina didn't want to come out at all. The little bit of chakra they have left is reduced every time they come out. They need to save it to help Naruto control the power of Ninetales. However, since the other party has come to the door and is aware of their existence, they have no choice but to come out. Yuta said, you two should know my identity. Yuta carefully observed the 2 people in front of him. It's a very interesting method. It seems that with the help of the power of the Reaper Death Seal, a little bit of chakra can be stored in Naruto's body as a backup. Making a backup in the form of chakra is a very advanced technique, and to some extent, it can even be used to revive someone and live forever. For example, Orochimaru's Heaven Curse Seal. In the original 4th Great Ninja War, Sasuke used the Heaven Curse Seal on Mitarashi Anko to bring Orochimaru back to life. And Orochimaru was able to do this because of his backup in Anko's Curse Seal. Minato felt Yuta's eyes instantly see through his essence, and he became secretly shocked. This feeling wasn't just psychological. There was only one explanation. Yuta's strength was simply too overwhelming and beyond imagination. Minato replied, we can learn something about the outside world through Naruto. Although it's not much, we still know your identity. The young man opposite was much younger than him during the 3rd Great Ninja War, but his strength is far greater. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, Minato relied on the flying thunder god technique to help everywhere, building a great reputation and becoming the 4th Hokage. But Yuta, relying solely on his own strength, defeated the invasion forces of Kumigakure and Iwagakure and ended the war alone. And, judging by his age, his terrifying deterrence could last for at least a few decades. The world might experience a peaceful era for years to come. That's good. It seems I don't need to waste some words. Yuta nodded and continued, I came to you because of 2 reasons. One of them is my own matters, which I'll put aside for now. The other reason is because the masked man responsible for the Ninetales rebellion is outside. I thought you might be interested. Yuta's face was full of playful smiles as he spoke. Minato was silent for a moment and asked, can I ask who the person outside is? Although he already had the answer in his mind, he found it hard to believe. Why are you even asking? Kushina's chakra form floated up as she said angrily, isn't it Abido? Do you think I can't recognize him just because his face is disfigured? Kushina still clearly remembered that the masked man on the night of the Ninetales rebellion had the same body shape as the man outside. Although the right half of his face was twisted, the familiar features were still recognizable. It was Abido. He was the one who had attacked her, released the Ninetales from her body, nearly blew Naruto to pieces with explosive tags, and eventually caused the deaths of both her and Minato. So, it really is Abido. Why? When had she ever wronged Abido? Among Kakashi, Abido, and Rin, she always gave the most attention to Abido. Is this how he repays her and Minato? Naruto had such a miserable life before. Saruto by Hiruzen was at fault for this, but wasn't the true culprit the man who caused their deaths? Kushina calmed down for a moment. Minato said softly, although I want to go out and find out the truth, we're dead now. With their current chakra, it is impossible to go outside. Yuta said, that's not a problem, I should be able to help you. Yuta's lips curled up into a smile. He extended his hand, and chakra began to flow toward the two of them. In an instant, the chakra bodies of Minato and Kushina became more solid. Once Yuta understood how they existed, enhancing their forms became simple. Outside, at Naruto's home. White-haired uncle, who is he? Naruto tugged on Kakashi's sleeve and asked. Recently, Kakashi had come to visit often, and Naruto had grown familiar with him. Yuta was someone Naruto had met before. But Naruto didn't recognize Abido. The terrifying scars on the right side of Abido's face could easily frighten a child. He was also your father's student back then. Kakashi hesitated before answering. That was all he could say. Otherwise, how could he explain to Naruto that this man had killed his parents? On the side, Abido's face grew more awkward. He couldn't help but wonder why Yuta had brought him here. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him, and a fist shot straight toward his face. Stinky brat, take this. Kushina had barely appeared before she punched Abido with all her anger. Caught off guard, Abido couldn't react in time, and without any defense, he took the hit directly. This voice, this hair, this punch, why did it all feel so familiar? Minato-sensei and Kushina-sama. Kakashi stared at the two figures in disbelief, his voice trembling. Minato said, long time no see, Kakashi. I died too hastily back then. I didn't even get to say goodbye to you. Minato's gaze softened as he looked at Kakashi. He could only imagine how much his and Kushina's deaths must have affected him. Kakashi had lost his mother at a young age, his father by suicide, two teammates in his youth, and finally his teacher and his wife. His life seemed cursed, losing everyone he cared about. Minato was relieved to see that Kakashi was in a relatively good condition now. Minato-sensei, you're not. No, I mean, why are you here? Kakashi stammered, unable to process the situation. How did the long-dead Minato and Kushina suddenly appear here? I'll explain later. Minato hurriedly stepped forward to stop Kushina from continuing her assault. All right, Kushina, that's enough. There are more important things to deal with. HMPH. Kushina snorted softly, withdrawing her fist. Abido, meanwhile, was completely dumbfounded. When he recognized who was hitting him, he didn't even try to defend himself. If there was anyone he owed the most and was least willing to face, it was the two people standing before him. Capitulo 203, Abido's Acceptance. This auntie is so fierce. Naruto hid behind Kakashi and timidly looked at Kushina, who was going crazy. Auntie, auntie. Kushina's forehead was throbbing. It's okay for Naruto not to know that she is his mother. After all, he has never seen her. But what's the matter with auntie? She was only 24 years old when she had died, so she can't be considered an aunt. I want to hit someone. No, hold back, you must hold back. This is your child. This is the first time you are meeting him. You can't just hit him. Naruto, these two are your parents. Kakashi looked at Kushina, who wanted to go crazy, and hurriedly introduced her. Naruto, this unlucky child, how dare he say anything? Even if it's the truth, you can't just say it. My parents. Naruto was obviously stunned for a moment, and looked at Minato and the others in disbelief. Minato thought for a moment. Then, he turned around, pointed to the words Fourth Hokage on his robe. He said, I am the Fourth Hokage of Konoha, and of course, your father as well. Naruto's eyes lit up, but he still couldn't believe it. Although he knew that his father was the Fourth Hokage, shouldn't the Fourth Hokage be dead? With Naruto's current knowledge, he couldn't understand why his dead father had appeared again. We are now in a special form, and we won't be able to move around outside for long. Minato squatted down and smiled gently. He said, "Thus is our first meeting, Naruto. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you." Naruto suddenly felt an urge to cry, but he held it back. Kushina, who was standing by, felt her anger rise again when she saw this. This anger was directed at Obito. Naruto finally saw his parents, but he still subconsciously suppressed his emotions. He wanted to cry, but he still habitually suppressed this emotion. This is obviously a habit left over from the past. Naruto used to be alone. His cries was useless, and no one cared about him. Over time, he started holding back his sorrow. Thinking of that scene, Kushina felt furious. Bang! Kushina punched Obito in the face again, knocking him away. She shouted, "Obito, you bastard." The one who caused her family's tragedy was this disciple of Minato, whom she had valued the most. "Okay, Kushina." Minato dissuaded Kushina. He turned to Obito, who got up silently, and asked, "Obito, what happened after the Battle of Kanabi Bridge?" He still couldn't understand why Obito had become like this. The Obito in his memory was too different from the masked man on the night of 9 Tails. He was so different that even when he saw Obito, he still couldn't believe it. Obito was silent for a moment, and in a low voice, he slowly told his experience. After being rescued by Madara, he wanted to return to Konoha at first, and then he saw Rin's death with his own eyes. Then he was led by Madara to the path of the Eye of the Moon plan. Out of resentment towards Minato, who was always late, he attacked Kushina when she was giving birth. Minato's face remained calm. After listening, he wanted to say something, but his thoughts were complicated. "Alas, I really didn't expect that you were still alive and had experienced all this." If he had known that Obito was still alive, he would have gone to find Obito and guide him. Perhaps this situation would not have happened. Yuta, who was standing aside, heard what Minato said and felt confused. What kind of brain does this guy have? Shouldn't a normal person be angry at this time? You actually reflect on what you didn't do well first. With Obito's extremeness at that time, he would only turn back if he hit a wall and broke his head. Just like how, after being defeated by Naruto and Sasuke together, Naruto's talk no Judas was successful. If you don't defeat him first, and just rely on words first, Obito won't be convinced. What's more, at that time, Obito had just turned fallen into despair and had the most extreme thinking. Naruto and even Hashirama's level of persuasion couldn't convince him, let alone Minato. To put it bluntly, Obito at that time was a pure beast. Yuta asked, "Let me ask a question. I understand that you want to take revenge on Minato, and I understand that you want to catch 9 Tails, but why did you release 9 Tails in Konoha? Shouldn't Obito have just caught them and run away? As for wanting to fight Minato, that has nothing to do with releasing 9 Tails. At that time, my idea was that in the future, for the collection of tailed beasts, I would inevitably have to fight against the 5 great villages. Konoha was the strongest at that time. I had to weaken Konoha's strength as much as possible, so..." Obito's voice got lower and lower as he spoke. Obviously, he felt embarrassed. Yuya laughed and said, "Hef, I have to say that what you think is right." Yuta's laughter was tinted with sarcasm and mockery. The Uchiha had to help the villagers take refuge because of Danzo's order. With the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time, he could barely push the 9 Tails away. In the process, a large number of ninjas were inevitably killed and injured. Konoha's strength was severely weakened. As a result, after losing Minato, the 4th Hokage, Kushina, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and a large number of elite ninjas, Konoha entered an unprecedented period of weakness. 3 years after the 9 Tails rebellion, the Hizashi incident happened. Obito also had a credit for Hizashi, Pound Death. Obito was silent for a moment and said, "I have nothing to say. You can do what you want to me." Before, Kushina had hit him, but he did not do anything to defend himself. If the Eye of the Moon plan was completed, everyone he had hurt would find happiness in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. But now, the Eye of the Moon plan is no longer possible. Then, he will have to pay the price for the people he has hurt. Capítulo 204, Abido the Clown. Let's forget it. Minato pondered for a long time and shook his head. He said, now, everything is over. Even if Abido is executed, it will not help those who have already died. He didn't say this because Abido was once his student. The deepest grudge might be between Abido and Kushina. He and Kushina had both died on the Night of Nine Tails. Naruto was alone and suffered bullying. However, even if Abido is killed, nothing will change. Moreover, as Abido's teacher, he failed to protect him and was completely unaware that his students had gone astray. He also has his own responsibilities. Tusk, so that's how it is. Yuta shook his head, not surprised by Minato's answer. He said, I really can't understand your saintly thinking. He is the one who hurt your family, but you can still forgive him. It's unbelievable. If I didn't know better, I might have thought you were the reincarnation of Asura. Well, it doesn't matter to me. Abido doesn't disgust me too much. Yuta glanced at Abido and said, if it was someone like Itachi who really disgusted him, no one's words would work. He would just outright kill them. Even after killing them, he might resurrect them again with Edo Tensei to humiliate them again. However, although Abido did a lot of inhuman things, there was no deep hatred between him and him. Yuta didn't care whether Abido lived or died. Abido's expression didn't change when he heard Minato's words. He didn't feel happy that he could survive. For him, dying now might be the best. Minato's choice of sparing him made him feel even more uncomfortable. After choosing the Eye of the Moon plan, Abido rarely felt ashamed in all these years. But Abido, there is a secret that you may want to know. The corners of Yuta's mouth slightly raised, and an undisguised malice was seen in his smile. I will imprison Abido first, and then I will take away the 9 tails in Naruto's body. After saying that, Yuta did not care about the thoughts of Minato and Kushina. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to take Abido away. Yuta and Abido arrived at Konoha prison together, specifically the room where Madara was imprisoned. Madara still had several sticks, made of truth-seeking ball, inserted into his body to suppress his chakra. After all, Madara was still too strong, and only in this way could he be sealed. If he was not controlled, with Madara's strength, he could easily cause a big mess. Abido, you were also caught. Madara looked at Abido's appearance and was not surprised. The only thing about Abido that he barely valued was Kamui. If this pupil technique is cracked, Abido would never be able to escape from Yuta. Now, the Eye of the Moon plan could be declared completely finished. He and Abido have been caught. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu have been destroyed. There is something I think you must be interested in, Abido. It's about Rin's death. Yuta looked at Madara and said. Hearing this, Madara's eyebrows jumped slightly. What do you want? Why did you bring me here? Abido narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Yuta and Madara. His face became full of suspicion. Rin voluntarily bumped into Kakashi's move. You should know this, right? Yuta said leisurely. I know. Abido nodded. He had tried to find out about Rin's death that year. Kirigakure had implanted 3 tails into Rin's body, trying to make Rin return to Konoha and let 3 tails run wild in Konoha to weaken Konoha's strength. To some extent, it was the same as his behavior of releasing 9 tails in the central area of Konoha. However, this plan did not succeed. Rin voluntarily died in Kakashi's hands. You should also know that Rin was controlled by a curse seal on her heart. She was unable to move on her own and couldn't commit suicide, so she could only rely on Kakashi's hand to die. Yuta asked. I know, what do you want to say? Abido impatiently said. Wasn't this normal? After all, Kirigakure could only control Rin with a curse seal. Don't worry, the truth is already in front of you. Yuta looked at Madara, who remained calm, and continued, You also have a control curse seal on your heart. You should know who left this curse seal. At that time, White Zetsu learned that Rin was in danger, and you went to the battlefield with the help of White Zetsu. You arrived just in time to see Rin's death and awaken the Mangekyo. After you were rescued by Madara and were able to leave with the help of White Zetsu. Then, you just happened to see the scene that allowed you to awaken the Mangekyo. After adding all these together, do I still need to continue? Abaido's face changed rapidly. One piece of information after another was intertwined in his mind. There was a control seal on his heart, which he had already noticed and guessed. It was left by Madara when he had saved him. Madara needed him to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. He needed him to guide Nagato to revive himself. So naturally, he needed to leave a means to control him. Black Zetsu was in the open, and the seal on his heart was a secret means of control. And after Madara rescued him from the battlefield of Kanabi Bridge, he should have taken a fancy to some of his characteristics and wanted to train him to be a helper of the Eye of the Moon plan. Just like what he had done to Yuta and Itachi. He had once deliberately killed Itachi's teammates to make Itachi awaken the Sharingan, and tried to turn him into a helper of the Eye of the Moon plan. Did Madara do the same to him? Is Rin's death really just the work of Kirigakure? After I had secretly controlled Kirigakure ninjas, I had once looked for the record of that mission, but I found nothing. Abaido murmured. It is precisely because of this that he, who could not find anything, frantically increased the intensity of the blood mist policy. But now it seems that the record of the mission to implant 3 tails in Rin may have been destroyed by someone. Abaido turned his attention to Madara. He could secretly control the 4th Mizukage. So, Madara controlling a senior member of Kirigakure was entirely feasible. The plan to implant 3 tails in Rin was made by you, in order for me to awaken the Mangekyo. Abaido's face became gloomy. All the clues were already put together. He could guess the truth without Madara's answer. At this moment, Abaido felt like a clown. Rin, who was the love of his life, was killed by Madara in order to make him awaken the Mangekyo in despair, and choose to work on the Eye of the Moon plan. Capítulo 205, Abaido confronts Madara. Abaido understood all the things that he couldn't understand in the past. Why did Kirigakure make such a ridiculous plan? Implanting 3 tails into a Konoha ninja and trying to release it in Konoha. Wasn't Kirigakure afraid that 3 tails would never come back? If Madara had controlled the top management of Kirigakure and forcefully made this plan, it would make sense. Also, why couldn't he find the relevant mission files in the Mizukage building? It must have been destroyed by that bastard Madara. Now that he thought about it, on the day Rin had died, a lot of coincidences had occurred. Madara happened to be gone, White Zetsu happened to find Rin in danger and was willing to help him escape, and finally, he happened to see Rin's death. There were too many coincidences in all this. It could only be human planning. The culprit was undoubtedly Madara. The moment he was targeted by Madara, after being rescued from the battlefield of Kanabi Bridge, his and Rin's fate was already doomed. Madara saw that he had the qualifications to awaken the Mangekyo, so he specially selected him and planned a drama for him to awaken it. The victim of this drama was Rin, whom he cared about the most. From this perspective, Rin might have been killed because of him. Because he was targeted by Madara, Rin became the victim of Madara's plan to awaken his Mangekyo. Just like Itachi's teammates, who were killed to awaken Itachi's eyes. They were all tools used for the purpose of awakening the Sharingan. Madara disdainfully said, "You only realized it now? How stupid. You need others to help you sort out your own affairs before you can figure them out. You bastard." Abaido's face twisted with rage, and he wanted to rush at Madara on the spot. Friendly reminder, don't touch the black stick on Madara. If you do, your body and soul will be annihilated, Yuta quietly reminded. Madara controlled some of the power of 6 paths, so he could touch the truth-seeking ball. But with Abaido's current level, if he touched the truth-seeking ball, he would die completely. Even Edo Tensei or Rin Tensei wouldn't be able to revive him then. Abaido held back his anger and glared at Yuta. He said, "You brought me here and told me all this just to make me fight with this old guy." Yuta chuckled and said, "That's right, I'm idle, and I need to find something for you to do while you're locked up. Letting you two fight each other is a good idea. You once schemed to let Itachi awaken his Sharingan. Madara plotted against you, letting you awaken your Mangekyo and making Nagato his backup plan for resurrection, and Madara himself was also a pawn. Black Zetsu schemed against him for his entire life. Now is a good time for you two to exchange your experiences of plotting against others and being plotted by others. The sharing in of the Uchiha clan had a flaw. Awakening required emotional stimulation, which made it possible for the strong to manipulate the weak to awaken their eyes. Black Setsu guided Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. Madara helped Obito awaken the Mangekyo. Obito orchestrated the deaths of Itachi's Tramates to awaken Itachi's Sharingan. And Itachi intended to awaken Sasuke's eyes through his own death. Madara and Obito glared at Yuta, both seething with anger. Is this bastard even human? Treating them like monkeys for his amusement. This was too much. When you have nothing to do, think more about how miserably Rin died. Yuta provoked Obito without a shred of sympathy. I wish you two get along well here. Remember, don't think about running away. I've left a mark in your Kamui dimension. If you try to escape, the body in the ice coffin inside your Kamui dimension belongs to Rin, right? Think about the consequences before running away. With that, Yuta specifically instructed the ninja guarding Konoha prison to not interfere, unless the two cause a fatal incident. Only Obito and Madara were left. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before Obito sneered. Hess, looks like I have the upper hand here. Madara was restrained by the black sticks made of truth-seeking ball. He could still move, but he was no stronger than an ordinary person. On the other hand, Yuta had not restricted Obito, and his strength remained intact. In other words, as long as he didn't touch the black stick on Madara, there would be no problem. Madara said nothing, but cursed Yuta in his heart. Damn Yuta. Why did he want to torture him like this? It would have been better to kill him directly. He would rather fight Hashirama for 500 rounds than stay here and be tormented by Obito. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Yuta instantly returned to Naruto's house. In the short time he was away, Naruto had already accepted Minato and Kushina, even though he still didn't fully understand how his deceased parents had reappeared. However, for Naruto, seeing his parents again was a dream come true. It looks like the atmosphere is good, but I need to interrupt. I need to extract the 9 tails from Naruto's body, Yuta said to Minato and Kushina. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance and instinctively shielded Naruto behind them. Let me confirm, what will happen to Naruto after you extract the 9 tails? Minato asked. If it required sacrificing Naruto, he would stop it at all costs. Even if his power was insignificant, he would fight to the end. Yuta calmly explained, you can rest assured. Normally, a Jinchuriki loses their life force after the tailed beast is extracted, but I can restore that life force with Yang release. Naruto will be fine. In truth, with his level of 6 paths Senjutsu, even if Naruto dies, he can bring him back to life, let alone replenish some life force. I hope you keep your promise, Minato said after locking eyes with Yuta for a moment. Neither he nor Kushina could do anything to stop Yuta. Resistance was a meaningless gesture of defiance. If Yuta's actions truly would not harm Naruto, then he could accept it. The masked man responsible for the 9 tails attack had been defeated. The threat to the world was now under Yuta's control. Naruto no longer needed to bear the burden of being the 9 tails Jinchuriki. A wise decision, Yuta said with a smile. Using the Flying Thunder God technique once again, he teleported the 4 of them. In an instant, they arrived in the Land of Rain, at the site where Yuta and Madara had previously fought. The Jito statue awaited them. Capitulo 206, extracting Yang 9 tails and 8 tails. What a powerful Flying Thunder God technique. Minato secretly sighed in his heart. He didn't know where he was transferred to, but he could still estimate the approximate distance. This place is definitely not in the territory of the Land of Fire. The Flying Thunder God technique just now took the 3 of them away from the Land of Fire. What's more, Yuta took the 3 of them away without even touching them at all. He could also use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer others, but it must be done through physical contact or chakra contact. But Yuta did not touch them at all. He did it easily, and it was such a long-distance transfer. Obviously, his skill with the Flying Thunder God technique is already above his. He is not very old, but he has the strength to dominate the world, and his skill with the flying thunder god technique is also so high. Wait a moment, I'll go get 2 more things, Yuta said and disappeared. First, he came to the Shinigami mask storage hall and took away the Shinigami mask. Then, he used the flying thunder god technique again to take away Killer Bee, who had been imprisoned in Konoha prison. After doing all this, Yuta used the flying thunder god technique again and rushed back to the land of rain to get the Jido statue. In the Jido statue, the 7-tailed beasts from 1 tail to 7 tails have all been gathered. Speaking of which, this was thanks to the help of Madara. After Madara was resurrected, his clones went to various villages to snatch away the Jinchurikis, and he was unstoppable in almost every village. Even if it was just a wood clone of Madara, few people in the world could resist. Now, 7 of the 9 eyes on the top of the Jido statue have opened, and only 8 tails and 9 tails are missing. Minato looked at Killer Bee, who was in a daze with a complicated expression. He had fought against the Ob combo in the 3rd Great Ninja War. He held Killer Bee in high regard for being able to reconcile with the tailed beasts and becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Moreover, he had made an agreement with A, who had not yet become the Reikage, that they would compete again after they both became cages. Unfortunately, he is now a dead man, and the 4th Reikage A has also died at the hands of Yuta. Now, Killer Bee is unlikely to escape the bad luck. Yuta looked at Minato's expression and instantly understood his thoughts. He curled his lips and said, "Don't think about it. I can treat Naruto after I extract 9 tails, but I won't do the same for Killer Bee. Killer Bee is admirable, but he is an enemy." During the 3rd Great Ninja War, he and the 4th Reikage formed an important vanguard in the invasion of the Land of Fire. Since they are enemies, there is no need to be merciful. Although Killer Bee can reach a reconciliation with 8 tails, which is commendable and admirable, for the Land of Fire, Killer Bee is still an invader. Minato nodded. He didn't expect anything at the beginning, he just felt a little emotional. Yuta made a wood clone and asked this wood clone to control the Jido statue and absorb 8 tails. Then his real body came to Naruto. Yuta said, "Although I can replenish the vitality you lose after the tailed beast leaves your body, it is still a painful process after all, so be prepared." Naruto was stunned and didn't understand the situation at all. Yuta did not explain anymore. He suddenly slapped Naruto's abdomen with his palm and shouted, "Seal release." Instantly, a black seal pattern appeared on Naruto's abdomen and began to rotate and shrink. Boom! A terrifying chakra erupted from Naruto. After the seal was lifted, the huge chakra belonging to 9 tails could no longer be suppressed and suddenly burst out. It seemed like a real red chakra cyclone was swirling around Naruto. However, although the seal had been released, 9 tails was unwilling to come out. He chose to shrink in Naruto's body and tried to resist in this way. Yuta chuckled and said, "What are you struggling for?" A golden chain flew out from his palm and entered Naruto's body, binding 9 tails and pulling him out. "Damn bastard, what do you want to do?" 9 tails roared, but anyone could hear the fear behind his roar. Although 9 tails was sealed in Naruto's body, he could still see the situation outside. Minato and the others didn't know what the brown giant outside was, but 9 tails knew it very well. Jido statue. The body of 10 tails. When Sage of 6 Paths had extracted the 9-tailed beasts from 10 tails' body, 10 tails became the current Jido statue. Now, Yuta obviously wants to seal the 9-tailed beasts back and revive 10 tails. How could he be willing to do that? Compared to becoming 10 tails, it's better to stay in a Jinchuriki's body. Being in Jinchuriki's body means temporarily losing freedom, but at least he will still have consciousness. Maybe someday he can regain his freedom. But if he is absorbed by the Jido statue and 10 tails is revived, he will have no freedom at all. In comparison, 9 tails would rather stay in Naruto's stomach than go out. However, no matter how much 9 tails struggled, the golden chains bound him tightly, and he could not resist at all. Kushina asked with confusion, "Adamantine sealing chains, aren't you from the Uchiha clan?" She had also mastered adamantine sealing chains, so she easily recognized this move. But isn't this sealing technique exclusive to her clan? How could someone like Yuta perform it? Yuta was too lazy to answer, so he let them guess. He easily pulled 9 tails out. During this time, Naruto kept screaming, and his face turned pale. "Asshole, let me go." 9 tails' huge body struggled hard, trying to break the golden chains tied to his body. However, 9 tails sadly found that the golden chains on his body were stronger than the ones Kushina had used to control him. He couldn't break free from Kushina's chains when he was intact. Now that he was just half, and the adamantine sealing chains were even stronger, he had no chance of breaking free. 9 tails completely left Naruto's body. Naruto's face turned pale, and his breath became weak. "Naruto, didn't you say you could heal Naruto? Do it quickly." Kushina looked at Naruto's weak appearance and said anxiously, "It's nothing." Yuta stretched out his hand and pressed Naruto's body. "It's just the loss of a little vitality when the tailed beast leaves the body. I'll give you some extra as compensation." After using 6 paths senjutsu, a large amount of yang chakra rushed into Naruto's body. The vitality that he had just lost was quickly recovered, and Naruto's face became rosy at a visible rate. Not only that, Yuta also injected some more yang chakra as compensation for Naruto. Capítulo 207, Fooling the Shinigami. Kushina asked, "Naruto, how are you now? Do you feel any discomfort?" Kushina checked Naruto's body for any irregularities by turning him over and over, but she still felt uneasy. "I feel like I have more strength." Naruto scratched his head and said uncertainly. It was as if a force had come from nowhere in his body. In the past, because of poor diet, some parts of his body had not developed well, but now there is no problem at all. Moreover, he has become stronger, and his chakra has enlarged. Yuta simply said, "I injected some extra yang chakra into Naruto's body, which improved Naruto's physical condition." Minato observed Naruto carefully for a while and said to Yuta sincerely, "Thank you very much." He didn't have any objection about Yuta taking away 9 tails. 9 tails belonged to Konoha, and he had sealed it in Naruto's body. Before he had died, he was worried about the conspiracy of the masked man. So, he sealed 9 tails in Naruto's body, hoping that Naruto could master the power of 9 tails in the future. However, if possible, he didn't want his son to bear the fate of a Jinchuriki. Now there is no need to worry about these. With Yuta, there will be no large-scale wars in the next few decades, so Naruto doesn't need 9 tails. What's more, Yuta specifically called them out, asked their opinions, and compensated Naruto. So he has even less to say. In fact, with Yuta's strength, if he wanted to forcibly take 9 tails out of Naruto's body, he and Kushina couldn't resist at all. The current result is already very good. Don't thank me. Naruto's future destiny has changed. Even if 9 tails wasn't there, this is a very interesting thing for me. Yuta smiled slightly, and he said something that Minato didn't understand. Thousands of years ago, the great Toad Sage had made a prophecy about the Son of Prophecy. Now if all 9-tailed beasts are sealed, the prophecy will be impossible to realize. Continue to the next step, a sacrifice is needed. Yuta turned his eyes to the Jido statue. The next thing requires an unlucky person to die. There should still be white Zetsu in the Jido statue now, right? Yuta walked to the foot of the Jido statue. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the Jido statue. He mobilized the chakra in his body and injected it into it. On the surface of the Jido statue, a strange white life form bulged. White Zetsu. Sure enough, it still exists. The white Zetsus produced in the infinite Tsukuyomi thousands of years ago should all exist in the Jido statue. A specific way is needed to extract them. Madara had once used Hashirama cells to lure out the white Zetsu in the Jido statue. Yes, the product is ready. Yuta looked at the white Zetsu and nodded with satisfaction. Without waiting for the white Zetsu to speak, Yuta nailed the white Zetsu with a black receiver. His arms, legs, and head were all pierced by the black stick. "Damn it, what are you going to do?" The white Zetsu who had just come out said in horror. A stream of chakra flowed out from the black stick, nailed to his body, and flowed in his body. His body was out of control. The unwilling voice of White Zetsu gradually died out. His eyes turned into the appearance of Rinnegan. This White Zetsu has been made into a puppet, just like the 6 paths of pain. However, the difference is that the 6 paths of pain are made of dead people, while this White Zetsu is still alive and has vitality. Minato, who was not far away, was confused. What is this? What is that strange white creature? It looks like a human, but it is definitely not a human. What does Yuta want to do with this thing? Then Minato saw Yuta put a mask on White Zetsu's face. The mask was a hideous ghost face. Kushina said, "That, I seem to have seen it in some document." Kushina's face showed a look of reminiscence after seeing the mask on White Zetsu's face. Kushina said, "It seems that it is a mask related to Reaper Death Seal." Minato said, "Reaper Death Seal, could it be?" Yuta used the Rinnegan to control the actions of the White Zetsu puppet. The White Zetsu began to make hand seals. Reaper Death Seal release. A chilling wind suddenly rose. The passage between the living world and the underworld was briefly opened at this moment, and some horrible, ominous thing came to the real world. A phantom laugh sounded in the air. Yuta could see the huge Shinigami phantom behind the White Zetsu puppet through the Rinnegan. The figure had a wide white robe, a long red horn, and a dagger in its bloody mouth. It looked scary. Then, Yuta used the puppet White Zetsu, without hesitation, to indirectly control the Shinigami phantom behind it. Swish! The Shinigami's belly was cut open by the dagger, and at the same time, White Zetsu's belly was also cut open. Because of the Shinigami mask, the Shinigami was attached to White Zetsu. The wound on the Shinigami phantom was also synchronized to White Zetsu. A soul with a terrifying amount of chakra came out of the Shinigami's belly, but quickly disappeared. That's... Minato looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. The soul that came out of the Shinigami's belly looked very familiar. "Yes, that's your soul," Yuta said with a chuckle. "The reason why it has a strong chakra is because half of Nine Tails is sealed in it." Minato opened his mouth, and his eyes became blank. He looked up at the terrifying Shinigami phantom again. Reaper Death Seal was unlocked. The seal he had used his life to cast was unlocked. That is the Shinigami. Yuta just cut open the Shinigami's stomach and released his soul. "Okay, you can leave now." Yuta gave up the control of White Zetsu puppet and said to the Shinigami phantom. The Shinigami phantom floating in the air paused imperceptibly. If the Shinigami could speak, it would be cursing all kinds of dirty words now. After Yuta released the control, the White Zetsu also regained control of its body. However now, White Zetsu's vitality was constantly fading. It was as if it was sucked away by the Shinigami phantom behind it. After sucking away White Zetsu's vitality, the Shinigami disappeared and returned to the underworld. What a mess. This was a rare opportunity to come out, but it didn't take a soul with it. Instead, it lost the soul it had taken last time. It has never done such a loss-making business. Capitulo 208, Missing Yin Nine Tails. Minato's expression was completely dull. The Shinigami just left like that. It came here, cut open its stomach, released his soul and half of Nine Tails, and then it was over. Shinigami is obviously a terrifying thing, but now. Yuta glanced at Minato and said, "Next, we need to summon your soul back through Edo Tensei, and then take out the half of Nine Tails that was sealed within you. In this way, the nine-tailed beasts will all be collected. Otherwise, if even only half of Nine Tails is missing, it will be troublesome. Although it is only half, it is still 9 tails, and the amount of chakra it has is not comparable to ordinary tailed beasts. Edo Tensei, doesn't it require a living person as a sacrifice?" Minato frowned. He instinctively rejected the notion of using Edo Tensei. And this is not like extracting 9 tails from Naruto's body. Naruto just lost his vitality, and he could be saved if he is treated immediately. But if a living person is used as a sacrifice for Edo Tensei, even if Edo Tensei is lifted, they might not be saved. Yuta said, "Don't worry about these. I'll just use white Zetsu as a sacrifice. Yuta came to the foot of the Jido statue, injected chakra, and pulled out 2 more white Zetsus. The number of white Zetsus stored in the Jido statue should be more than 100,000. With so many white Zetsus, he can use them at will. Minato said, "White Zetsu, is that this thing? In that case there seems to be no problem." Minato looked at the white Zetsu struggling and cursing in Yuta's hands, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what this strange white creature was, it was definitely not a human. Moreover, the creatures extracted from that huge brown monster are not good things no matter how he looked at it. It doesn't matter if they are used as sacrifice for Edo Tensei. After using the Flying Thunder God technique again, Yuta's figure disappeared. Soon, he came back again with 2 newly extracted cells in his hands. The bodies of Minato and Kushina are still in Konoha. These were just extracted from them. This time, you and Kushina can be summoned with Edo Tensei together. If you want, you can continue to stay in the world like this. Just don't cause trouble for me. Yuta raised the 2 cells in his hand and said. Hearing this, Kushina's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Without hesitation, she chose to agree. If she is summoned through Edo Tensei, she will be able to stay with NARUTO all the time. She and Minato now exist in the form of chakra bodies. The reason why they can exist now is because their chakras were left in NARUTO's body. Then, with the help of Yuta, the 2 of them could now move around in the outside world for a short time. But if this chakra is consumed, they will disappear completely. At that time, only NARUTO will be left. Compared to this, the form of Edo Tensei is completely acceptable. Minato briefly thought about it and nodded in agreement. Thank you. He and Kushina have never accompanied NARUTO, so having a chance to accompany NARUTO this time is good. However, they need to avoid the villagers of Konoha in the future, otherwise, there will be trouble. After all, in the eyes of the world, he, the 4th Hokage, is already dead. It's a small matter. Yuta waved his hand. Then, he injected the cells of Minato and Kushina into the bodies of the 2 white Zetsu, and began to perform Edo Tensei Jutsu. Whoosh! The wind howled. 2 souls returned from the Pure Land and attached to the 2 white Zetsus. The 2 white Zetsus were invaded and possessed by the souls. They screamed, but they couldn't do anything. Papers flew everywhere, and the bodies of the white Zetsu began to change, gradually turning into the appearance of Minato and the others. It feels a little weird. Minato scratched his head. Kushina also nodded, and looking at herself on the opposite side. The 2 Edo Tensei bodies on the opposite side also regained consciousness at this time, and the 4 people, or 2 people, looked at each other. The feeling of looking at yourself is very strange. NARUTO on the side was stunned. Dad and Mom suddenly became 2. Forget it, there is no point in maintaining this form. Minato and Kushina's chakra bodies gave up maintaining their forms and let themselves dissipate. Since they can exist for a long time in the form of an Edo Tensei body, there is no need for these 2 chakra bodies to exist. Ahem. Yuta frowned as he looked at Edo Tensei Minato. Minato asked, "Is there something wrong, huh?" Minato sensed himself, and his face suddenly changed. Where is Nine Tails? Where is the half of Nine Tails that was sealed in his body? There is nothing in his body now. Haha. Yuta chuckled, and his pupils turned into Rinnegan, scanning Minato. Under the inside of the Rinnegan, he could see traces of the seal on Minato's soul. However, just a short while ago, the seal was lifted and Nine Tails was released. Yuta remembered clearly that when Minato's soul had come out of the Shinigami's belly, there was a huge chakra inside. That must have been Yin Nine Tails. Then Minato's soul went back to the Pure Land, and was summoned back by him with Edo Tensei. Where had the other half of Nine Tails gone during this time? I didn't do anything. Minato looked at Yuta's Rinnegan and felt that he was seen through from the inside out. It felt like his soul was almost naked in front of Yuta. This purple eye with a circle, is it the legendary Rinnegan? Yuta actually has a Rinnegan. I know it has nothing to do with you, the Pure Land, interesting. Yuta narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Minato's soul went back to the Pure Land, and then the 9 tails disappeared. Obviously, something had gone wrong. What kind of existence is there in the Pure Land that stripped off the 9 tails? Shinigami, or someone else? In addition to Shinigami, are there any other powerful existences in the Pure Land? You can leave now. What happens next has nothing to do with you. Yuta calmed down and said to Minato and the others, "Now it's time to do real work." Minato looked at the terrifying Jito statue and stopped lingering. He grabbed Kushina and Naruto and left quickly. No matter what Yuta plans to do, he has no control over it. Moreover, Yuta also created an opportunity for him and Kushina to accompany Naruto, so he had no reason to dissuade him. Boom! After Minato retreated more than 10 miles, an unprecedented terrifying power broke out. A horrible ugly monster stood on the ground and roared at the sky. The legendary world-destroying monster, 10 Tails, was resurrected. Capítulo 209, absorbing 10 Tails chakra. Kushina turned around and looked at the scene behind her, feeling her body tremble. She felt a sense of terror that penetrated deep into her bones, which made her breathless. Even though they were so far apart, they could still see it clearly. 10 huge tails disturbed the sky. They felt a sense of terror and oppression that the world was about to be destroyed. Don't care what it is, grab me and we'll leave directly. Minato made a decision immediately. He grabbed Kushina and Naruto and no longer planned to wait and see. He used the flying thunder god technique in succession and quickly fled from the land of rain. No matter what Yuta was going to do, he didn't care. Would release, 10th Edict on Enlightenment. Yuta clasped his hands together suddenly. 10 huge red pillars descended from the sky, tightly binding 10 Tails' tail. 6 red yang formation. 6 black sticks made of truth-seeking balls shot out from Yuta's palm. They were engulfed in flames and shot in all directions towards 10 Tails and embedded in the earth. Buzz! A fiery red barrier rose up, completely surrounding 10 Tails. At this moment, Yuta became relieved. The first move controlled 10 Tails' actions, and the second move should be able to reduce some of the impact caused by 10 Tails. Tisk, as expected of 10 Tails, I still underestimated him a little. Yuta floated up and flew into the air. He slowly landed on top of 10 Tails' head. Although 10 Tails didn't have any consciousness of its own, it was still very dissatisfied that someone dared to stand on its head. It struggled desperately, and the earth continued to shake. Quiet! Yuta's Rinnegan pupil power suddenly erupted. The strength of the 6 paths level was fully exerted. Under this pressure, 10 Tails finally slowly stopped the commotion. Seeing this, Yuta began to use the Rinnegan to control 10 Tails. At 10 Tails' head, a tube stretched out and connected to Yuta's body. Through this tube, Yuta could continuously absorb 10 Tails' chakra. The amount of chakra is not bad. I hope it can help me go further. Yuta sat down and began to continuously absorb the chakra. The current 10 Tails is similar to its counterpart in the original story, when Madara had become 6 Paths Madara. The 8-tailed beasts from 1 tail to 8 tails, plus the Yang 9 tails in Naruto's body, made up 10 tails. Only the other half of the 9 tails was missing. However, unlike Madara, he has already reached the 6 paths level. On the basis of the 6 paths level, if he absorbs 10 Tails chakra again, maybe he can complete the second transformation. If he goes above the 6 paths level, he will reach Kaguya's realm. Even after being sealed for 1,000 years by the sage of 6 paths Chibaku Tensei, she is still alive. I now have many of Kaguya's abilities. Coupled with the 10 Tails chakra, I should be able to reach her level. Yuta was a little uncertain. He now has all the abilities of Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's Rinnegan and 6 Paths Senjutsu. Otsutsuki Hamura's Tenseigan and Dead Bone Pulse. What's more, he has a higher level all-killing Ash Bone, plus a Byakugan with a high purity. With all these added up, the gap between him and Kaguya is basically only in terms of realm or essence level of life. And the way to improve level of life is somewhat illusory. Neither the sage of 6 paths nor his brother have ever reached true immortality. In the end, they can only live forever in the form of souls. This state is not what Yuta wants. Suddenly, as he continued to absorb Ten Tails chakra, Yuta sensed some changes. His own powers were gradually merging. The various bloodline limits, which were originally loosely piled up, now had a tendency to be connected as one under the injection of Ten Tails chakra. Not only that, his various abilities were slowly increasing. The pupil power of his Rinnegan was increasing, and the pupil power of his Tenseigan was also increasing. The annihilation ability of his all-killing ash bones was growing stronger. His sage body was getting stronger, his body was becoming more active, his regeneration speed was becoming faster, and his chakra was increasing. Maybe if I completely absorb Ten Tails chakra, I can undergo a second transformation. Yuta's eyes lit up. It is not feasible to absorb Ten Tails directly. After Kaguya ate the fruit of the god tree, in a sense, she became one with Ten Tails. Ten Tails' final form, the god tree form, later grew a Rinnegan. If he absorbs Ten Tails directly and becomes Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he will become one with Kaguya, leaving a permanent hidden danger for himself. Maybe at some point, when he is in a weak state, Kaguya will occupy his body and revive. Instead of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, it is better to absorb Ten Tails chakra and use the chakra as nutrients for his own growth and transformation. In short, he will not let himself be deceived by Kaguya. Roar! After having his chakra continuously withdrawn, Ten Tails gradually felt irritated and tried to resist again. Quiet! Yuta opened his eyes and shouted. Instantly, Ten Tails became silent. Yuta's strength was continuously increasing, while Ten Tails' chakra was continuously withdrawn. As one side gained strength while the other lost their strength, Ten Tails had less and less energy to struggle and resist. It could only helplessly let Yuta extract its chakra. A white cocoon wrapped Yuta's whole body. A beating sound like a heartbeat continued to be heard in the cocoon. Ten Tails' chakra was getting less and less, while Yuta's body was slowly transforming. Pure Land. The Sage of Six Paths had previously unsealed the Yin Nine Tails from Minato's soul and left him in the underworld. Through Nine Tails, the Sage of Six Paths roughly knew what was happening in the world. Yuta is too dangerous, the Sage of Six Paths seriously said. Gamamaru sighed and said, "My previous prophecy may not be possible. The son of prophecy has not grown up yet, but Yuta has almost grown to a complete form. Now, only half of Nine Tails is left of the nine-tailed beasts." The Sage of Six Paths looked gloomy and said nothing. What he acknowledged the most was undoubtedly the philosophy of his second son Asura. He had always disagreed with the idea of his eldest son Indra to establish order by force. However, what Yuta did was completely push Indra's philosophy to the ultimate. He was using the absolute power of one person to establish order. If this continues, what his mother did back then is likely to happen again. This must be stopped. Capítulo 210, Hagoromo and Hamura's Reunion. On the Moon. This is the residence of the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura. This branch of Otsutsuki descendants inherited a purer Byakugan than the Hyuga clan. However, now, this distant family of the Hyuga clan on the moon has come to an end. The entire clan, which was once full of life, has been slowly dying out over time after the branch house created a giant Tenseigan and wiped out the main house on the moon. Now only Tonri is left, and even Tonri was born blind and has no Byakugan. In addition, on the moon, there are only a few puppets left, which serve Otsutsuki Tonri in his daily life. In the center of the building left by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, a huge stone statue is enshrined. This stone statue looks like an old man with two pointed horns on his head. It is the stone statue of Otsutsuki Hamura. Hamura, long time no see. A stream of chakra quietly invaded the interior of the stone statue. Along with this reminiscent voice, Otsutsuki Hamura, who had been sleeping inside the stone statue for many years, woke up. "Brother." Otsutsuki Hamura's voice sounded very old. The last time they had seen each other was after sealing their mother. Now, in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. Even with the strength of the two brothers, at most their souls were immortal. They still couldn't achieve true immortality. After their physical bodies had decayed, they could only exist in the form of souls. And they basically have no daily activities. After all, even if they move in the form of a soul, chakra is still consumed. So after his death, Hamura let his soul sleep in the stone statue. Unless the Jido statue showed any abnormality, he would not wake up at all. His brother had probably taken the same approach. After his body decayed, Hagoromo's soul entered the Pure Land, and it became difficult to move around. It's been a long time, brother. Otsutsuki Hamura's tone was a little nostalgic. Is there something important? Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of six paths, looked serious at the moment. He said, Hamura, the Jido statue is no longer on the moon. Did you know that? Otsutsuki Hamura nodded without any change in his expression and said, I know, I noticed it when the Jido statue was summoned away. At that time, I specifically explored it through the giant Tensagen on the moon and found that a descendant of Indra had summoned the Jido statue and awakened the Rinnegan. Speaking of which, that little guy should be the reincarnation of Indra. For Otsutsuki Hamura, even Madara was just a little guy. In terms of age, the difference between the two sides is more than 10 times. Sage of Six Paths frowned and said, Since you found out, why didn't you do anything? Hamura went to the moon to guard the Jido statue. How come he didn't do anything when he saw that the Jido statue was taken away? Hamura said, This is the business of the younger generation. As long as the world is not destroyed, there is no need for us old guys to intervene. We are from thousands of years ago. Our cognition is still stuck in those days. We cannot use our cognition to evaluate the younger generation of the current world. No matter where the world will go, it is their choice. It is not good to force intervention. Sage of Six Paths said, You can't say that. If it is obviously the wrong way, we should intervene if necessary. I reserve my opinion, brother. You and your sons have too much influence on the world. Otsutsuki Hamura shook his head and said, In Hamura's opinion, they should not intervene at all. Also, the reincarnation of the two brothers Indra and Asura is a trouble for the world. The reincarnations of these two brothers often have extremely high strength, but they always fight each other, bringing disaster to the world. However, it cannot be said that it is all bad. At least the reincarnations of the previous generation, Senju Hashirama and Madara, shook hands and made peace, ending the Sengoku era, which is a good thing. Although war was not eliminated, there was progress overall. Hamura said, Let's get down to business, brother. You have come here not just to talk about something that happened decades ago, right? It has been more than 20 years since Madara had taken the Jido statue away. Sage of Six Paths was silent for a moment, and then said, I think the world may go back to what it used to be during Mother's era. Then, Sage of Six Paths briefly recounted what had happened recently in the world. From Yuta's ideas and practices to the current action of resurrecting 10 tails. All of these had made him alert. Yuta's actions made him recall the time his mother had dominated the entire world. Kaguya had absolute strength and was worshipped as a god by everyone. However, she, who had ended the war with her strength, brought peace and order to the world, chose to use humans to make weapons for no reason. Absolute strength and absolute power may bring absolute indulgence. Hamura pondered for a moment and said, I still think the same as before. This is the choice of the younger generations. What you said is just a possibility. Of course, if Yuta follows the same path as our mother in the future, I will join hands with you to seal him. But now, let's leave the future possibilities to the younger generations. Hamura, Sage of Six Paths, scolded. Yuta's strength is already comparable to them when they were alive, and now 10 tails has been resurrected. If Yuta absorbs 10 tails, his strength may exceed their peak. He might even become stronger than Kaguya. At that time, it would be wishful thinking for the two of them, who are only souls, to want to seal Yuta. Capitulo 211, Tonri vs the Hyuga. Hamura asked, What are you going to do, brother? Are you going to intervene in the world by force? Now, the two of them are not as powerful as they were in their lifetime. After all, they are just in the form of a soul. Even if they want to intervene in the affairs of the world by force, they may not be able to do it. Hagoromo insisted, "I need you to join hands with me right now." What Mother did back then must never happen again. Yuta doesn't have the slightest idea of bringing peace to the world through love and mutual understanding. His way of establishing order through absolute power and wiping out the rebels is even more extreme than Indra's. Gamamaru had just seen something in the prophecy and passed them on to Jiraiya. As a result, he was killed by Yuta even after begging for mercy. "I refuse," Hamura said. "It cannot be said that using force to establish order is wrong. In fact, I think that your and Asura's idea of bringing about peace through love and understanding between people is naive. Didn't Mother also bring peace for a long time through power?" But Mother eventually changed. Hagoromo frowned and said. Hamura looked directly at his brother and said, "Aren't there still the reincarnations of Indra and Asura? If Yuta really does the same thing as Mother, they will naturally choose to resist." Hagoromo sighed and said, "They are still too young." He has confirmed that Naruto and Sasuke are the reincarnations of Asura and Indra Chakra of this generation. However, the problem is that they are both too young to stop Yuta. Moreover, he was also worried that they would be killed in advance by Yuta. Hamura indifferently said, "Then wait until they grow up. Anyway, I can't go against a person now just because he may become bad in the future. This is too ridiculous." Hagoromo wanted to continue arguing, but found that Hamura's brows had suddenly moved. Hamura murmured. He opened the space channel between the Earth and the Moon. What is he going to do? Hagoromo curiously asked, "What happened?" Above Hamura's soul body, the Tenseigan brightened and connected with the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Hamura stretched out his hand, and 10 screens appeared in front of him. The screen showed a young man manipulating several puppets and going to the Earth through the space channel of the Tenseigan. Hamura said, "This child should be Tonri. He is my last descendant on the moon." Hamura sighed as he looked at Tonri on the screen. Now, only have a blind boy is left among the once numerous descendants that were once on the moon. He is controlling the puppet to go to Earth. What is he going to do? Hagoromo asked curiously. "Earth." Hayashi was followed by several branch house guards. "It should be here." Hayashi took out a letter and confirmed the location. A while ago, he had suddenly received a letter from a distant relative on the moon. He had only seen records in the family documents about this distant relative on the moon who also had the Byakugan, but had never really come into contact with him. In fact, he regarded these as legends of his ancestors. How could there be a distant relative in the moon? Looks like this fallen clan also has the blood of the ancestor, but your strength is so weak. A cold voice sounded from the surroundings. "Who is it?" Several guards quickly dispersed and guarded their leader from all directions, with vigilant eyes. Everyone also activated their Byakugan at the same time. In their field of vision, they saw several chakras in the surrounding woods. "What's wrong with this chakra? The purity is so high." The ninjas frowned. Each person had a lot of chakra, which was higher than that of an elite Jonin. The numerous elite Jonins were not the most amazing part. The most terrifying thing was the purity of chakra. How is it possible? The purity of chakra is higher than that of Saruto by Hiruzen and the 4th Reikage, and perhaps even higher than Yuta. Hayashi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He had seen the chakras of many powerful people before, and had an understanding of the quality or purity of chakra. But the chakra that had appeared in his vision now was definitely the highest quality he had ever seen. Who is this guy? Is he really a distant relative on the moon? You don't even know about the Tenseigan, how pathetic. With the sound of clattering, figures walked out of the woods one by one. What came out were not people, but puppets. They were controlled by Otsutsuki Tonri, using the giant Tenseigan on the moon. The puppets used the chakra of the giant Tenseigan to move, so the purity of their chakra was extremely high. The purity of their chakra should be at the level of 6 paths. Who are you? Are you the one who contacted me? Hayashi took out the letter in his hand and asked coldly. I wanted to talk to you guys, but you are so weak. I don't want to talk to bugs like you anymore. the leading puppet said in a cold voice with undisguised sarcasm. Then the puppet waved his hand, and all the puppets around rushed forward. "Damn it, you underestimate us, don't you?" The branch house ninjas guarding Hayashi were furious and attacked, but found that this strange puppet was extremely powerful. Its strength and speed far exceeded that of an elite jonin. After a few rounds of fighting, the ninjas here were all knocked down, leaving only Hayashi. Under the siege of all the puppets, Hayashi didn't resist for long before having his eyes gouged out. "I will take your eyes away." Otsutsuki Tonri controlled the puppet and said in a cold voice, "The world created by the Sage of Six Paths is beyond salvation. You, the fallen clan, should prepare to perish together with this world." Capítulo 212, Tonri awakens the Tenseigen. "This descendant of yours has a very strong bloodline. No, it's a little too strong." On the moon, the Sage of Six Paths was observing Otsutsuki Tonri. After sending out a puppet to seize Hayashi's Byakugan, Otsutsuki Tonri did not delay any longer and immediately controlled the puppet to return to the moon. Then, under the service of the puppet, the pair of Byakugan was transplanted to himself. Is this the Byakugan of the current head of the clan? The pupil power is so weak. Tonri felt the pupil power of his new eyes and was disdainful. Although this branch of the clan on Earth had the same bloodline as his ancestor Otsutsuki Hamura, its strength was so weak that it was ridiculous. Even the head of the clan was extremely weak. Even if he was blind, he could easily defeat Hayashi. The world created by the Sage of Six Paths has failed, and this failure must be corrected. With the help of Hayashi's eyes, Tonri saw the world through his body for the first time. Through the giant Tenseigen on the moon, he can easily scan and observe the entire world. Among them, in the picture sent by the giant Tenseigen, in the center of the ninja continent, in the land of rain, the huge world-destroying monster, Ten Tails, could be clearly seen. Those inferior creatures not only stole the Jido statue, but also resurrected the legendary Ten Tails. It is completely hopeless. Instead of trying to change the world created by the Sage of Six Paths, it is better to directly erase everything in the current world and then create it again. Of course, the premise for this is that not only does he need the giant Tenseigen, but he himself must also have a Tenseigen. Only when he awakens the Tenseigen can he fully exert the power of the giant Tenseigen. By then, even if he wants to manipulate the moon to crash into the earth, he can do it easily. Tonri frowned and covered his eyes. The power of the Byakugan had begun to merge with the chakra in his body. He felt a strange swelling sensation at the position of his eyeballs. Tonri could sense that his power was increasing rapidly. The Byakugan was changing rapidly, transforming into the Tenseigen that his ancestor once had. Enjoy the last period of comfort for now. Anyway, the destruction afterwards will only last a moment, and you ants won't feel anything. Tonri checked the world through the giant Tenseigen for the last time, and then looked away. Then, he went to a quiet room, and quietly waited for the completion of the fusion of the Byakugan and his chakra. "Hamura, are you not going to do anything?" Hearing Tonri's words, Sage of Six Paths looked serious. This descendant of Hamura is even more extreme than Yuta. Yuta has at least brought temporary peace to the world, even though he doesn't approve of his means. But what Tonri wants to do is destroy the world. This is simply incomprehensible. Hamura hesitated for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "Isn't there still Yuta in the world? The current world belongs to him. If Tonri really wants to destroy the world, Yuta will naturally choose to stop it. The affairs of the younger generations in the current world. In Hamura's opinion, it is better for an old guy like him to not directly intervene. At most, if he sees that the younger generations in the world might do something irreversible, he will provide some help to those who are able to stop it. Now that there is Yuta, he does not need to intervene. Unless there is really no other way, he does not want to intervene in the affairs of the younger generations." The Sage of Six Paths looked helpless and mentioned Tonri again. "I wonder how strong your descendant will be in the future. His bloodline potential is very strong. It's so strong that it is incredible. In theory, as time goes by, the power of bloodline will gradually weaken for both him and Hamura's descendants. For example, it is difficult for the Uchiha clan to awaken the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan now. It is impossible for them to do what Indra had done at the beginning. The reason why people like Hashirama and Madara have a high upper limit is mainly because they are the reincarnations of Asura and Indra's chakra. The bloodline power of ordinary descendants has become weak now. The descendants of Hamura should be like this. Tonri is thousands of years apart from Hamura, and the power of his bloodline should not be so strong. He should be just an ordinary descendant of Hamura's bloodline, so his bloodline power should not be so strong. Maybe it's because of the giant Tenseigan. Hamura thought for a moment and replied, "The giant Tenseigan created by the branch house on the moon was not so big at the beginning. However, after the giant Tenseigan was created, every dead clansman's eyes and chakra were absorbed by the giant Tenseigan, allowing it to continuously grow. With this, the population of the branch house constantly decreased, but correspondingly, everyone's bloodline power got stronger. Now, Tonri is the only descendant of mine on the moon. Maybe because of this, he inherited the strongest bloodline power. After his congenital blindness defect is repaired, Tonri's bloodline potential will be fully unleashed. After he finally completes the fusion, how strong will he be?" Hagoromo frowned. Tonri becoming too strong or too weak is something he doesn't want to see. If Tonri is too strong, the world may be destroyed. If Tonri is too weak, Yuta will easily kill him and continue his reign. He absolutely cannot accept the ideas of these two people. Hamura casually guessed, "I wonder if he can awaken the Tenseigan like me." Hagoromo frowned and said nothing more. "Forget it, let's prepare for our own things first." Whether it is Tonri or Yuta, the wrong ideas of these two people are unacceptable to him. When necessary, he will choose to take action personally to correct the wrong views of these two people. But now, some preparations need to be made. If Tonri and Yuta were to fight, it would be just right, giving him more time to prepare. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. On the moon. Buzz. Tonri suddenly opened his eyes, and his bright eyes radiated light. At this moment, Tonri felt more powerful than ever. The power of the Tenseigan did not disappoint him. He now has the strength of his ancestor, capable of destroying the wrong world created by the Sage of Six Paths and then recreating it. Boom! Suddenly, a violent shaking, accompanied by dazzling light, hit a large number of puppets on the moon. Tonri sensed a terrifying wave that seemed to come from an unknown distance. What's going on? Tonri quickly rushed to the giant Tenseigan and checked the source of the movement, only to see a terrifying beam of light piercing through the world. Capítulo 213, Yuta's Transformation. It's the place where 10 Tails is. Tonri quickly identified the source of the light. Although he couldn't clearly see what had happened there, he could roughly judge that the source of that light was the place where 10 Tails was before. Even if he didn't understand what had happened specifically, Tonri could somewhat guess. The person who had resurrected 10 Tails must have done something again. This kind of power. Tonri's Tenseigan flashed coldly. The light traveled from the earth and actually disturbed the moon. This guy's strength is simply terrifying. Perhaps he will have to rely on the power of the giant Tenseigan to fight against this guy who has mastered 10 Tails, even though he has already awakened the Tenseigan. No more hesitation, strike first. From this moment on, the world created by Sage of Six Paths will be destroyed. The pupil power in Tonri's Tenseigan suddenly exploded, communicating with the giant Tenseigan. The terrifying pupil power controlled countless large and small meteorites around the moon and crashed into the earth. The meteorites ranged in size, from tens of meters to several kilometers in diameter, covering the entire sky. At this moment, under the control of the giant Tenseigan, these countless meteorites fell towards the surface of the earth together. The meteorites fell at a rapid speed. In the earth, some ordinary people saw countless meteorites falling from the sky and were stunned. Is this the end of the world? How would they avoid such a terrible natural disaster? Conan asked, "Nagato, what should we do?" The flames of the falling meteorites were reflected in Conan's eyes, and her face was full of despair. Nagato said, "I wouldn't be able to stop it even if I had the Rinnegan. Now, I can't escape even if I want to." Nagato had no doubt that if so many meteorites fell in the land of rain, it would cause an unprecedented earthquake. At that time, the entire land of rain will be destroyed in an instant. The horrible earthquake will affect the entire world. This is a crisis for the entire world, and it is simply beyond his current strength. With his current strength, in the face of such a world-destroying natural disaster, he is as powerless as a child. Suddenly, a breeze blew as if something was being mobilized. At the same time, the meteorites that were falling from the sky and getting bigger and bigger in their field of vision suddenly stopped. It was as if they had hit an invisible wall and could no longer move forward. This did Yuta take action. Nagato and Conan looked at each other. The center of the land of rain, the place where Ten Tails is. Yuta was still in the cocoon of Ten Tails' head, but he could sense the countless meteorites falling overhead. Yuta coldly snorted, "It's coming directly at me. Judging from the direction of attack, it should be from the moon." He easily mobilized the natural energy of hundreds of miles. The power of the Rinnegan burst through the white cocoon and hit the falling meteorite. "Go back!" Accompanied by Yuta's light shout, a terrifying repulsive force surged. The meteorites that had been stagnant began to accelerate in the opposite direction and return to the direction of the moon. After absorbing a large amount of Ten Tails chakra, Yuta's realm at this moment was infinitely close to Kaguya's, and his pupil power had greatly improved. On the moon, Tonri looked at the meteorites that were returned back and was stunned. How is this possible? He used the power of the giant Tensegan to control these meteorites, but they were returned back so easily. How on earth did that guy do it? With a gloomy face, Tonri manipulated the giant Tensegan to deviate the large and small meteorites from their orbits to prevent them from falling on the moon. On Earth, the transformation of Yuta had reached its final stage. At this moment, the once powerful Ten Tails had become weak. With a large amount of its chakra being withdrawn, it had completely lost its previous destructive aura. "It's still a little short. I hope the natural energy of the world is enough," Yuta muttered softly. He clasped his hands together and suddenly drew the natural energy of the world. He has already come this far, he can't give up now, right? If he successfully enters the next stage, everything will be fine. But if he ends up staying at the 6 paths level, then the extra chakra he absorbed before will be meaningless in the end. If he doesn't reach the next level, his body will eventually decay. All the natural energy within 1,000 miles radius swept towards Yuta like a tsunami, and turned into nutrients for Yuta's transformation. In a hidden base, Jaijin, dressed in white, walked outside and sensed the natural energy in the sky. This momentum is almost comparable to Kaguya after she had eaten the fruit of the god tree. Jaijin, or Otsutsuki Ishiki, recalled the past with a gloomy face. He had come to this planet with Kaguya, intending to sacrifice Kaguya to Ten Tails and plant the god tree, but he didn't expect to be attacked by Kaguya. Half of his body was devoured by Ten Tails, so he had no choice but to escape and live in the body of a monk named Jaijin. After that, he hid in the dark. He watched Kaguya pick the fruit of the god tree and gain immortal power after eating it. He watched Kaguya go crazy because of fear, and eventually become sealed by her own children. He watched the Sage of 6 Paths establish Ninshu, and the continuous struggle between the two brothers Indra and Asura. Until now, he has not found a suitable body, but a person who is almost comparable to Kaguya has been born. Should I attack and take over his body? Otsutsuki Ishiki hesitated. His current state is not very good, and he is not clear about the opponent's strength. He is not very sure about the success rate of sneak attack. Forget it. He has waited for 1,000 years already. Waiting a little matter is not a big deal. Boom! A terrifying vibration suddenly spread throughout the world. A terrifying chakra fluctuation that was vast and boundless spread. What is this? Otsutsuki Ishiki became stunned for a moment. Looking up, he saw a ray of light rush into the sky and spread to the depths of the universe. At this moment, in the starry sky, this beam of light has a new powerhouse been born. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at the source of the beam. Over there, that seems to be the place where Kaguya had gone. Otsutsuki Kinshiki responded respectfully, "That's right, Lord Momoshiki." Otsutsuki Momoshiki nodded and said, "In that case, let's go and take a look." Capítulo 214, Going to the Moon. Yuta was unaware of the actions of the several Otsutsukis. At this moment, his transformation had reached the last step. Cracked. The white cocoon that wrapped Yuta's body suddenly cracked. A mighty wave of chakra spread, but quickly converged. The second transformation was basically completed. Yuta took a step forward, and his chakra became more powerful, and his chakra control further improved. It's still one step short, but fortunately, I have already taken the most critical step. Yuta touched his forehead and said to himself. A crack had appeared on his forehead, which looked like the third eye in myths. This is a bloodline encompassing, or Kekimora. Rinasharingen. However, due to the lack of chakra, although Yuta successfully completed the second transformation, the Rinasharingen wasn't awakened. The lack of half 9 tails, plus Yuta's choice of not devouring 10 tails, directly caused there to still be some gap from awakening the Rinasharingen now. Even though he later absorbed natural energy, it only helped him complete the transformation of his physical body. In the end, he was unable to awaken the Rinasharingen. 9 tails, huh? Yuta sneered. He had some guesses about the disappearance of the yin 9 tails before. Who in the underworld can extract yin 9 tails? Shinigami is one, but it doesn't seem very smart. The chances of the Shinigami taking yin 9 tails is low. If it's not the Shinigami, there is only one other person in the Pure Land who could do this. Sage of Six Paths. In the original Atari, Sage of Six Paths had shown this ability. He had summoned the souls of the 5 cages of the past, and Naruto, Sasuke, and the 9-tailed beasts back from Kaguya's grasp. It could be roughly guessed that after the death of his physical body, the soul of Sage of Six Paths was now in the Pure Land. Combined with the biased and naive ideas of the Sage of Six Paths and his relationship with 9 tails, it can be roughly guessed that the one who took away yin 9 tails before should be Sage of Six Paths. Fortunately, this transformation was generally successful. If he had failed, he would just ignore everything else and find a way to go to the Pure Land and kill the Sage of Six Paths completely. A person who has been dead for thousands of years is still causing trouble for him. It turns out that he is as trash as that old toad in Mount Mayaboku. Forget it, let's solve the problem above my head first. Yuta raised his head and looked at the starry sky. The one who had controlled the meteorite to attack the Earth before should be Otsutsuki Tonri. It is better to solve this threat that wants to destroy the world as soon as possible. Floating high above Ten Tails' head, Yuta's pupils turned into the Tenseigen, and he shouted. Passage open. The air in front of him suddenly rippled. Then an illusory passage opened, and on the other side, a huge building complex could be seen. These are the buildings of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. This is the ability of the Tenseigen. When the 2 brothers had sealed Kaguya, Hamura had used this ability to go to the moon. And the reason why Tonri was able to send puppets from the moon to the Earth was also through a secret space channel maintained by the giant Tenseigen. Tusk, it's not as convenient as the Rinasharingen. Yuta stroked his eye and looked down on the Tenseigen. If he had the Rinasharingen now, it would be easier to go there. The Rinasharingen has an ability called Yamatsu Hirasaka. Kaguya had actually gone to other celestial bodies through Yamatsu Hirasaka. It can be seen that this ability is more powerful than Tenseigen's. After a brief complaint, Yuta stepped into the passage. After a strange sense of spatial dislocation, the next moment, Yuta's body had already arrived on the moon. The end of the passage is located in the sky above the moon, and a large area of desolate buildings is present below. Such a large complex of buildings usually only hosts Tonri and some puppets. Now it looks extremely desolate, and just like a ghost town. Soon, Yuta's sight shifted to a place with strong chakras. There is a temple there, with 2 strong chakras. One of them belongs to a living person, and the other is not human. Otsutsuki Tonri and the giant Tenseigen. Yuta estimated the chakra of the giant Tenseigen and found that it was probably enough. If he absorbs the giant Tenseigen, it might be enough for him to awaken the Rinasharingen. Without hesitation, Yuta flew to the temple in front of him where the giant Tenseigen was enshrined. Swoosh! A fierce beam of light penetrated the roof of the temple in front of him and approached Yuta. Yuta, who was flying in the air, didn't change his expression. He quickly condensed a truth-seeking ball in his hand and turned it into a black curtain, holding it in front of him to block the beam of light. Is this a welcome for me? Thank you, but there is no need to use such a childish trick. After blocking the subsequent beams of light one after another, Yuta came to the sky above the temple. He looked and said, "Your name is Otsutsuki Tonri, right? I know you just come out." After a brief silence, a cold voice sounded, "Intruder, this is not a place you should come to." Hearing this, Yuta laughed and said, "What? Am I an invader now? Wasn't it you who had controlled the meteorite to try to destroy the world before? If you want to talk, just stand up and talk to me." So timid, the last descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura on the moon is so cowardly. You! Tonri was so angry that he broke through the roof of the temple on the spot and rushed out. Capitulo 215, snatching the giant Tenseigen. Oh, so childish, you can't even stand this little stimulation. Yuta shook his head and chuckled mockingly. Perhaps because he has lived alone on the moon for too long, Tonri has grown a little crooked. In the original story, Tonri's thoughts were incomprehensible. He went to snatch Hanabi's eyes and transplanted them to himself, wanting to awaken the Tenseigen. He waned to destroy the world and create a new world. Of course, in the meantime, Tonri also coveted Hinata's body. He picked up Hinata and wanted to become the ancestor of the new world with Hinata. This behavior clearly doesn't belong to a person who grew up in a normal environment. He just dug out Hinata's sister's eyes, and then he wants to marry Hinata. What kind of special brain does he have? Why do you also have THR Tenseigen? Tonri looked at Yuta's pupils with horror on his face. Isn't this the eye of his ancestor? He went to snatch a pair of Byakugan, and then relied on the fusion of his chakra and the Byakugan to awaken the Tenseigen. Why does a native of the lower world also have Tenseigen? Even the head of the main family of the Hyuga clan only had a pair of Byakugan with a very pitiful amount of pupil power. How can others have the Tenseigen? Are you talking about these eyes? Yuta touched his eyes and said. The pattern of his eyes changed, and his pupils returned to their original black color. Yuta said, "It seems that me also having the Tenseigen is unacceptable to you. Why? Is it because your self-esteem is broken? Here, I changes the appearance of my eyes. Now, does your self-esteem feel better? It's really pitiful. The power of the Tenseigen that you are proud of is just dispensable to me now." With his current level, even if he doesn't use any pupil technique at all, he can easily defeat Tonri. At this moment, if Tonri only relies on his own Tenseigen, he is probably comparable to Madara with the Rinnegan. He has mastered a little 6 paths power with the help of his special eyes, but he has not really reached the 6 paths level. Moreover, even if Tonri is comparable to Madara, he is far behind Madara in terms of combat experience and skills. Madara grew up in the tragic Sengoku era. He grew up step by step from Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Cage, Super Cage to mastering some 6 paths power. So, Madara has a much higher degree of control over his power. But Tonri, before awakening the Tenseigen, his strength was at most at the Cage level. Now that he has suddenly awakened the Tenseigen, his control over his strength is very ordinary. Tonri's face turned red with anger at Yuta's words. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a green chakra instantly covered his whole body. Tenseigen Chakra Mode. This mode can greatly enhance various abilities. After entering Tenseigen Chakra Mode, Tonri was wrapped in green chakra, and he flew up. Tonri said, Since you dare to invade the moon, be prepared to stay here. Although Tonri underestimated the world created by Sage of Six Paths, he was very clear about Yuta's strength. He can't treat this person as an ordinary native, he must go all out. Tonri clasped his hands together and connected his Tenseigen with the giant Tenseigen in the temple behind him. A large amount of chakra was drawn out. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Accompanied by Tonri's indifferent voice, a fierce repulsive force emerged. Then, a terrifying tornado swept the surroundings and crashed into Yuta. That's it. Yuta did not move at all and raised his arm casually. Shinra Tensei. Yuta casually said, but the repulsive force that erupted was extraordinary. Now, even an ordinary Shinra Tensei has the power to destroy the world in Yuta's hands. Boom! The repulsive force of Shinra Tensei and the storm of Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion collided with each other. The two got stuck in the air for a moment. Slowly, the storm moved towards Tonri. How is this possible? Tonri roared with a ferocious look. He tried to increase the output of his pupil power and continued to draw the chakra of the giant Tenseigen behind him, but it was still useless. Yuta was still very relaxed. It was like he was just beating a child. He suppressed Tonri without any effort. Boom! Finally, Tonri could no longer resist the repulsion of Shinra Tensei, and he was knocked back. The terrifying repulsion destroyed the temple behind him. The temple collapsed, and a brilliant golden light illuminated the starry sky. The giant Tenseigen appeared from the temple, and a large amount of extremely pure Tenseigen chakra was hidden in it. This was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Is this the giant Tenseigen? Not bad. Yuta carefully observed the huge golden eyes in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. This chakra can probably meet his needs to awaken the REINCARNATION. Tonri shouted, "Asshole, back off. You can't get your hands on the giant Tenseigen." The swept-away Tonri rushed back at a high speed and blocked the giant Tenseigen. This is the treasure of the descendants of Hamura. Don't even think about getting your hands on it. Tonri's Tenseigen shone brightly, echoing with the golden giant Tenseigen. To fully control the giant Tenseigen, another pair of Tenseigen is needed. The problem is that now, he is not the only one has the Tenseigen. This abominable ninja also has a Tenseigen. Now, he may not be a match for this guy, even with the help of the giant Tenseigen. If the giant Tenseigen is controlled by this guy, it will be really bad. Fortunately, this Tenseigen was made by his people, and he has the highest authority. Yuta said, "Well, it seems that this giant Tenseigen has some kind of connection with you. Is the connection based on chakra or blood?" Yuta touched his chin and suddenly thought of something and stretched out his hand. "From the chakra point of view, I think my relationship with you is closer, right? What do you think?" Yuta said to the giant Tenseigen. At this moment, Yuta's pupils had gained the appearance of Tenseigen. At the same time, he fully stimulated the power of dead bone pulse. Suddenly, Tonri found that the connection between himself and the giant Tenseigen was cut off. He lost control of the giant Tenseigen. What? Tonri stared at Yuta blankly. He found that Yuta was drawing the chakra of the giant Tenseigen at this moment. Yuta said with a chuckle, "Sorry, it seems that the giant Tenseigen created by your people now belongs to me." Capítulo 216, Furious Tonri. "Impossible, the giant Tenseigen belongs to me," Tonri ferociously roared. He kept trying to connect with the giant Tenseigen, but he got no response at all. The giant Tenseigen was completely beyond his control. "This is impossible, how could this happen?" This is the eye created by the descendants of Hamura. As the last of the clan, he should have the highest authority. And even if he can't control it, there is no reason for this hateful invader to be able to control it, right? "Asshole, what did you do? Why did the giant Tenseigen become like this?" Tonri roared angrily. He looked like an unlucky victim who had found out that his girlfriend was cheating on him. The giant Tenseigen, which he regarded as a treasure, betrayed him for this hateful invader and did not listen to him at all. "Well, if I say that my blood is closer to Hamura than yours, I wonder if you can accept it." Yuta knocked on his forehead and said, "This is completely true." What he got through the system before was Otsutsuki Hamura's blood and talent. For the giant Tenseigen, the level of authority depends on the strength of the bloodline. Yuta's blood is comparable to Otsutsuki Hamura himself, and Tonri is just the last descendant of Hamura left on the moon. In terms of degree of closeness to Hamura, he is obviously not as good as Yuta. So, the giant Tenseigen made a judgment and rebelled. Nonsense. Tonri didn't believe it at all and said, "It's not like I haven't seen the Hyuga clan before. They are all a bunch of useless trash. How can you have the blood of my ancestor? Impossible, you must have done something." Tonri became mad with anger as he watched Yuta easily draw the chakra of the giant Tenseigen. That's his, it's his. This damn bastard was actually absorbing the chakra of the giant Tenseigen in front of him. And the giant Tenseigen was very cooperative. The chakra was drawn very smoothly. Anyway, the truth is what I told you. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything. Yuta spread his hands, remotely controlled the giant Tenseigen, and brought it behind him. This is his important chakra reserve for awakening the Rinasharingen. What if Tonri gets mad and wants to destroy the giant Tenseigen? It must be protected. Damn it, give it back to me. Tonri's eyes almost turned green. With a wave of his hand, 5 truth-seeking balls appeared in front of him. They were arranged in a circle and spun rapidly, compressing into a golden longsword. Golden wheel rebirth explosion. Accompanied by Tonri's roar, the golden longsword suddenly chopped down at Yuta. Because he was worried about destroying the giant Tenseigen behind Yuta, Tonri didn't dare to use his full power. He strictly controlled the power of the golden wheel rebirth explosion. He was afraid of hitting the giant Tenseigen, and Yuta was drawing the chakra of the giant Tenseigen unscrupulously. It was so infuriating. Is the intensity of this attack just this much? Yuta didn't even think about dodging. He raised one arm and mobilized his chakra. 80 gods vacuum fists. With just one punch, the sky and the earth changed color. A dazzling white light covered the golden sword. The golden longsword was hit by a terrifying punch and shattered in an instant. The remaining force continued towards Tonri. Tonri, who had no time to react, was knocked away. After successfully transforming, the 80 gods vacuum fists that Yuta had performed at this moment was truly powerful. In the previous battle with Madara, he had to throw dozens of punches to defeat Madara's Susanoo Jido statue. Now, facing Tonri, who had roughly the same strength as Madara at that time, he only needed one punch to easily crush him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Tonri was knocked away, and his body kept retreating. He was furious and desperately mobilized his chakra to control his body. The gap between the two sides was so huge. Although he hadn't used his full strength just now, being blown away without any resistance showed something. Damn bastard. Tonri looked at the moon below and gritted his teeth. He said, "In this case, I'll destroy everything." If he is afraid to use his full strength because of the giant Tenseigen, he will have no chance of winning. In this case, he'll just use his full strength and destroy the opponent and the moon with his strongest blow. Tonri waved his hand and drew most of the remaining chakra on his body to produce a large number of truth-seeking balls. One of the advantages of Tenseigen chakra mode is that in this mode, a large number of truth-seeking balls can be easily produced. One after another, truth-seeking balls were arranged in a circle in front of Tonri. They condensed together, and a terrifying chakra burst out. Destroy, the moon, and the world created by Sage of Six Paths will be destroyed with this blow. Tonri held the dazzling golden sword in his hand, and the end of the long sword reached the other side of the moon. Golden wheel rebirth explosion. As if a god was announcing the end, the golden sword suddenly chopped down at the moon. If this sword connects, the moon will shatter on the spot, turning into countless meteorites or even asteroids, which would then fall to the earth and destroying the world. If the moon is cut in half now, I wonder if Kaguya will run out. Yuta was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at the moon below with a relaxed expression. Capítulo 217, Hamura appears. Damn it! Tonri's eyes almost popped out. He tried to gather his chakra to maintain the golden sword that was about to collapse, but but it was useless. Correct. In the end, the huge golden sword that seemed to have no end was defeated by Yuta's golden sword that was only a few hundred meters long. It seems that sometimes size doesn't matter. The golden sword turned into golden chakra fragments and floated in the universe. Yuta said, "With your little strength, you want to defeat me." Yuta sighed and shook his head. Tonri's face flushed with anger, but he couldn't say anything to refute Yuta. Originally, in his opinion, only some weak natives lived in the ninja world. As long as he awakened the Tenseigen, and then mobilized the power of the giant Tenseigen, it would be easy to destroy the world and create a new world. However, now he had encountered such a blow. The giant Tenseigen was taken away in front of him. And the opponent had not even mobilized the power of the giant Tenseigen nor used his full strength. But he was still already being beaten like this. Yuta said, "Perhaps, living on the moon and looking down on the world for too long made you overestimate yourself." Yuta looked at Tonri and said, "You, the descendants of Hamura living on the moon, do not have a very strong bloodline. There is no essential difference between you and the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and other clans. At most, you have a giant Tenseigen created by sacrificing countless clansmen, which gives you the confidence to look down on the world. You have never lived in the world, but you think that this world is hopeless and want to destroy and rebuild it, but your strength is not enough. It's really sad." Madara was disappointed with the world and wanted to use infinite Tsukuyomi. That's because he has experienced too much and seen too many wars, and he has given up. But Tonri, he has lived alone on the moon. The Otsutsuki branch house on the moon believes that the world created by the Sage of Six Paths has failed and needs to be completely destroyed. They had a condescending attitude, but didn't put it into practice. And now there is only Tonri, a young man on the moon. With his condescending attitude and 8th grade syndrome, Chunibyo, he really wants to destroy the world. "Shut up." Tonri yelled in anger and bit his hand. Summoning technique. With a bang, a huge stone statue was summoned. This is the stone statue of Hamura, worshipped by the descendants of Hamura on the moon. After awakening the Tenseigen, Tonri can now control this stone statue and use it as a summoning beast for battle. With the Tenseigen chakra, this stone statue can recover from any damage. The world created by the Sage of Six Paths is a failure, and it must be corrected. Tonri yelled, controlling Hamura's stone statue to attack Yuta fiercely. A meaningless struggle. Yuta shook his head and stretched out his hand. A truth-seeking ball suddenly popped out. With the help of repulsive force, it smashed the huge stone statue into pieces. Even if this stone statue can be infinitely restored, how much chakra does Tonri have now? The golden wheel rebirth explosion just now had almost emptied Tonri's chakra. Damn it! Tonri gritted his teeth and restored the stone statue and continued to attack. Stubborn. Yuta snorted coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his arm, and a gray bone spur emerged from the palm of his hand, aiming at the stone statue. All-killing ash bones. Even if this stone statue can rely on Tenseigen chakra to be infinitely restored, if it is touched by all-killing ash bones, it will still be finished. Alas! An old sigh came from the stone statue. Instantly, Tonri lost control of the stone statue and stared blankly, not knowing what had happened. A chakra phantom appeared above the huge stone statue. "Stop, my descendant." The phantom turned to Tonri and dissuaded him. "Are you ancestor?" Tonri looked at the phantom and compared its appearance with the face on the stone statue below and asked blankly. His ancestors is still alive. The chakra phantom, that is, Otsutsuki Hamura, nodded and sighed. He said, "You have some misunderstandings about my last words. That's probably WGAT made you make this choice." Tonri's face became dull. What is the ancestor trying to say? What misunderstanding? Is he trying to say that he has done something wrong? How is this possible? This is the idea passed down from generation to generation by the descendants of the branch house on the moon. Descendant of Indra. Hamura looked at Yuta and then at the bone spur in Yuta's hand and said, "If I remember correctly, This was the attack method used by my mother back then. He could feel a huge threat from that bone spur. With his current soul form, if he is touched by that bone spur, although he will not be completely decomposed, he will still be seriously injured. When he and Hagoromo had fought Kaguya together, they had chosen to dodge this move as much as possible and were unwilling to fight Kaguya head-on. For them, the all-killing ash bone was dangerous. Although it would not wipe them out, it would still cause great damage to them. That's right. Yuta nodded and took back the all-killing ash bone. Yuta said, I noticed a special chakra in this stone statue before, but I didn't expect that you were staying in it. Heh, now you have finally come out. Hearing Yuta's disrespectful words, Tonri felt that his ancestor was being despised. He wanted to refute it immediately, but was stopped by Hamura. I can feel that your strength is no less than that of my brother and I back then. The young are really formidable. Hamura sensed Yuta's chakra and said with emotion, the reason why I came out just now is because I don't want to interfere in the fight of the younger generations. As long as they don't do anything irreparable, the younger generation's affairs should be left to them. I roughly know your and Tonri's strength. If Tonri wants to destroy the world, you can easily stop him, so I didn't come out. However, if I didn't come out just now, I'm afraid that the stone statue I was staying in would have been broken by you. Hearing this, Tonri stood still. Ancestor. Does this mean that he is disapproving his actions? Capitulo 218. Tonri realizes the truth. Ancestor, what do you mean? Tonri's tone seemed a little flustered. He said, I was just following your will. The humans in the world have been at war for the past few years. The world created by the Sage of Six Paths has failed. Destroying such a world and recreating it, isn't that your will? The Otsutsuki clan on the moon had such a belief. Tusk. Yuta laughed and said, you say that the human wars in the world are endless. Then, what about your giant Tenseigen? Didn't your branch house on the moon use this giant Tenseigen to kill the main house? Nonsense. Tonri shouted angrily, the Tenseigen is a treasure that has been passed down by our clan for a long time. How could it be used to kill our own people? From a young age, he has been the only one left on the moon. But there was no such thing in the education he had received in his childhood. Isn't the so-called main house and branch house the system of the Hyuga clan and the earth? What does it have to do with them? And the idea that the giant Tenseigen was created to destroy the main house is even more nonsense. Alas. Hamura sighed and said, what he said is true. My descendants who stayed on the moon back then also had a distinction between the main house and the branch house. The main house and the branch house had different understandings of my will. The branch house believed that the humans in the world were hopeless, and they should be destroyed, but the main house disagreed with this. As a result, the branch house sacrificed many clansmen, and consumed a large number of Byakugans to make the first giant Tenseigen. With the first giant Tenseigen, the main family at that time was destroyed without any resistance. Hamura waved his hand in front of him, and a screen appeared. It recorded the tragedy that had happened on the moon. Under the control of the branch house on the moon, the giant Tenseigen exerted an irresistible power, and defeated the resistance of the main family with one blow. Later, all the defeated members of the main family were executed. Even their Byakugan was dug out and sacrificed to the giant Tenseigen, making the giant Tenseigen even stronger. Tonri's face became dull, and he went in a trance when he looked at the screen shown by Hamura. The giant Tenseigen that he regarded as a treasure turned out to be obtained by sacrificing his own people. Did this gorgeous and dazzling eye absorb the Byakugan of so many people to grow to such a huge size now? When the main family was destroyed, the giant Tenseigen didn't seem to be as big as it is now. Yuta looked at the screen shown by Hamura and found this. Compared with the size of the giant Tenseigen in the screen, the current giant Tenseigen is twice as big. Of course, even if it was only half the size of the current one, it was already terrifying. I have paid attention to this. Hamura nodded and said, after the branch house destroyed the main house, the giant Tenseigen was enshrined. and dead people's Byakugan was taken out and sacrificed to the giant Tenseigan. So, as time went by, the giant Tenseigan continued to grow until now. Hearing this, Tonri's face turned pale again. These were things he didn't know. As the last descendant of Hamura on the moon, he had never been exposed to such things. Now, after knowing this, Tonri looked at the giant Tenseigan and felt awkward. Maybe it's more than that. Yuta glanced at the moon ground under his feet and said, "The population of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon has been gradually decreasing. Perhaps this giant Tenseigan is related to that." Hamura's descendants lived alone on the moon in an isolated environment. In an isolated environment, the total amount of chakra is constant. It will only move from one place to another. The Otsutsuki on the moon continue to be born and die, and the giant Tenseigan has always been there. Every person who dies is sacrificed to the giant Tenseigan. As such, the giant Tenseigan will continue to gain more chakra. From the perspective of absorbing chakra, the giant Tenseigan acts a bit like the God Tree. The God Tree absorbs the natural energy of the world unilaterally and does not give it back to the world. So, in the long run, the natural energy of the world will gradually become thinner and become a barren planet. In Kaguya's time, the God Tree absorbed natural energy, making the world gradually barren. But there is no natural energy on the moon, and the giant Tenseigan does not absorb natural energy, but the chakra of your Otsutsuki people. The more chakra the giant Tenseigan has, the less chakra your Otsutsuki people will have as a whole in this isolated environment. As a result, the population of your clan has been gradually decreasing, but the average chakra of each individual has been increasing. This is reflected in your talent and chakra reserve. As you are the only one left in this generation, you have the most outstanding talent and the qualifications to awaken the Tenseigan. Yuta looked at Tonri with some pity in his eyes. Tonri's ability to awaken the Tenseigan was actually caused by the extinction of the Otsutsuki descendants on the entire moon. What do you mean? Tonri felt that he had guessed something, but he instinctively did not want to accept this answer. No, impossible. The giant Tenseigan is not only not their treasure, but is also the culprit that caused their population to decrease. Hamura said, "Perhaps I should not have left my descendants on the moon." Hamura looked at Tonri, who was close to collapsing, and sighed. If his descendants on the moon had noticed the problem of the giant Tenseigan in time and destroyed it, there might have been hope. Without the giant Tenseigan as a chakra storage, the population of the Otsutsuki on the moon would not have become so small. However, it is too late to say anything now. If the descendants on the moon had gone directly to Earth, it might have been much better. The Hyuga clan are not very powerful, but they are fortunately still alive. As for guarding the Jido statue, these ordinary clansmen can't help much. Capitulo 219, Tonri collapses. If there are more people, and the total amount of chakra remains unchanged, the average person's chakra reserve will decrease and vice versa. For this reason, the average quality of ninjas in the Sengoku era was higher than it is now. Yuta continued to think along the same lines. The source of chakra in Earth is the God Tree planted by Kaguya. After Kaguya ate the fruit of the God Tree and was sealed, the Sage of Six Paths divided the chakra. Since then, the people in Earth have had chakra. Although the chakra of each ninja comes from their physical energy and spiritual energy, its overall source is the chakra fruit that Kaguya had eaten. When the total amount of chakra is constant, the more ninjas there are, the worse the average chakra quality of each person will be. In this case, the strength of the average ninja will also be weaker. During the Sengoku era, the average lifespan of ninjas was only around 30. Many ninjas could not live to old age, and the overall number of ninjas was not as high as it is now. Of course, higher talent and strength also have disadvantages. It made you gradually become arrogant. You looked down on the world. You regarded the people of the world as ridiculous natives. You thought that you should control the fate of human beings. Yuta mercilessly analyzed Tonri's and his ancestors' psychology. It is somewhat understandable that a clan with stronger average strength would think that the clan with weaker average strength fighting each other is wrong and needs to be corrected. However, when it comes to the actual action, only Tonri had tried to destroy the world. Tonri was ashen at this moment and had lost the will to live. Everything is fake. The giant Tenseigen that was regarded as a treasure is full of blood. The will of his ancestor that he had upheld was denied by his ancestor himself. The reason why he had looked down on the natives of the earth was because of his outstanding talent. However, now he discovered that this talent was actually fake. If the last descendant of Hamura on the moon was not him, but someone else, they would also have his current talent. Everything he had tried to do is simply a joke. If you still want to live, you can live on Earth in the future. Yuta said to Tonri, on the one hand, living alone on the moon will make people more extreme. The Otsutsuki branch house on the moon also believed that the humans in the Earth were wrong, but they were not as extreme as you. On the other hand, with your strength, it will be a trouble if you are left on the moon. Tonri is easier to educate than Madara. Madara has become numb from too many experiences and wants to use infinite Tsukuyomi because he has given up on the world. But Tonri is just simply lacking in education. In the future, after living in a normal environment, perhaps he can gradually correct himself. If so, it would be great, Hamura nodded. As Tonri was his last descendant left on the moon, he did not want Tonri to choose to destroy himself. I have a use for this giant Tenseigen, and I can't give it back to you. Yuta glanced at Tonri and said. Tonri looked at the golden giant Tenseigen and felt that the treasure that he usually regarded as magnificent and dazzling now seemed to have a bloody smell. He quickly moved his eyes away and said, it doesn't matter. I don't want to see this thing again. When he thought that this giant Tenseigen was the culprit that had caused his clan to gradually die out, he felt disgusted. On the side, Hamura opened his mouth, but seemed to be a little hesitant. He finally asked, what do you plan to do with the giant Tenseigen? Although he didn't agree with his brother's random interference in the world, he still had to have the necessary understanding. It's better not to have what his mother had done back, then be repeated. Yuta gently stroked the vertical crack on his forehead and said, after absorbing the chakra of the giant Tenseigen, I can probably open this eye. Hath, thanks to your good brother who took away Yin Nine Tails, I almost failed. Even now, I am still a little short. At that time, Yuta had relied on absorbing natural energy to make up for the last bit of energy consumption. If he had Yin Nine Tails, he might have not only been able to advance to Kaguya's level, but also successfully awaken the Rinasharingen. At that time, he would be able to fully master the power of Kekemora. Hamura's expression changed, and he seemed a little surprised. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was understandable. Although Yuta was a young junior, he was no less than him and his brother in terms of strength and understanding of the secrets of the world. It is understandable that he could guess that his brother had a hand in the disappearance of Yin Nine Tails. He is worried that you will do what mother had done back then. Hamura explained, I don't have any opinion on your actions, but personally, I just hope that you can always bring peace to the world and don't do what my mother had done back then. Yuta nodded indifferently and said, I am different from Kaguya. I grew up in this world and it is impossible for me to destroy it. Even if I am immortal in the end, it would be meaningless if I become the only one in the world. Kaguya is an Otsutsuki who had come outside. She and the humans in the earth are not the same species at all. In terms of attitude towards the earth, Kaguya is no different from other Otsutsukis. Earth is just a nursery for them to plant god trees. They just abandon it after they make use of it. Capítulo 220, Enlightening Hamura. Hamura's eyebrows jumped, and he felt that he seemed to have heard something from Yuta's words. Yuta said that he was different from Kaguya, and he grew up in the earth. Does that mean that his mother was not from Earth? I have been confused since just now. You seem to know more about the things of the past than me. Hamura's expression turned serious. Yuta seemed to know everything, including the things about his mother Kaguya, and the things about the former main family and the branch house on the moon. Obviously, he is a young ninja who grew up in this era. Why does he know so many ancient secrets? And now it seems that Yuta also knows something about his mother. These are things that even he and his brother don't know. Why, Kaguya didn't tell you anything? Yuta raised the corner of his mouth and asked back. Hamura shook his head. His expression was a little confused. After my brother and I were created, Mother didn't tell us about her past. Later, under the leadership of Gamamaru of Mount Mayaboku, my brother and I discovered that Mother was asking humans to make a sacrifice to the god tree regularly. Later, my brother and I rebelled against Mother. But the reason Mother launched Infinite Tsukiyomi and the reason she asked humans to make a sacrifice to the god tree, my brother and I don't know. It seemed that Mother was afraid of something. Hamura's tone became very uncertain when he said the latter part. In his opinion, this was something completely incomprehensible. Even though he and his brother had joined forces and fought for several months, they could only barely seal Kaguya in the end. With Kaguya's strength, who could birth fear in her? Yuta did not answer but asked, "So, you and the Sage of Six Paths were created by Kaguya and not born?" There are two different stories about the birth of Hagoromo and Hamura in the original story. One is that with the blessing of everyone, Kaguya gave birth to two children. Of course, the blessing of everyone is a bit nonsense. In this version, Kaguya had probably used yin-yang release to create two life forms. The other version was even more ridiculous. Kaguya fell in love with an emperor of a country and gave birth to two children. This idea was obviously ridiculous. At the beginning, Kaguya and Ishiki had come to Earth together and planned to plant the god tree. Ishiki originally planned to sacrifice Kaguya to 10 Tails so that 10 Tails would grow into a god tree. But he was surprised attacked by Kaguya, and half of his body was swallowed by 10 Tails. Later, Ishiki could only run away, and Kaguya planted the god tree. After the god tree produced a chakra fruit, she ate it. Before eating the chakra fruit, Kaguya had the ability to travel across outer space with Ishiki. She could also severely injure Ishiki, albeit with a sneak attack. Even before eating the fruit of the god tree, Kaguya was already a different species from the humans in the Earth. Every Otsutsuki is probably like this. They treat life planets as a garden and regard themselves as a god. How could such a Kaguya have a child with a mortal king? Hamura asked, "It is true that Mother created me and my brother. What does this have to do with it?" Hamura was puzzled. What does Kaguya's creation of him and his brother have to do with her origin? I can probably understand it a little bit. Yuta nodded and said, "Kaguya created you too to use your strength to help her share the pressure. But unfortunately, you who grew up in Earth don't think of yourself as gods like her. Perhaps when you rebelled against her, Kaguya was very annoyed, right? You too actually rebelled against your mother, the creator, for these mortals." This is indeed the case. Hamura recalled the past, and seemed to be able to recall Kaguya's anger when he and his brother had rebelled. It was also at that time that he had realized that his mother was so strange. Kaguya, who was worshipped as a god and respected by the living beings on Earth, actually just regarded them as feed for the god tree. That's why he was determined to rebel against his mother at the beginning. Yuta said, "Kaguya created you to relieve some of the pressure off of her, but she didn't expect that you would completely not understand her. So, when she created Black Zetsu, she didn't let Black Zetsu have an independent will at all. She just let Black Zetsu be a tool to help her break the seal." Black Zetsu. Hamura was a little puzzled. What does that mean? Did Mother create any other life? And what kind of name is Black Zetsu? It's too casual. When Kaguya was sealed by you, she left a backup plan by creating a life form called Black Zetsu. This life form has been planning for the past 1,000 years, and finally helped Madara awaken the Rinnegan. According to Black Zetsu's plan, the next step is to collect the tailed beasts to revive 10 tails and activate Infinite Tsukiyomi, so that Kaguya can break free from the seal. But unfortunately, Black Zetsu met me. Yuta looked at the moon under his feet. He could sense that there was some kind of huge chakra seal inside it. Kaguya's body was sealed in it in a strange form. Did Mother leave such preparations? Hamura's face changed, and he eased a little after hearing Yuta's words. He still had lingering fears about the battle with his mother back then year. The entire world was almost shattered into pieces. You know too little about the earth under your feet and the starry sky above your head. Yuta shook his head and said, "The beings that Kaguya feared back then are still threats to the world now. To deal with them, it is useless to rely on ordinary ninjas. You can only choose to continuously improve the top combat power." Yuta turned his head and looked at the giant Tenseigen beside him. "This is also the reason why I need this giant Tenseigen. Without being strong enough, I can't resist the future threats." Capítulo 221, Sage of Six Paths appears. Himura was silent for a long time. He said, "I can give you the giant Tenseigen on behalf of my descendants. I just hope that you can protect this world in the future." He didn't know what threats the world was facing, but he mostly believed what Yuta had said. "No." Illusory ripples spread through the air as an old voice echoed. A strange door opened, revealing boundless death from the other side. Seeing that his brother was about to give the giant Tenseigen to Yuta, the Sage of Six Paths could no longer sit idly by. He finally showed up to stop him. "Stop, Yuta, don't go down the wrong path anymore," Hagoromo spoke seriously. Hearing this, Yuta sneered. "So you finally dare to show yourself, Sage of Six Paths? You secretly took Yin Nine Tails before. I was planning to settle that score with you after dealing with the Rina sharing an issue. I didn't expect you to come to me first." Hagoromo frowned. Seeing that Yuta remained unmoved, he sighed. "It seems my worries were justified. With your personality, if you continue like this, you will inevitably follow the same path as Mother." Even now, Yuta was refusing to listen to him. If Yuta continues to grow stronger and reaches the same level as Kaguya, who will be able to stop him? Yuta said, "You must have been secretly listening to our conversation, right? In that case, you should have heard that Kaguya had made people sacrifice to the god tree because she feared a threat. If a top powerhouse isn't born, how will the world survive against the future threats?" The Sage of Six Paths still remained unmoved. He said, "That's just your claim. You have no proof. Maybe you are simply using this as an excuse to gain more power." Yuta chuckled and said, "What happened to your philosophy of understanding between people? Using love to bring peace to the world, wasn't that your belief? Why can't you trust me now? If you're biased, just say so. Stop fooling yourself." After Asura inherited Ninshu, everything fell into chaos. The world was at war for 1,000 years. The Sengoku era only ended because Senju Hashirama and Madara were too strong. It was not because Hashirama brought about understanding between people. The clans in the Land of Fire couldn't resist the combined might of Senju and Uchiha. Other countries saw Konoha rise and, fearing its power, rushed to form their own villages. After Madara left and Hashirama died, the wars never stopped. Yuta said, "Talking about understanding without considering strength is ridiculous." Hagoromo frowned and said, "You're just quibbling." Yuta shook his head and said, "Call it whatever you want. I can't reason with a stubborn fool like you. You interfere too much in the affairs of the world, just like that old toad. You two are birds of a feather." Hagoromo is a conservative who only steps up at the last moment, throwing the world into another endless cycle. He keeps interfering in matters that don't concern him. It's ridiculous. If he really wanted to interfere, why didn't he stop Madara from using infinite Tsukuyomi? The stone tablet in the Uchiha clan's Naka shrine had been altered by Black Zetsu long ago, and he never noticed. Madara awakened the Rinnegan, revived the Ten Tails, and started the Fourth Great Ninja War. And only when infinite Tsukuyomi was about to be cast, he finally appeared. If he had come earlier and warned Madara that infinite Tsukuyomi was a lie that would revive Kaguya, wouldn't that have solved everything? But he did nothing. Instead, he waited for the so-called Son of Prophecy. He hoped that Naruto, Asura's reincarnation, would bring peace. So biased. If Asura is your son, isn't Indra also your son, despite having different beliefs? How dare you bring up Gamamaru? Hearing Yuta's words, Hagoromo grew irritated. Gamamaru only shared his dreams with Mount Mayaboku's inheritor. That had no direct impact on you. Why did you kill Gamamaru over this? If anything, I am happy for doing that, Yuta said mockingly. If I hadn't been strong enough to protect myself, I might have been eliminated, just because of a prophecy calling me the son of destruction. To Yuta, strength was the only guarantee of survival. Relying on others was a fool's gamble. Your prejudice runs too deep, Hagoromo sighed. You have no intention of stopping, do you? And I can no longer tolerate your stupidity and stubbornness. Yuta's Rinnegan glowed, and a powerful repulsive force erupted around him as he soared into the sky. He said, "You and that toad, along with your lingering, rotten beliefs, this entire system you've left behind should have been changed long ago. The Ninshu you founded had failed for 1,000 years, and yet you stubbornly clung to your beliefs, waiting for a son of prophecy to bring peace. With that mindset, do you even care about the people of the world? This absurd, ridiculous dream, it's time to end it." Below, Hagoromo's expression hardened. His ethereal chakra body gradually took form. He extended his hand, summoning an illusory gate. "Young man, don't overestimate your strength. You have strayed from the right path. Now, it's time for me to correct it." Capitulo 222, Yuta v's Sage of Six Paths. The illusory gate to the Pure Land opened with the gesture of the Sage of Six Paths. A shrill and sinister laugh echoed from within. The first being to step through the gate and enter this realm was none other than the Shinigami. The massive phantom of the Shinigami sank into the body of the Sage of Six Paths, causing his once ethereal chakra form to solidify further. After all, he was only existing as a soul. For the Sage of Six Paths, creating a new body through yin-yang release and reviving himself was possible, but not worth the cost. Even if he forged a new body, it would eventually decay and wither. Furthermore, creating a body strong enough to contain his soul would drain a significant amount of his strength and take a long time to recover from. If he were to create a physical form, his power might actually decline, making him less capable of fighting against Yuta. Thus, rather than creating a new body, it was better to remain as a soul entity and strengthen himself through other means. This Shinigami that wandered the Pure Land without much intelligence was the perfect tool. And in addition, there was also the Yin Nine Tails he had previously unsealed from Minato's soul. "Old man, can you beat him?" Nine Tails emerged through the passage, stepping back into the living world. Staring at Yuta, Nine Tails couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even though he deeply respected the Sage of Six Paths for creating him, he had no confidence in his ability to fight Yuta. After all, the Sage of Six Paths had been dead for thousands of years. He only existed as a soul, while Yuta was at his peak. "Don't underestimate me." Hagoromo didn't seem nervous in the slightest. He's just a misguided young man who needs to be taught a lesson. Hearing this, Nine Tails' tension eased slightly. He then fully relaxed, allowing his chakra to be completely controlled by Hagoromo. Swish! Golden chakra surged into Hagoromo, making him appear even more powerful. "Hamura, what will you do? Will you fight alongside me?" Hagoromo transferred part of his power to his younger brother, Hamura. Yuta didn't bother to stop it. He didn't seem to care which side Hamura would choose. "Brother, must you go this far?" Hamura sighed, trying to persuade him. "We both died thousands of years ago. Shouldn't we entrust the future to the younger generation? Even if they make mistakes, we can correct them when the time comes. I refuse to interfere now." Hagoromo wasn't surprised by Hamura's decision. He merely shook his head and stood firm in his beliefs. He said, "Yuta is in the wrong. We can't allow him to continue down this path." On the other side, Yuta finally spoke. "I happen to think your ideology is wrong. You're just a foolish, stubborn old man. Even if you don't attack me, I have no intention of letting people like you lurk in the shadows, secretly manipulating the world. You and the reincarnations of your two sons, all these endless disputes, it's time to end this." Hagoromo's expression darkened and he said, "Stubborn fool." He let out a cold snort as blue chakra erupted from his body, forming a massive blue giant. Susanoo. This was the Susanoo of the Sage of Six Paths himself. Unlike the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's perfect Susanoo, what the Sage of Six Paths had summoned was a truly perfect Susanoo. It was over 1,000 meters tall and had wings on its back. This was the power that once rivaled the 10 tails. Unfortunately, my current state is far from my peak. Hagoromo analyzed his condition, sighing to himself. However, this much is more than enough to deal with an arrogant junior who doesn't know his place. Below, Tonri stood in shock, staring at the colossal blue giant. In terms of size alone, his golden wheel rebirth explosion could match this form. But when it came to chakra control, he was vastly inferior. To compress such immense chakra to this extent, it was simply unbelievable. Is my control of power truly this poor? Tonri recalled Yuta's previous criticism of him and couldn't help but feel disheartened. Don't underestimate yourself. Himura consoled him and said, "You have great talent, but my brother's talent is even greater. Moreover, his understanding of chakra far surpasses yours." This was the first time Himura had seen his brother fight this seriously since their battle against Kaguya. During the conflict that drove Indra and Asura apart, the Sage of Six Paths had only supported Asura. He hadn't fought personally. If he was serious, even if Indra and Asura combined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance. Is this the power you believe can stop me? Yuta's voice was filled with disdain. Seeing that Hagoromo wasn't making any further moves, Yuta seemed disappointed. If this is all, then I'm not impressed. I can do that just as easily. As soon as he spoke, a golden armor engulfed his body, and a gigantic golden phantom rapidly expanded, reaching the same height as the Sage of Six Paths Susanoo. But that wasn't all. Standing atop his Susanoo's head, Yuta raised a single palm. In an instant, a truth-seeking ball, infused with the ultimate compressed chakra, manifested. Then, it transformed into a dazzling golden sword. A golden Susanoo, wielding the golden wheel rebirth explosion sword, now stood face-to-face with the Sage of Six Paths Susanoo. Hagoromo, Himura, and the others stiffened. They had known Yuta was strong, but only now did they realize that they had still underestimated him. If this were before, dealing with you might have taken some effort. Yuta controlled the Susanoo, raising the brilliant golden sword high. But now, even though you took half of 9 tails, making it a little more difficult for me, we are simply not on the same level anymore. Before absorbing 10 tails chakra, Yuta had already reached the 6 paths level. At that time, he had an advantage over Hagoromo, but defeating him outright wouldn't be easy. At least, he wouldn't be able to crush him as effortlessly as he had done with Madara and Tonri. But now, Yuta had ascended to a realm beyond even that. Capitulo 223, Crushing Sage of Six Paths. Clang! The golden Susanoo, wielding a dazzling golden sword, slashed down in a single, decisive motion. The once mighty Susanoo of the Sage of Six Paths, revered as an indestructible force, was now fragile in comparison. It was nearly split in half by the strike. "Old man, are you sure you can handle this? Maybe we should stop now." 9 Tails, residing within the Sage of Six Paths, spoke with a rare tone of fear. To him, Yuta now seemed even more terrifying than the 10 Tails itself. Sage of Six Paths' face darkened as he forcefully restored his Susanoo. He said, "If we don't stop him now, Yuta will use you as a sacrifice for the 10 Tails. Once that happens, 10 Tails will reach its full power, and you will cease to exist." His mind raced. The golden sword, imbued with Tensegen's golden wheel rebirth explosion, was far sharper than he had anticipated. Even his 6 paths Susanoo, a technique designed to withstand battles against deities, was no match for it. He had underestimated Yuta. Originally, he believed that even if Yuta had become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he would still be able to handle him. After all, he had once been the first to harness the 10 Tails power. Coupled with the experience gained from his prolonged battle with his mother, he was confident in his ability to counter it. But now something was off. Yuta hadn't even absorbed the 10 Tails, but his strength rivaled what the Sage of Six Paths had possessed as a Jinchuriki. That was impossible. Realizing that waiting any longer would only spell his doom, the Sage of Six Paths decided to strike first. With his Susanoo restored, he controlled the massive blue Susanoo to swing its sword towards Yuta with terrifying speed. Yuta indifferently said, "I told you, there is a big gap between our levels." Yuta didn't even move. His golden Susanoo reached out with one hand and caught the incoming blade. What? The Sage of Six Paths was stunned. His mind refused to accept what his eyes were witnessing. Even the Ten Tails would face some trouble against a direct hit from his Susanoo. But Yuta had just stopped it barehanded, as if it were nothing. In his brief moment of shock, Yuta calmly raised his other hand and gathered a vast amount of chakra. He murmured, 80 gods' vacuum fists. A blinding white light engulfed the sky. From the perspective of Earth, it seemed like a second sun had appeared at the edge of the moon. The devastating energy wave struck the Sage of Six Paths Susanoo. In an instant, the once mighty giant was reduced to nothingness. The Sage of Six Paths himself was launched into the depths of space by the sheer force of the attack. Below, Hamura and Tonri, both possessing the Tenseigen, were speechless. Especially Tonri. Just moments ago, he had believed that the Sage of Six Paths was invincible. But now, that very same Sage of Six Paths had been obliterated in an instant, just like him before. But there was a key difference. If Tonri had been in the Sage of Six Paths position, he wouldn't have been sent flying. He would have been killed on the spot. Tonri finally realized the truth. Yuta had never even used his full power against him. Compared to the Sage of Six Paths, he was nothing. And compared to Yuta, the Sage of Six Paths was nothing. High above, the Sage of Six Paths gritted his teeth as he forced himself back. If not for his Rinnegan's repulsion ability, he might have been sent flying into the endless void of space. Still, the damage to his pride was worse than the damage to his body. He wanted to ask Yuta how he had reached such a level of power. But he couldn't bring himself to say those words. Seeing the unspoken question in his eyes, Yuta simply smirked. He said, "You underestimate Kaguya's power." Kaguya never fully mastered her abilities. Take the 80 gods' vacuum fists, for example. She never even tapped into its true potential. Maybe that's why she created you and Hamura. Perhaps she realized her own limitations and tried to compensate by passing her strength onto her children. Yuta's eyes glowed as he took a step forward. He said, "Unfortunately, you made a fatal mistake. You mistook Kaguya's displayed power for the limits of her abilities. Now, let me show you what a true difference in our levels." The Rinnegan in his eyes burst with radiant energy. You may have seen Kaguya use this move before. Minaka. In an instant, both Yuta and the Sage of Six Paths vanished. Tonri's eyes darted around, frantically searching around with his Tenseigen. Nothing. Not a single trace of chakra remained. Did they teleport, some kind of space-time jutsu? Tonri muttered, still scanning the area. Hamura's face grew solemn. Minaka. A memory resurfaced in his mind. A long, long time ago, when he and his brother had fought against Kaguya, she had used this same technique. His eyes widened in realization. They've left this world entirely. The sky was a sickly yellow-green. The ground was composed of unnatural red soil. Sage of Six Paths' eyes narrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. This place. He had been here before. Back when he had fought his mother, Kaguya. This was the ability of a Minaka, a personal dimension. After sealing Kaguya, he had tried to master all of her abilities for years. But some techniques had remained beyond his reach. He had never been able to replicate a Minaka. He had never been able to wield all-killing ash bones. Because his level of life realm was never as high as Kaguya's. Now, looking at Yuta, he wondered if he had truly surpassed even Kaguya. Capitulo 224, Sword of Nanyuboka. Because of your obstruction, I couldn't completely awaken the Rinnegan. I'm still a little short of that step. Yuta touched the crack on his forehead and said, I can now use a Minaka, but I can only enter this dimension. If I want to enter other dimensions and switch between them freely, I probably need to fully awaken the Rinnegan. Sage of Six Paths' face was extremely gloomy at this moment. He looked around and finally confirmed that this was indeed one of Kaguya's personal dimensions that he had entered in the past. However, that was when he had fought with his mother Kaguya. At that time, he was at his peak, and he had joined forces with his brother Hamura to forcibly break the dimension. But now, it was very difficult for him to do the same thing. Right now, his condition is not as good as it was in the past, and he is alone. Looking at Yuta on the opposite side, Sage of Six Paths felt regret for the first time. He had underestimated this descendant of Indra. He had thought that Yuta was at most stronger than Madara, and he could deal with him with some preparation. He had never thought that Yuta would have come to this point. If he had known earlier, he would not have faced Yuta so early. Instead, he would have spent more time preparing. At least, he would wait until the reincarnations of Asura and Indra of this generation grow up. That way, he could have some helpers at that time. However, if he waits, Yuta's strength will also certainly grow stronger with time. Moreover, Yuta might not give him the opportunity to prepare. Although his condition is not very good, Yuta has also not yet reached his true peak. What's more, his younger brother Hamura is outside. If he can seize the opportunity and cooperate with Hamura outside, he may have a chance to break free. At that time, he and Hamura will join forces. Even if they cannot defeat Yuta, they can at least resist him and make him restrain himself. Thinking of this, Sage of Six Paths calmed down and suddenly mobilized chakra. Buzz! One after another, truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. A total of 9 black truth-seeking balls were arranged in a circle behind the Sage of Six Paths. Although Sag of Six Paths only had a soul body at this moment, relying on the Shinigami and Yin Nine-Tails chakra, he could barely reach his peak strength for a short period of time. He must seize this opportunity to break free from this dimension. Now that he is facing Yuta alone, the situation is too unfavorable. I admit, Yuta, you really exceeded my expectations. In the hands of the Sage of Six Paths, each truth-seeking ball turned into a long strip and arranged into a spiral. Sword of Nanaboko. This is a weapon that he had only used once, in the final battle with his mother. The ultimate weapon formed by the truth-seeking ball, condensed by using most of the chakra in his body. However, I have some experience against most of the abilities you have shown at this moment. Sage of Six Paths shouted, and the Sword of Nanaboko suddenly slashed towards the void. What Yuta had shown were all moves that he had seen his mother use. Whether it was the 80 Gods' vacuum fists or the Amena Manaka. In the past, he and Hamura had joined forces and fought against Kaguya for several months. He was very familiar with the abilities that his mother Kaguya possessed. Although he dared not say that he could easily handle it, he at least knew a way to crack it. The black sword of Nanaboko slashed towards the void. The barrier of Yuta's dimension began to fluctuate violently, becoming like a fragile glass. Is it related to the power of space? Interesting. Yuta carefully observed the weapon in the hands of Sage of Six Paths and nodded slowly. The sword of Nanaboko was also used by Six Paths Abido in the original story, but it was vastly inferior to the one used by the Sage of Six Paths in person. Moreover, the one used by Six Paths Abido did not show any spatial ability at all. Yuta's Rinnegan observed the space of the dimension he was in and the outside world. He suddenly discovered that on the moon, there was the same spatial fluctuation. That place was where the Sage of Six Paths had disappeared before. The attack of the Sword of Nanaboko seemed to have found the node connecting the two spaces. Next, if Hamura also attacks, the two of them can really break the space forcefully under the continuous attack from inside and outside. Interesting. Yuta curled his lips and then said, "But do you think I will give you this opportunity?" Speaking of which, after Gamamaru's death, his soul should have gone to the Pure Land, so you probably know my Rinnegan pupil technique, right? Hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths' pupils shrank. Gamamaru had complained about Yuta's pupil technique. Time stop. It is an unreasonable ability. Sage of Six Paths suddenly mobilized more chakra, and the Tian Numa spear sword continued to slash at the void, intending to speed up and escape from here. Too late. Yuta opened his arms and used the pupil technique. Time stop the world. Buzz. Everything inside and outside Yuta's dimension turned gray. It seemed like a pause button was pressed on the whole world, and all matter stopped flowing. I can still move. No, my speed is too slow. The Sage of Six Paths, who couldn't stop Yuta from using hid pupil technique, suddenly found that he could move in a world where time had stopped. However, before he had time to be happy, he found that his movement speed was extremely slow. The movement of his body was extremely difficult, and a lot of chakra was being consumed every time he moved. At his current speed, if he wants to use the Sword of Nanyuboko to continuously attack the space barrier, the time required will be multiplied by several times. Damn it! Sage of Six Paths saw that Yuta's movement was not affected at all. Yuta raised his arm towards him. It's really unreasonable. Sage of Six Paths felt the pain of Gamamaru and Madara. The saddest thing is that he can see and feel things, but it is useless. He can only quietly wait for the fate of defeat. Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. Yuta stretched out his hand and grasped the Sage of Six Paths from a distance. In an instant, a large number of stones were torn into pieces, soaring into the sky and burying the Sage of Six Paths. Capitulo 225, Sage of Six Paths Surrender. Boom! In the sky, a massive rock sphere that had just taken shape exploded with a bang. The time stop ended, and the world returned to normal. The Sage of Six Paths was finally able to move at a normal speed again. Sage of Six Paths had no time to think. Chakra surged from his body with all its might, smashing through the hundreds of meters of dense rock that had wrapped around him. Then, the Sage of Six Paths didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately using all his abilities to bombard the 10 black spheres in front of him. As the first person to possess Chibaku Tensei, the Sage of Six Paths naturally had the deepest mastery of it. When the black sphere core of Chibaku Tensei first appears, if a continuous, strong attack is applied, it is possible to crush the core. This would crack the Chibaku Tensei. However, this method must be used right after Chibaku Tensei is performed. If time passes, the black sphere core will be surrounded by a mass of rocks, forming a protective layer around the central core. At that point, to fight against Chibaku Tensei, the only choice is to rely on strength to break free from the gravity's shackles. Boom! Truth-Seeking Ball, Six Paths Sage Arts, Yasaka Magatama. Various attacks continued to strike the black sphere core in the sky. The longer the attacks lasted, the more the Sage of Six Paths became alarmed. This Chibaku Tensei was more powerful than the one he and Hamura had used to seal Kaguya. At that time, he had also used Six Paths Chibaku Tensei, but this was Yuta's Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. The gap in realms. The Sage of Six Paths felt heavier and heavier. Under the continuous barrage, he finally noticed that the black core in the sky had dimmed slightly. It had dimmed, but only a little. After so many attacks for so long, it only had this little effect. And this was without Yuta intervening. One of the key reasons he and Hamura were able to seal Kaguya was because after using Chibaku Tensei, the two had used continuous attacks to interfere. Kaguya was unaware of Chibaku Tensei and was finally sealed. Do you think this is my finishing move? Yuta's face remained calm, his smile ever present. Since a few moments ago, he had been drawing all the chakra from his body. The next move would be the most energy-consuming move that he will have used until now. Go ahead. Yuta raised his arm and opened his clenched palm. A black sphere shot up, flying high into the sky. What? Sage of Six Paths continued his barrage on the core of Chibaku Tensei while keeping an eye on Yuta. This shouldn't be another Chibaku Tensei. That black sphere seemed to be a truth-seeking ball. What effect could a truth-seeking ball have? Seeing the confused look on the Sage of Six Paths' face, Yuta chuckled and said, "It seems you haven't seen all of Kaguya's abilities. This move is called the Expanding Truth-Seeking Ball. Even among Kaguya's various techniques, this should be considered her strongest move." Buzz! The truth-seeking ball, flying high in the sky, seemed so small, almost insignificant. But the next moment, this tiny truth-seeking ball began to expand, exuding an aura of complete annihilation. This move seemed to have the power to turn everything into nothingness. Not good. The Sage of Six Paths' heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he finally realized the threat of this move. This move could bring him fatal harm. Though his body had decayed thousands of years ago, his soul had endured across time. This was the true Six Paths level. The body decays, but the soul remains immortal. But now, for the first time, the Sage of Six Paths truly felt the shadow of death. Yuta's move might actually be capable of killing him. Damn it! Sage of Six Paths attempted to withdraw, but he was trapped by the gravity of Chibaku Tensei and couldn't escape. Now, the Sage of Six Paths understood. This Chibaku Tensei wasn't meant to seal him, but to restrain him, preventing him from escaping the range of the expanding, truth-seeking ball. You finally understand. Yuta observed the Sage of Six Paths' expression change. He smiled and waved his arm, pointing at the core of Chibaku Tensei. He said, but it's too late. The black spherical core of Chibaku Tensei, under Yuta's pull, was drawn toward the expanding, truth-seeking ball. Sage of Six Paths was also pulled by the gravity of the core, following helplessly. The tiny, truth-seeking ball continued to expand, and despite the Sage of Six Paths' best efforts to dodge, his movements were constrained by the gravity of Chibaku Tensei. He was ultimately touched by the expanding, truth-seeking ball. Sizzle! The terrifying sound of chakra melting filled the air. The body of the Sage of Six Paths, essentially composed of chakra, began to be annihilated and devoured the moment it was touched by the expanding, truth-seeking ball. This was the essence of the expanding, truth-seeking ball. It possessed the power to turn everything into nothingness. Even a true Six Paths level being like the Sage of Six Paths, with an immortal soul, was helpless in the face of this move. His body was being decomposed and consumed. Old man, what should I do? It's over. Nine Tails, residing within the Sage of Six Paths, screamed in terror. Nine Tails truly felt that this was the end. Before being captured by Madara and Senju Hashirama, at worst, he had lost his freedom. Even if he was swallowed by the 10 tails, with the Sage of Six Paths, the tailed beasts could be separated again. But if he is devoured by this strange, expanding, truth-seeking ball, Nine Tails felt that he would be completely destroyed. At the same time, the Shinigami that was trapped within the body of the Sage of Six Paths struggled desperately, trying to break free and escape alone. Idiot! The Sage of Six Paths cursed. The Shinigami was truly brainless. Now he was still thinking of escaping alone. If they joined forces and exerted their full strength, they might be able to break free. If they separated, their powers would weaken, and then they would truly be finished. But now, no matter how hard the Sage of Six Paths tried, he couldn't break free. The expanding, truth-seeking ball was continuously eroding his chakra. His strength was waning, making it more difficult to escape the gravitational pull of Yuta's Chibaku Tensei. For the first time in his life, the Sage of Six Paths felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Not because he hadn't prepared thoroughly, but because of getting involved in the first place. Yuta, stop it. Finally, faced with the looming specter of death, the Sage of Six Paths relented. I will not interfere in the affairs of the earth anymore. From now on, I will remain in the Pure Land, and I'll never return. Capítulo 226, Expanding Truth-Seeking Ball. After saying this, a sense of ultimate humiliation surged into the heart of the Sage of Six Paths. He actually begged for mercy from a descendant of Indra, a junior who was countless years younger than himself. He had never suffered such humiliation since his birth. However, the current situation did not allow him to keep his dignity. If he stayed rigid, he might really be completely wiped out. He believed that Yuta would definitely not hesitate to do such a thing. It's too late. A mocking arc appeared at the corner of Yuta's mouth. You are thinking of giving up now, weren't you very imposing before? Didn't you want to teach me the correct way before? Since you have decided to interfere, then carry out your will to the end. Listening to Yuta's undisguised mocking words, Sage of Six Paths blushed, but didn't know what to say. It was indeed him who had unnecessarily poked his nose before, wanting to correct Yuta's mistakes. But how could he have thought at that time that things would turn out like this? Swish! Soon, the entire body of the Sage of Six Paths was completely torn apart. His body was originally fragile, and he could only exert his strength through his soul body, Shinigami, and Yin Nine Tails. Now, facing the expanding truth-seeking ball, this temporary body was completely dismembered. The Shinigami split from his body and desperately tried to escape. But he could not break free from the attraction of Chibaku Tensei and could only be swallowed by the expanding giant truth-seeking ball. "Old man, save me." Nine Tails, who originally looked fierce, now became like a helpless little fox. He desperately asked the Sage of Six Paths for help. However, Sage of Six Paths was completely overwhelmed at this moment. The Shinigami and Yin Nine Tails were separated from his body, and his strength had greatly weakened, making it even more difficult to resist Chibaku Tensei's attraction. He couldn't even break free himself. How could he care about Yin Nine Tails? "Yuta," Sage of Six Paths roared. "Do you really have to do this?" He didn't really hurt Yuta, he just wanted to correct his wrong behavior, so why was Yuta trying to kill him? Yuta blinked and shook his head. He said with a smile, "Your own stupid and naive ideas have been hindering the progress of the world for the past 1,000 years. Of course, I know that you won't accept these words no matter what I say. Let's talk about something more valuable. Your mother Kaguya comes from the Otsutsuki clan. But her status in the Otsutsuki clan is not high. Well, it's probably equivalent to the status of the branch house in the Hyuga clan, and her life and death can easily be decided by the main family. At the beginning, she and another member of the Otsutsuki clan came to Earth to plant the God Tree. Kaguya was supposed to be the sacrifice for the God Tree. But Kaguya was unwilling to accept this fate and ambushed that other person, using that person as a sacrifice for the God Tree instead. After the God Tree matured, Kaguya ate the chakra fruit and gained overwhelming power. The man who was attacked by Kaguya, Otsutsuki Ishiki, has been hiding in the world for the past 1,000 years. However, the state of Otsutsuki Ishiki is not very good. After he was attacked by Kaguya, some of his body was sacrificed to 10 Tails. Otsutsuki Ishiki could only stay in the body of a monk named Jaijin. And without a strong enough body, the impact on strength is very large. For example, if the current Sage of Six Paths was in his prime, adding Shinigami and Yin Nine Tails, his performance would have been much better. Sage of Six Paths listened to Yuta's story, and his expression changed. Is this the origin of his mother? How did Yuta know this? Is he making up something to deceive him? Sage of Six Paths turned his head and looked at the expanding truth-seeking ball that was constantly devouring his soul body and quickly gave up the idea. He was now just meat on the chopping board. Although it was embarrassing to say this, he was indeed not worth deceiving. Yuta said, although Kaguya's realm is very high, she did not have a good grasp of her strength, so she created you two brothers. But even so, she was still afraid of the Otsutsuki clan, so she needed to continue to become stronger. This was the reason why Kaguya asked humans to sacrifice to the God Tree in the first place. She probably wanted the God Tree to bear the second fruit as soon as possible. Letting humans continue to sacrifice to the God Tree can speed up the ripening of the God Tree's fruit. At the same time, not allowing everyone to be affected by infinite Tsukuyomi is a consideration of sustainability. As for the white Zetsu produced by sacrificing humans to the God Tree, this is most likely a byproduct. The battle between the Otsutsuki is not something that mass-produced white Zetsu can intervene in any way. Sage of Six Paths said coldly, "What do you want to say by saying this? Does it have anything to do with what you are doing?" Yuta nodded and said, "Of course it has something to do with it. It takes a certain level of strength to bring about peace. It is impossible to achieve this by relying on your so-called love and understanding between people. And to guard against the threat that the Otsutsuki pose, the strength of ordinary ninjas is useless. Even the 5 cages are not strong enough to face the Otsutsuki. Only a high-end combat power can turn the tide. As for you," Yuta looked directly at the Sage of Six Paths and said, "Whether I bring peace to the world or improve my own strength, you are hindering me. If the future of the world is handed over to a naive and ignorant person like you, that would be the real danger." The face of the Sage of Six Paths changed drastically. These words simply negated everything about him. Yuta even said that he was a complete hindrance. The affairs of the world cannot be dictated by a reckless person like you. After seeing that Yuta had no intention of letting him go, Sage of Six Paths simply gave up the attitude of begging for mercy and submission. Even if there is a threat from the Otsutsuki clan, as you said, the future of the world cannot be completely handed over to people like you. Yuta shook his head and said, "It doesn't make sense to talk to a stupid and stubborn person like you. It's easier to eliminate people like you who are in the way. In addition, the boring fights of your two sons should end. Because of their chakra circulating in the world, the personality of the reincarnated person is affected. It's ridiculous." Naruto did not turn evil even after all that he went through. This was because Asura chakra had affected his personality. "What do you want to do?" The soul of the Sage of Six Paths was almost completely devoured, and he let out a final roar. Yuya said, "I am not doing anything, just erasing the influence your two sons brought to their character. From now on, the people in the earth will only be themselves, and no longer the reincarnations of your two sons." Yuta mercilessly controlled the expanding truth-seeking ball to completely devour the Sage of Six Paths. Capítulo 227, Searching for Ishiki. In Yuta's dimension, the expanding truth-seeking ball, which had expanded to a size of several thousand meters, stopped expanding under Yuta's control after the Sage of Six Paths was annihilated and began to shrink continuously. Along with it, streams of pure chakra were pulled and taken into Yuta's body. At the same time, the slight gap on Yuta's forehead was trembling slightly, as if something was about to be conceived. The chakra extracted from the Shinigami Yin Nine Tails, the Sage of Six Paths soul, and the giant Tenseigan on the moon was extremely huge. The step that was not completed, due to the lack of chakra in the process of absorbing 10 tails, was finally taken at this moment. Buzz! The scarlet Rinasharingen suddenly opened. The whole eye was erected on the forehead. Its color was dark red, and there were 9 black tomos in it. A terrifying might swept through the dimension. However, at this moment, only Yuta was here, and no one else could feel this extreme might. "Finally, I have awakened it." Yuta let out a long breath and began to carefully experience the changes in his abilities brought by the Rinasharingen. After awakening the Rinasharingen, he had truly ascended to the next realm. This was his Rinasharingen. If he had just swallowed 10 tails, he could have still awakened the Rinasharingen on his forehead, but in that case, that eye would belong to Kaguya. This would inevitably bring along some hidden danger of Kaguya, using his body to break free from the seal. Therefore, Yuta chose to absorb 10 tails chakra and rely on this method to advance his realm. In the field of vision of the Rinasharingen, there were 5 adjacent spaces around this dimension: lava space, glacier space, acid space, desert space, and gravity space. At this moment, Yuta only needed to use a Menemanaka to switch between these 6 spaces at will. He could transfer Jiuat himself, or he could transfer the enemies in the Rinasharingen's sight. In this way, the beginning and end of the battle could be completely controlled by him. In addition, a space ninjutsu, Yamatsu Hirasaka, was also finally in his arsenal. With this ability, he only needs to consume more chakra to move between celestial bodies. When Kaguya had released Infinite Tsukuyomi, there was no moon. She had used Yamatsu Hirasaka to go to other celestial bodies and projected the light of the Rinasharingen on them, and then performed Infinite Tsukuyomi. The reason why the Otsutsuki clan could travel across the universe was because they had mastered this ability. In addition to these, all the basic abilities that Yuta had mastered before had been greatly improved again at this moment. Now, his body had finally escaped the fate of inevitably decaying and become immortal like his soul. There is another special ability. Is this controlling natural energy? Yuta frowned slightly. The ability to control natural energy did not seem to be worthy of the status of the Rinasharingen. He was within another space. There was not much natural energy here, and this ability's true power could not be reflected here at the moment. "Forget it, I'll try again when I return to Earth." Yuta shook his head, and the Rinasharingen on his forehead suddenly burst into light. In the void ahead, strange black pixels broke through the space and connected to the outside world. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Using this ability, as long as there is enough chakra, theoretically, he could instantly cross to any place. Yuta stepped in, and the next moment he appeared on the moon. Seeing Yuta suddenly appear, Hamura's face sank. He waited for a moment, but he didn't see another figure appear. "Is the battle over?" Tonri asked cautiously. The battle just now had taken place in another space, and they had no idea about the situation. However, just by looking at the previous battle in the outside world, one could imagine the extent of the battle. If it had happened in the outside world, the moon would probably have been completely destroyed, right? "My brother." Hamura wanted to ask something, but stopped talking. "He's dead." Yuta had no intention of hiding anything. After thinking for a while, he added, "He is completely dead." Hearing this, Hamura's face instantly turned pale. Dead? Completely dead. Although he and Hagoromo had not seen each other for thousands of years, and only their souls were left, he had never thought that his brother would be completely annihilated. After a long silence, Hamura sighed and said, "This is my brother's fate." He insisted on interfering, which led to such a result. The implication of his words was that he was not going to do anything. His brother took the initiative to interfere with Yuta's choice and ended up with this fate. To put it bluntly, this was his own fault. I just hope that you can always stick to your original intention and protect this world. Hamura looked directly at Yuta and said, "That is not for you to worry about," Yuta said and flew high up. The Rinasharingen on his forehead pointed at the world below. He said, "It just so happens that there should be a little mouse who has been hiding for thousands of years. I'll take this opportunity to pull him out." Buzz! The power of the Rinasharingen emanated, sweeping from the moon to the earth. At this moment, every powerful person in the earth felt this unscrupulous glance from above. "Who is spying on me? This power?" The third Tsuchikage Anoki was sweating profusely, feeling that he was extremely small in front of this power, unable to think of any resistance. Is this feeling coming from the sky? In Konoha prison, Madara also sensed this peeping. It seemed even stronger than the oppression brought to him by Yuta before. The terrifying glance quickly passed through every corner of the earth, and every corner was clearly seen. Ishiki felt the pressure from above his head, and his whole being was in doubt. This kind of strength, who could it be? Ishiki immediately discovered that this undisguised peeping had stopped at him. His hiding place had been discovered in an instant. Capítulo 228, Kokugen's abilities. What's going on? Someone is targeting him. Ishiki's face suddenly became serious, and he became alert. In the void ahead, black pixels appeared, and the space was torn apart. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Ishiki's face darkened, and he recognized the space ninjutsu. Someone has already discovered his existence, and is coming here through Yamatsu Hirasaka. While his thoughts were racing, Ishiki made a quick decision. No matter what the intention of the visitor was, he would strike first. He thrust his palm forward, and a sharp black stick appeared in the palm of his hand. "You are so impatient. This is not the way to treat guests." Yuta stepped out of the space channel, opened by Yamatsu Hirasaka, and leisurely grabbed the extremely fast black stick. With a light pressure, he broke it and said, "However, for Earth, perhaps you should be considered a guest, albeit not a kind guest." Seeing that his preemptive attack was easily parried, Ishiki's pupils shrank. Then he chose to retreat without hesitation, retreating to a safe distance where he could react. He seriously looked at the person in front of him. Very young, exuding a sense of youth. Black pupils, a very strong chakra. Even with a simple estimate using his Byakugan, Ishiki could tell that the person in front of him was strong, perhaps even by Otsutsuki standards. "Are you Uchiha Yuta?" Ishiki looked at the face opposite, thought for a moment, and spoke. "Oh, you know me." Yuta's face showed some interest. He said, "It seems that you have always been very concerned about the happening of Earth." After being attacked by Kaguya, Ishiki had to live in the body of the monk Jaijin. He lurked in earth while searching for a suitable vessel to fully revive himself. Then came a long wait. He witnessed the fruit of the god tree being born. However, in his weakened state at that time, it was impossible for him to snatch the fruit from Kaguya. In the end, he could only watch in secret as Kaguya ate the fruit of the god tree. Later, the two brothers Sage of Six Paths and Hamura rebelled against Kaguya. Indra and Asura split, leading to a 1,000-year struggle between the Senju and Uchiha. The Sengoku era ended, and 3 great ninja wars followed. Through it all, Ishiki remained hidden in the shadows, watching. In terms of staying hidden, Ishiki was even more patient than Black Zetsu. Ishiki calmly said, "I'm more curious about how you found out about my existence." The other party had come to him and even called him a guest of Earth. Clearly, this person already knew his origins. Not only did he know he existed, but he had also managed to track him down. Even Kaguya, after consuming the chakra fruit, had tried to find him and destroy him completely, but she had failed. How did Yuta do it? How I know about your existence is not easy to explain. Just treat it as a prophecy. Yuta tapped his forehead and spoke perfunctorily. As for how I found you, I simply saw it with my eyes. Although both he and Kaguya possessed the Rinasharingen, they were fundamentally different. While returning to the Earth, Yuta had finally understood the last ability of his Rinasharingen. At this moment, he could mobilize the natural energy of almost the entire Earth. With the help of the world's natural energy, nothing in the world could escape the insight of his Rinasharingen. Kaguya had failed to find Ishiki, but he could. This ability of the Rinasharingen involved natural energy. The Rinasharingen is tied to the power of the god tree. And the function of the god tree is to absorb natural energy, turning it into nutrients to produce the chakra fruit. Kaguya, however, lacked knowledge about natural energy. So even with the Rinasharingen, her control over this ability was poor. At most, she could use the power of the natural environment in a few spaces to fight. But Yuta, who had mastered 6 paths senjutsu and understood natural energy far better, could fully unleash the power of this ability. On the opposite side, Ishiki frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Yuta's vague answer. Shaking his head, he remained on high alert and said, "You came all this way just to find me. What do you intend to do? Drive me away as an unwelcome guest?" Yuta nodded with a smile and said, "Sure enough, I prefer talking to smart people. If I say I have no ill will toward you, I doubt you'd believe it. After all, no matter what I say, you wouldn't trust me. And no matter what you say or promise, I wouldn't trust you either. You are an Otsutsuki, someone who treats this world as nothing more than a nursery for god trees, while viewing its people as mere insects. That will never change. But I want to continue living in this world, so the only option is for you to die." Ishiki's face darkened as he spoke coldly. "It seems you are confident. It just so happens that I need a suitable vessel. And now it seems, your body may be the most suitable one." As he finished speaking, Ishiki's golden Kokugan flashed. In an instant, a small black cube appeared out of thin air and shot toward Yuta at high speed. As the small black cube neared Yuta, it expanded into a massive black cube with an enormous mass, distorting the surrounding space. In that brief moment, Ishiki had used 2 of his right eye's abilities. First, Daikokyun, which allowed him to store objects in a special space and retrieve them at any time. The black cube was a weapon he had stored for such an attack. It was a massive cube created with yin-yang release, with gravitational force rivaling Chibaku Tensei. Second, Sukune Hikona, which allowed him to shrink himself or non-living objects. The black cube had been shrunk and stored with Daikokyun. Then, upon release, he used Sukune Hikona to restore it to its original colossal size for an attack. However, after unleashing the attack at high speed, Ishiki wasted no time. He opened a space portal and disappeared into his personal dimension. Capitulo 229, Decisive Ishiki. Entering his own space, Ishiki did not dare to delay for a moment and ran towards the target location quickly. Although he was dissatisfied with Yuta's confidence, it did not mean that he was not clear-headed. Before Kaguya had eaten the fruit of the god tree, she was not her match and could only rely on sneak attacks, sacrificing half of his body to 10 tails. However, after Kaguya ate the fruit of the god tree, he was no match for her at all. After that, he could only hide. Kaguya at that time could not find him, but Yuta did it. Although it does not necessarily mean that the latter is stronger than the former, Yuta is at least stronger than Kaguya in some aspects. Moreover, Yuta came to him with confidence. If the other party is not a fool, it can only be said that he is confident in his own strength. Although he was not clear about Yuta's strength, Ishiki was clear that his condition was very poor. Until now, he had been using Jaijin's body and had not changed it for more than 1,000 years. Relying only on Jaijin's body, he could not exert his full strength at all. And if he abandons this body and forcibly uses Kama to reincarnate, he could recover temporarily, but his lifespan would be very limited. Only a few days at most. At that time, he will still have to find a new body and wait for the next body. Ishiki's expression changed, and after thinking for a while, he quickly made a decision. No hesitation, reincarnate directly. If he uses Jaijin's body to fight, he didn't know if he could deal with Yuta. In comparison, after reincarnation, his body will be stronger, and he will have a better chance of winning. After he defeats Yuta, his reincarnated body will not live long, so he can stay in Yuta's body and use it to achieve perfect reincarnation. In front, Ishiki's target had appeared. 10 tails. This was another 10 tails that belonged to him. However, compared to Kaguya's 10 tails, this one was much smaller. When he came to 10 tails, Ishiki didn't dare to delay at all. His eyes shone brightly, and he controlled the small 10 tails in an instant. Swish! One by one, tubes stretched out from 10 tails' body and connected to Ishiki's body. The chakra in this 10 tails' body was constantly gathering in his body. At the same time, black textures spread across Ishiki's body, emitting a strong chakra aura. This was Karma Seal. After Ishiki digitized his information in the form of chakra, he resided in a new body and waited for the Karma Seal to be cultivated. Then, he could complete his reincarnation. Boom! This space shook violently. Someone was trying to break in here by force. Yuta stepped out of the space channel. The attack Ishiki had launched before escaping did not cause him much trouble. However, he did not expect that an Otsutsuki, who was above Kaguya, would actually choose to escape without hesitation. It took him some time to locate the location of this space, and then he shuttled through Yamatsu Hirasaka. In front, under 10 tails, a large amount of water vapor floated up, and a powerful chakra reaction was expanding rapidly. Using Jaijin's ordinary body, he hurriedly completed his reincarnation. After 1,000 years, Ishiki's body finally reappeared. Only then did Ishiki reveal his true appearance. Wearing a white long-sleeved tailcoat, his skin was pale and bloodless. A curved horn on the left side of his forehead wrapped around the back of his head, resembling a crown. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Ishiki's expression showed that he was very happy. He moved his body and felt the powerful sense of strength that he had been missing for a long time. You fled here specifically for this. Yuta looked at Ishiki's body and chuckled. For him, the difference was not significant. At this moment, Ishiki had recovered to his state 1,000 years ago. But because he was reincarnated using Jaijin's unqualified body, his strength was not as great as before. Of course, even if it had been Jaijin in peak condition 1,000 years ago, it wouldn't have mattered. Although this body is ordinary, it is enough to use for a while. Ishiki turned his head and waved toward 10 tails behind him. Besides, isn't the new reincarnated body right in front of me? This time, he planned to go all out and use all of his means. If he fails, even if Yuta doesn't kill him, his body will collapse in a few days. By then, in this lonely space, there would be no other body for him to parasitize again, and death would be his only fate. Swoosh! Without any sign, Ishiki burst out at full speed, rushing toward Yuta in an instant. Bang! Their arms collided, and a terrifying shockwave raged, causing the ground under Yuta's feet to completely collapse. It was just the simplest taijutsu, but Ishiki's strength was overwhelming, surpassing anyone Yuta had ever encountered. His taijutsu is very strong. His speed and power are overwhelming, and his technique is excellent. Yuta parried with punches and kicks, fighting Ishiki in the air while continuously analyzing him. This guy's taijutsu was incredibly refined. His base speed and strength were so extreme that even the perfect Susanoo would likely be as fragile as paper before such power. What's more, his technique was formidable. Yuta could recognize traces of various taijutsu styles from Earth in Ishiki's movements. Obviously, this guy had been lurking in Earth for thousands of years, secretly learning different combat styles. Tusk, I have to admit, not all Otsutsuki are just arrogant beings. There are actually people like you. Yuta remarked as he continued exchanging blows with Ishiki. Unlike most of his kind, Ishiki knew when to retreat and had no shame in doing so. For a so-called superior Otsutsuki to learn inferior ninja techniques, this guy was a true anomaly. Capitulo 230, 10 Tails vs 10 Tails. Damn it. Ishiki's face was gloomy, and he became more and more frightened as he fought. He thought his taijutsu was already extremely strong. Originally, among his kind, his physical abilities were outstanding. After being attacked by Kaguya and being unable to reincarnate immediately, he further improved upon his taijutsu. For this reason, he even learned the techniques of the lower creatures in this world. With his current skill set, his strength and speed alone should have far surpassed his former self from 1,000 years ago. However, in front of this human, his physical prowess was completely suppressed. The strength and speed that he was once proud of held no advantage against Yuta. And in terms of skill, he was completely inferior. As the battle intensified, Ishiki's eyes flashed. He quickly leaped backward, creating distance. Seeing that Yuta didn't pursue immediately, Ishiki sneered internally, and his golden Kokyugen flashed. The sound of black rods piercing flesh rang out one after another. What? Ishiki was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the black rods that had impaled his body and limbs in surprise. What was happening? This shouldn't have happened. During the previous exchange, when he had come into contact with Yuta, he had secretly planted shrunken black rods using Sukune Hikona. The rods had been reduced to a size even smaller than a single cell. While clashing physically, he had discreetly attached them to Yuta, ensuring that he wouldn't notice. According to his plans, once he retreated, he would enlarge them back to their original size, impaling Yuta and restricting his chakra. At that point, Yuta's power would be greatly diminished, shifting the battle in Ishiki's favor. However, how were the black rods now embedded in his own body? Yuya smirked and said, "Did you really think I wouldn't notice your little trick? I know your right eye can shrink objects and store them, then restore them to their original size at will. Even if I didn't know your ability, I could easily tell that you were trying to plant those rods on me during our fight. And you may not have realized it, but I picked up the rods you placed on me and returned them to you." Surprised, Ishiki's face darkened, his heart filled with shock. This damn bastard. The entire fight had been a game to him. Rather than simply removing the black rods, Yuta had played along, allowing him to activate his ability, only for it to backfire. Ishiki had no idea when Yuta had returned these black rods. To someone as skilled in combat as Ishiki, this could only mean one thing. Yuta's physical ability and insight far surpassed his own. Tusk. His mind raced as he reached to pull the rods from his body. But before he could, Yuta vanished. Ishiki's pupils shrank and he roared, "10 Tails, stop him." But the 10 Tails couldn't react in time. Bang! A devastating punch slammed into Ishiki's abdomen, nearly splitting his body in half. The impact sent him flying like a cannonball. He tried to regain control of his body in midair, but Yuta disappeared again. Bang! Before he could react, another brutal strike crashed into his back, slamming him into the ground with immense force. Damn, his speed is unreal. Ishiki, who was embedded in the crater, was filled with dread. Though he hadn't fully removed the black rods yet, which slightly weakened him, the fact that Yuta could pummel him this easily was proof of his overwhelming strength. During their earlier fight, Yuta had been holding back. At last, after Ishiki suffered 2 consecutive heavy blows, 10 Tails finally responded, lunging toward Yuta. A 10 Tails larva, it's so small, Yuta mused. While dodging its attacks effortlessly, he activated the Rinnegan. With a summoning jutsu, he called forth the 10 Tails he had left in the Land of Rain. This 10 Tails, having been drained of chakra by Yuta to advance his bloodline, looked weak and sluggish. It had lost its previous destructive power. However, in terms of sheer size, it vastly dwarfed Ishiki's 10 Tails, which was barely larger than an ordinary tailed beast. Go devour it. The Rinnegan on Yuta's forehead gleamed, and the once wild 10 Tails immediately obeyed his command. With bloodthirsty eyes, it fixated its gaze on the smaller 10 Tails. Then it opened its massive maw and lunged. Roar! The 2 beasts, despite their size difference, tore into each other. Neither of them was at full strength. Both of them had been weakened through chakra depletion. So their battle resembled a feral brawl rather than an awe-inspiring clash of titans. Suddenly, swoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as dozens of tiny black cubes shot toward Yuta. As they neared him, they expanded, transforming into massive cubes, each spanning tens of meters. Another trick, looks like this is all you've got, Yuta said with a chuckle, unfazed. The gravitational force from the cubes distorted the surrounding space, attempting to imprison Yuta within their pull. Buzz! The Rinnegan on Yuta's forehead radiated energy, shattering the warped space instantly. Godly Chibaku Tensei! Yuta clapped his hands together, unleashing a technique far stronger than the one he had used against the Sage of 6 Paths. A tiny black sphere floated into the sky, pulsating. Its gravitational pull surpassed even Ishiki's cubes, dragging them upwards, compacting them into an enormous mass. Below, Ishiki, who had finally removed the black rods from his body, watched on with growing dread. His heart sank. Without hesitation, he opened a spatial portal, stepped through, and fled. Capitulo 231, Tonri and Hamura vs Momoshiki and Kinshiki. This planet, if I remember correctly, it should be the one that Ishiki and Kaguya went to, right? At this moment, 2 life forms had arrived outside the Earth. Kinshiki replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord Momoshiki." Momoshiki said, "Well, it looks very good. It should be able to produce excellent chakra fruits." Momoshiki activated his Byakugan and glanced at the Earth below. Strange, I didn't detect the god tree. What are Ishiki and Kaguya doing? More than 1,000 years have passed, and there is no news at all. Could they have been killed by some indigenous life? With Lord Ishiki's strength, this shouldn't happen, Kinshiki replied. I think so too. Momoshiki smiled casually. Even Kaguya, whom he looked down upon, was at least a member of their clan. How could they possibly fall to the natives of this lowly planet? There seemed to be 2 life forms there. Just when he was about to go to Earth to take a closer look, Momoshiki discovered a chakra on the moon. There were 2 chakras, both of which were not weak. Well, if they are the natives of this planet and can break free from its gravity and fly into space, their strength cannot be weak. Momoshiki said, judging from their chakra, it should not be Ishiki and Kaguya. Forget it, let's go and take a look. Momoshiki became interested. Their strength is not weak, and with some planning, if Ishiki and Kaguya were not careful, they might really have fallen to these guys. At this moment, on the moon, Tonri also sensed the 2 unrestrained chakras. Ancestor, who is that person? Tonri said in shock. The aura displayed by the other party alone was enough to shake him. Where did such a powerful and terrifying person come from? On the side, the face of Hamura's soul body frowned, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Hamura muttered, "The people that my mother feared back then, are they these people? What Yuta said is true." His mother, Kaguya, came from outer space. She seemed to have done something bad, so she was always worried that someone would come to hunt her down. Now these people are here. Momoshiki and Kinshiki stood in the air above the moon. Momoshiki asked condescendingly, "You 2 also have the Byakugan. Are you the descendants of Ishiki or Kaguya?" He had sensed the aura of the Byakugan in both of them. However, the eyes of these 2 looked different from the Byakugan, with strange snowflake-like patterns in them. He didn't know whether it was Ishiki or Kaguya who did it, but they left their descendants on this low-level planet. Ridiculous. Are the low-level creatures on this planet worthy of the Byakugan of their clan? Who are you? Tonri looked at Hamura next to him, gathered his courage, and asked back. Momoshiki frowned and disappeared instantly. The next moment, Tonri was hit in the abdomen by a punch. Just as his body was about to fly backward, a hand grabbed his neck. Answer my questions honestly and explain your origins. Momoshiki's expression was extremely cold, and his voice was emotionless. These mere low-level creatures think that they're qualified to question him. He. Tonri's face turned red, and he had no time to react before being captured. The Tenseigan in both his eyes suddenly burst into light, and his chakra erupted in full force. Boom! A shockwave exploded with the two of them as the center. Your strength is good, but that's all. Momoshiki seemed to be unaffected by the fierce shockwave. His left hand firmly grasped Tonri's neck, while with his other hand, he put his two fingers together and swiftly tapped Tonri's body. While hitting each acupuncture point, Momoshiki injected his high-purity chakra, quickly sealing off the important points around Tonri. Swish! Hamura made a move. He used all his strength from the very start. 9 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him and transformed into a staff. Hamura held the staff in his hand, without any hesitation, and swung it toward Momoshiki. Clang! His staff struck a strange dark red weapon. It was Kinshiki who had blocked the attack. On the other side, Momoshiki glanced over and smirked. He said, "Kinshiki, you go and play with him." Kinshiki respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Momoshiki." A dark red chakra axe appeared in Kinshiki's hand, and he swung it, suddenly striking Hamura. What great power! Hamura was secretly horrified as he started to fight with Kinshiki. He made a quick assessment. His strength should be slightly higher than the sturdy extraterrestrial life form, but only marginally. He was not as strong as he was in his prime, only existing as a soul body. Suppressing the opponent was already impressive. Defeating the opponent quickly and supporting Tonri. Perhaps he could have done it in his peak, but now it was impossible. Momoshiki said, "Okay, the one in the way is gone. Now it's your turn." Momoshiki's eyes suddenly turned into a Rinnegan, and he reached toward Tonri's abdomen, extracting a ball of light. Holding the ball of light in his hand, Momoshiki quickly scanned through Tonri's memory. The history of the Irtk, Sage of Six Paths, and Hamura were these two Kaguya sons. What about Ishiki? That Uchiha seemed to be another person with some strength, but it didn't matter. There are only Kaguya's memories. What happened to Ishiki? Momoshiki was puzzled. Kaguya, who was of a lower rank, had left a legend on this planet and even had descendants. But Ishiki's traces had completely vanished. While he was pondering, Momoshiki suddenly sensed a space portal opening in the void. A figure emerged from that portal. It was Ishiki himself. Ishiki also saw Momoshiki and quickly rushed toward him. Momoshiki is here. This makes things easier. If he and Momoshiki join forces, and with Kinshiki as well, how could the three of them not be a match for Yuta? Before Momoshiki could make sense of the situation, the space portal opened by Ishiki in the sky was about to close, until someone forcibly tore it back open. A figure stepped through the space channel and arrived at this place. Yuta, who had pursued Ishiki to the moon, took in the scene and chuckled. He said, "Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Ishiki, just perfect timing. Since you all came to Earth specifically to die, I will grant your wish." Capitulo 232. Yuta vs the Otsutsuki Trio. Going to die. Momoshiki snorted coldly. He had checked Tonri's memory and had seen Yuta's appearance. He had recognized the person in front of him. Is the native life form of this lowly planet so arrogant? This guy seems to be a descendant of Kaguya. He dared to say such a thing to him. Ishiki said, "Momoshiki, don't underestimate the enemy. Let's join forces to deal with him." Ishiki was not as relaxed as Momoshiki. In the previous battle, he had no idea of the depths of Yuta's strength. At this moment, although Momoshiki and Kinshiki had happened to arrive, which gave them many advantages, they could not underestimate Yuta. Otherwise, they might suffer serious losses if they are not careful. "Ishiki, why are you so timid?" Momoshiki's tone was full of obvious sarcasm. "It's just a life form from an ordinary planet. You actually want me to join forces with you to deal with it." Hearing Momoshiki's sarcastic words, Ishiki didn't care at all. His face was solemn, and he said, "Not only you and I will join forces, but also Kinshiki. The three of us will attack at the same time. Don't give him any room to resist and destroy him at once." Ishiki didn't care about shame now at all. For him, what happened more than 1,000 years ago was enough humiliation. After being attacked by Kaguya, half of his body was swallowed by 10 tails, and he has not been completely reincarnated until now. It is precisely because of this experience, and hiding for more than 1,000 years, that his attitude had changed from the arrogance of the Otsutsuki clan to now not caring about his face. If the skills of the humans can strengthen his strength, then he will learn them. As long as he can win in the end, a temporary retreat is not worth being ashamed of. Compared with his reputation that does not bring any practical benefits, the real victory is more valuable. Of course, on the other hand, it is also because he is on guard against Momoshiki. After experiencing a backstab from Kaguya, Ishiki could no longer trust Momoshiki, a member of the same clan. Kaguya was his subordinate at the beginning, equivalent to Kinshiki. Now he is facing Momoshiki, who is equal to him in status. Kaguya could betray him, so if Momoshiki wanted to deal with him, he would have no psychological burden. "Are you kidding me?" Momoshiki's face turned ugly. Just to deal with a native, Ishiki was actually asking Kinshiki, his subordinate, to fight alongside him. Hey. Yuta flew over while mobilizing chakra to condense the seeking pressure. He said, "It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. You are not qualified to choose who to deal with me. In the current situation, all three of you will die here." Buzz! A series of truth-seeking balls condensed in front of Yuta. A total of 9 truth-seeking balls compressed to their ultimate form were arranged in a ring. Then they suddenly condensed in the middle, transforming into a dazzling golden sword. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Yuta held the golden sword and issued a solemn declaration like a divine judgment. Momoshiki's face instantly became solemn, and his previous contemptuous thoughts were completely abandoned. This sword, this momentum. This guy is really strong. The one he saw in Tonri's memory before was not this strong at all. Join hands and stop him. Ishiki roared and took the lead. His golden eyes flashed, and several black sticks shot out from his palms. He quickly used his pupil technique to turn them into huge black sticks that were tens of meters long. Inuke Takaruna Mikoto. Momoshiki had a grim expression, but he also made a move. A huge dragon-headed, snake-bodied monster roared and appeared, blocking the golden sword. Swish! The long sword, emitting dazzling golden light, easily cut off the giant black stick, sliced through the dragon-headed beast, and continued toward Ishiki and Momoshiki below. Impossible! Momoshiki's face twisted in disbelief. He roared, trying to stop the long sword, but he couldn't resist it at all. Damn it! The golden longsword slashed at his body. His once powerful form seemed fragile before this strange blade. The longsword had incredibly destructive power. Even his body couldn't withstand it. In the end, Momoshiki was forced to sacrifice an arm to barely escape the sword's path. That's not a bad arm, I'll take it. Yuta controlled the gravity to pull the severed limb toward him, noticing a Rinnegan embedded in its palm. Asshole! Momoshiki's eyes were nearly bloodshot, his rage palpable. His arm, his Rinnegan. He actually lost an arm and an eye in just one exchange. Ishiki, what are you doing? Why did you run away just now? As he regenerated a new arm, Momoshiki roared at Ishiki, who had retreated earlier. When the golden sword had descended, Ishiki saw that his attack had failed and withdrew immediately, leaving Momoshiki to take the hit alone. Since when had this bastard become so shameless? If Ishiki hadn't retreated, he might not have had to sacrifice an arm to escape. Although he could regenerate his arm, the Rinnegan in his palm could not be restored. Ishiki's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly changed the subject. The most important thing now is to kill Yuta. Once we eliminate him, your Rinnegan can be taken back. Yeah, right, why should he fight with Momoshiki? If Momoshiki had chosen to flee, he would be the one suffering now. Instead of being abandoned by Momoshiki, he abandoned Momoshiki first. Lord Momoshiki, how are you? On the other side, Kinshiki, who had been fighting with Hamura before, saw the situation and quickly withdrew from battle to rush over. I'm fine for now. Momoshiki's face was gloomy as he flexed his newly grown arm. Ishiki, you better not do that again. Otherwise, after we kill Yuta, you're next. If this bastard Ishiki betrays him again, he will join forces with Kinshiki to kill him. I know my priorities, Ishiki nodded. The biggest threat now is Yuta. Even if he and Momoshiki work together, they might not win. For now, they had to cooperate. HMPH. Momoshiki snorted coldly and cracked his neck. Kinshiki, let's finish him. As soon as the words fell, Ishiki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki charged at Yuta together. 3 Otsutsuki members joining forces to attack a single native. This had never happened before. Do you think having more people will help? Yuta chuckled while channeling chakra into his fist. Godly 80 gods vacuum fists. A blinding light erupted. It was as if a miniature sun was rising over the moon. The battlefield was engulfed in pure white radiance as devastating punches rained down upon the Otsutsuki trio. A terrifyingly heavy punch hit them. It was as if a small planet was bombarding them. Whether it was the Rinnegan or Byakugan, no moves could withstand this terrifying attack. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Momoshiki roared and was blown away to the depths of the universe. Yuta stretched out his arm to Kinshiki, who was blown to the other side, and shook it from a distance. Godly Chibaku Tensei. Boom! Around the moon, countless meteorites headed towards Kinshiki and quickly formed a giant sphere, burying Kinshiki's body in it. Capitulo 233, the end of the old era. Asshole, damn it, unforgivable. Momoshiki, who was knocked flying, barely managed to control his body. His body was shaking with anger. He was beaten so badly by an indigenous human. Yuta, damn asshole. Momoshiki's eyes were full of scarlet blood. He raised one of his arms and looked at the Rinnegan left in his palm, hesitation flashing across his face. Should he do this? Is it worth sacrificing so much for this battle? It's worth it. Yuta must be killed with his own hands. Momoshiki gritted his teeth and dug out the Rinnegan in his palm with ruthless determination. Then he swallowed it whole, chewing a few times before letting it slide down his throat. As the Rinnegan was consumed, it transformed into a surge of pure chakra, flooding Momoshiki's body and making his entire presence grow more menacing. Buzz! Momoshiki's once white eyes began turning gold. On his forehead, a dark golden Rinnegan emerged. Ishiki, are you still alive? Momoshiki called out to Ishiki, who had also been knocked away. If you can still fight, help later. Don't let Yuta escape. I want to kill him with my own hands. Ishiki, standing aside, observed Momoshiki's surging power with a hint of envy. Thousands of years ago, he had been stronger than Momoshiki. But while Ishiki had been hiding and recovering from an ambush, Momoshiki had been planting god trees on different planets, becoming stronger. Now, with the tide turning against them, Momoshiki could consume his Rinnegan to gain a burst of power. But Ishiki couldn't. His body was still incomplete. His reincarnation body was only capable of lasting 10 more days. He needed a new vessel fast. Ishiki said, after killing Yuta, don't destroy his body. I can use it. Momoshiki's vertical pupil scanned Ishiki, and he sneered. He said, seems like in the past 1,000 years, you have been miserable. You even lost your body. As long as Yuta doesn't escape, and if his body is intact, I'll give it to you. But this planet belongs to me. After consuming the Rinnegan, Momoshiki's confidence had soared. Ishiki pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, the two surged forward at full speed, returning to the battlefield. Yuta said, "Oh, you two still have the courage to come back. That's unexpected." Yuta glanced at Momoshiki, whose aura had grown stronger, but he still remained indifferent. Seeing Yuta hold him in such low regard, Momoshiki's anger flared. He turned his gaze to the massive rock sphere where Kinshiki was sealed. With Kinshiki's strength, there was no way he could break free alone. "And your growth stops here." Momoshiki sneered, pointing at Yuta in midair. The dark golden vertical pupil on his forehead gleamed as he activated his ability. "Freeze time and space. In this helpless despair, welcome death, Ant." The moment Momoshiki's ability activated, Yuta noticed something. The cosmic dust around him had frozen, fixed in place. Freezing time and space. So this was Momoshiki's unique ability. Yuta remained still, leisurely watching Momoshiki approach him, arrogance written all over his face. Momoshiki asked, "Weren't you confident before? You said we came here to die. You dared to say we would all perish." Momoshiki smirked, looking at Yuta, who was now motionless. "Now you can't resist at all. You can only wait for your death in fear." Smugly, he swung his fist toward Yuta's face. Suddenly, Yuta didn't move, but he effortlessly caught Momoshiki's punch with one hand. A smirk appeared on his face as he said, "Freezing time and space, huh? Not bad. But you can only partially freeze time and space. That's just mediocre." Cracked. Yuta's grip tightened. Before Momoshiki could react, his palm was crushed. The pain made Momoshiki's forehead veins bulge, but he gritted his teeth, retreating quickly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why had his time-space freeze failed? Yuta asked, "Do you have anything else?" "If this is all the so-called strongest clan can do, I'm disappointed." Yuta raised his Tenseigen golden sword. "If I hadn't held back, you two would already be dead." "Damn it." Momoshiki seethed with rage. "Who the hell do you think you're looking down on?" Raising his arm, he gathered a massive amount of chakra, forming a Rasengan-like sphere in his palm. "Die, damn bastard." Momoshiki roared, hurling a dark red chakra sphere at Yuta. Ishiki also didn't hesitate, his golden eyes gleamed. He summoned massive black cubes, crushing the battlefield with infinite gravity. "It seems that you really have no other moves." Yuta sighed, disappointed. "At this level, I don't even need to use my full power to defeat you." Activating his Tenseigen golden sword, Yuta effortlessly sliced through the black cubes and the dark red chakra sphere. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed Momoshiki and Ishiki. Godly Chibaku Tensei. Without pause, Yuta clasped his hands together, summoning a black sphere at the explosion's center. Momoshiki and Ishiki's expressions shifted. Buzz! The small sphere erupted with overwhelming gravitational force, pulling them in. In that instant, they forgot everything else. Momoshiki no longer cared about killing Yuta for revenge. Ishiki no longer cared about securing a new body. All that mattered was escaping. The two unleashed their full power, doing everything to try to break free, fleeing into the depths of outer space. "You're running now." Yuta chuckled, his eyes flashing. "Then let me show you my ability." Time stop the world. Buzz! The universe itself seemed to have paused. The floating cosmic dust froze in place. Momoshiki and Ishiki felt their bodies become sluggish, as though they were trapped in quicksand. Damn it! So that's why Yuta wasn't affected before. He had an even stronger time stop ability. He had been pretending to be frozen, mocking him. Momoshiki's power could freeze time in a specific area. But Yuta, he could stop time in the entire world. No, his ability must have a limit. We need to escape. Both Momoshiki and Ishiki activated their space abilities, trying to open a portal. But in this frozen world, even their movements were painfully slow. It ends here. Yuta wielded the natural energy of the entire land. His Tenseigen golden sword extended endlessly, slashing through the starry sky and through Momoshiki and Ishiki. No. Despite their desperation, space-time ninjutsu failed them. They helplessly watched as the golden sword cut them in half. Swish! Time resumed, The severed Momoshiki and Ishiki, along with the sealed Kinshiki, were transported into a separate dimension. Yuta gathered his remaining chakra and used an expanding truth-seeking ball. A tiny orb expanded rapidly, swallowing the three with pure annihilation. "No, I don't want to die." "Yuta, stop it." But Yuta ignored their pleas. He simply watched as their despair turned to rage, and finally, nothing. Only pure chakra remained. Then, stepping into Earth's orbit, Yuta gazed at the endless void. The old era is over. End of story. In case you guys don't get it, this story is over. A lot more could be done, like exploring the Otsutsukis, facing the Otsutsuki god, exploring the future of the ninja world and whatnot, but this is the end. At the end,